Yeah, I think we're good. What's up, everybody? Cats, what's up? First on Twitch. What's up? Panda, first on YouTube. How y'all doing tonight? Welcome in, folks. I got you. Boom. All right. Still working? Welcome in, folks. Welcome in. Happy Wednesday. Audio's good, right, for you guys? Because it was not working earlier. Cindy. Yeah, that was my attempt at an edit. I made a couple people asked me where that song came from. I made it. I made it last night. Where's my track of it? I can find the shits. I think it's this one. No orange. Where did I put it? I forgot which folder I put it in. Hold on. I think it's this one. I'm pretty sure it's this one. Yeah, so all I did was sample the, I'm not gonna spoil it, but the part from the last episode where he's playing the tuba. I think this is it, and then I just made a beat out of it. Yeah. Okay, I sampled that, but I can't find where I exported it to. Hold on. I'll be back at the mezzo. Hell yeah. Where did I put that? What did I name this shit? Let me see. And we'll get started with our debates here. Early, huh? Maybe it's, I gotta just share documents, quick access. There we go. Blah, 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 blah. Is it? Yeah, I think this is the official one. Hold on. I think this is the one I made. That was from the last episode. He's playing the tuba. I just sampled it. That was it. All right. Let's get started with the debates. Let me see. All right, we'll put this down to 20% ish. My first ship. Yeah, it kind of sounds like it kind of sounds like um The Shining a little bit. I think they took it from The Shining, the creators. Okay. He likes it. He hates everything. Do y'all see like a little restream thing up here? Like right up here somewhere? I don't know if it can see it. I don't know if it's showing it to you guys. I think I have to pay to take it off. Not on Twitch. Is it on YouTube? The fuck? And why is it telling me that I have to pay to get it taken off? If it's not showing. They're just trying to. Okay, that's weird. It's weird. Okay, anyway, let's get started. Trying to scam. Yeah, exactly. Alright, I think we're going to start with what we usually start with. Alright. We got 10 stream streak and 15 stream streak. Lindsay and Ants just spent the last 30 minutes. Dino Dance just spent the last 30 minutes listening to the same song over and over in my eyes. Emotional whiplash time. Like an old school one. What's up, Oakley? Orange. Well, we're waiting. Well, Dino has to. We're getting to Dino's, and then we're gonna get to yours. All right. Okay, let's do gift goal. Panther paws. That'll be nice. All right, audio test. Nope, not working. Should work now. Yep. All right, let's get started. There we go. TikTok comments for you guys. Steven, what's up? First comment. This is things to do. Welcome in, folks. Thank you so much for the Panther Paw. Appreciate you. The 2. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Dinner time, hell yeah. Bayou, what's up? Translate. Baby, thank you for the heart, man. Yeah, thank you for the heart, man. Appreciate you. Welcome in, everybody. All right, let's get started. Let's get started. All right, let's see. No ops yet. All right, if you do think that it's wrong to be in a gay relationship, go ahead and hop on the guest request. Give your dog shit argument. Let's do it. Ariella, thank you for the heartman. Appreciate you. Echo with the heartman. Thank you. Welcome in, everybody. Beatrice, what up? Might have to do a restart. We'll give it some time. Good stuff. All right. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. We got 22 on both Twitch and YouTube. Fuck yeah, let's go. Is it early? Yeah, it's a little early, like 30 minutes, yeah. Nanners with the heart me, thank you. I don't know what all the 2s are for. Bye, you. Appreciate you. Corky isn't here, I think. They were up earlier. Jerry, what's up? Cindy, thank you for the heart me. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot that I said that. 2222. I read it as 2,222. Should do a Steam with Javon. Oh, stream. Yeah, I was on a live with him 3 days ago. We were like debating some idiot pro-lifer. He was like really bad, but anyway. Let's get this guy up here. Oh, never mind. Okay, I guess it's not in the guest request anymore. All right. Let's see if my audio's working. I hope it is. Mark, you're live. Can I get your age, please? Yeah, it's like a lot of people joining and then not joining. It's weird. Welcome, welcome. I missed it. Yeah, I wasn't like I wasn't hosting. I was on a guest request. Beatrice, thank you for the head mustache. Appreciate you. God don't like that. What? Erica, thank you for the heartbeat. Y'all missing the Star Wars lo-fi over here. Welcome in, folks. Welcome in. Sit back, relax. Go and tap that screen. We might have to do one restart. We usually, the first time we go live is not usually the first. We usually have to restart. So I'll give it a couple minutes and then we'll restart. That should put us out on the For You picture. Started before midnight, yeah. Lanui, if you think that it's wrong to be gay, go and join the guest request. Let's see why you think it's wrong to be gay. Come on. See if you can defend your position. World of Tanks. I saw that. Like, I saw gameplay of that. It looks pretty fun. Amy, thank you for the popular. All right, we're at 100 now. I was a little slow. Probably got to restart. Jesse, thank you for the heart. Minecraft. Never played. Well, I demoed a VR system in Minecraft, which was pretty cool, but I never actually played it. Welcome in, folks. What's up? What's up? Sarah, thank you for the heartbeat. Yeah, I gotta restart probably. Haley and Sarah, thank you. Oh yeah. All right, I'm gonna give it 1 minute and then we'll restart. It's not sending, so. Welcome in, welcome in. It's weird how everybody, like all the ops that I call out in the chat, like once I call them out to join the guest request, they just stop commenting. It's really funny. I like that. Just don't see them anymore. It's one good way to make ops disappear is ask them to debate. This guy on fucking Twitter, he's like, oh, the left never wants to debate or have conversations. It's like, hey, come on stream and debate me. And he blocked me. Like, the fuck are you talking about? It's so funny. Mochi, thank you for the rose. We got a new member over on YouTube. We got Christopher41. Thank you so much for becoming a member over on YouTube. I appreciate you. Welcome in. Welcome aboard. I might have to do a restart. I have 1:30 and not a single op. It's crazy. Wednesdays aren't usually the slow days either, so. So let's get Julie in here, see if Julie can defend why it's wrong. In a way, people are bringing up God. Yeah, it's crazy. Imaginary friend tells me it's wrong, so it's wrong. Julie, I sent you an invite. What's going on? Are you not here? All right. Okay, we're gonna do a quick restart. I'll be back in about 10 seconds. Once you see the live in, just count down from 10, and I'll be live again. We usually get that, do that to send us back onto the For You page. Usually the first time we go live, it's kind of like this, where it's just kind of dead, and then we restart, and then all the debates somehow just come in. I don't know what goes on there. I don't know why TikTok does that. Anyway, I'll be back in 10 seconds, so see you guys then. Got it to work, hell yeah. All right, let's tap that screen. Let's do it. I see 45 likes, and I think those are all from me. I haven't played NBA 2K since like 2012, 2013. No, I mean it's just like the graphics just get better. That's it. That's pretty much it, right? I'll play NBA 2K when it becomes VR. There you go. I got you. Oh no, it wasn't. Um, I'd say I think it actually was like 2014, if I'm not mistaken. I remember playing it with some friends before I moved in Texas. So I think yeah, it might have been 2014. All right, welcome in, folks. It's actually decent now. What's changed? Just the graphics? Like, what are they? What's there to change? Like, do you get to walk around in your mansion or something? Do they have the terrible voice acting from the old ones, where they actually got the NBA players to come in and voice themselves? All right, welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. If you do think it's wrong to be in a gay relationship, go ahead and hop on in the guest request. We love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Everybody else, just keep tapping that screen. We're already at 83. See, all I had to do was restart. Let's go. What's up, Kermit? Okay, let's see. Do we have any? Emily, I'm sorry, Emily, are you opposition? I see you in the guest request. Audrey, thank you so much for the heart. Appreciate you. Watch your live for 500 minutes. Oh yeah, let's go. Belinda, thank you for the heart. Welcome in. Already at 100. Let's go. Does he get more girls than me? I'm all out. Came to debate conservatives. Drink energy drinks. I'm all out of energy drinks. Let's shoot. After this, we will do the Trump topic. We'll debate some Trump supporters, and then maybe religion after that. So last time we did the bathroom, so this time we're going to do religion after the Trump topics. Welcome in, welcome in. How we doing? Do me a favor, go and tap that screen. Spook, thank you for the panther. Appreciate you, Peggy. I'm gonna go ahead and send you an invite. See if you can defend that. Let's go, Peggy. Come on, Peggy. Everybody encourage Peggy to get up in here. Peggy. Erica, thank you for the panther pulse. Appreciate you. And we reached our first live goal for our gift goal for the night. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. Peggy, where you at? Come on, Pegster. I sent you an invite. $37 degrees Celsius. Yeah, I heard there's like a cold front going through like the Northeast. That's scorching hot. It was bad here in Pennsylvania. I imagine like all the way through like I saw like the news. It was like all the way through like New York and like right before I got to New York. Yeah. Damn. I think I converted everybody. I'm gonna have to go to the Trump topic. Okay, now. Agenda we want. Other two in the request. Yeah, I don't know who Emily is. I think they're friendly. But yeah, Nanners is a co-host. Minnesota was promised to Somali people 3,000 years ago. All right. Okay, let's see. I think I gotta delete my cookies because it's not sending the live out. It's weird. Very, very weird. Celsius is inferior to Fahrenheit. That's a lot cleaner. 0, freezing, right? You know? All right. All right, we're gonna do the Trump topic because I don't think anybody's coming in on this one. It's been kind of laggy. All right, okay, we're gonna try this one more time. I'm gonna delete like my cookies and stuff like that and see if that's what's causing it not push out into the For You page. So I'll be back in like 1 minute. All right, 1 minute. See ya then. Okay, let's try that. Or maybe there's just a lot of people live. Is that what's happening? Free up space. Yeah, I got a lot in my cache. I said cookies, I meant cache. Clear. Go live. What is this flag? I don't care. Your inferior memory. Fahrenheit is 2,000, 2 times as precise as Celsius. All right. Welcome in, everybody. How we doing? Welcome in. How we doing, everybody? Keep on tapping that screen. Let's go. Let me join. Only if you think it's wrong to be in a gay relationship. Looking for debates right now. And you're 18 or older. Erica, thank you for the gamer cat. Appreciate you. That's cat with the S. Sydney, thank you for the heart me. Appreciate you, Erica. Oh my god, these fucking shit. The Twitch chat's crazy. Hello, can I get your age, please?
I'm 28.
All right, can I get your best argument, please?
Say it again?
Can I get your best argument, please?
Being a lesbian is wrong because I don't have a girlfriend, so they shouldn't have a girlfriend.
Oh my god, bro. Yeah, I guess that tracks. Appreciate you for coming in. It's always the first ones, right? All right, Tyler, can I get your age, please?
Say that again?
Can I get your age, please?
18.
All right, what's your best argument for why it's wrong?
Because I'm a Christian and it is against the law of sin. It's like a sin. And God created Adam and Eve, not Adam and Adam or Eve and Eve.
Okay, I shouldn't anybody care about your mythology.
Say that again? Sorry, I can't hear you well.
Why would people care about your mythology?
Because at the end of the day, people cannot believe in God, but once God comes down and shows that he is real, it's going to be a sin. And sadly, if they don't repent or
God
fix
can't
it or
come
change
down
it,
if he doesn't exist, right? So, like, what's the
but
argument?
God does exist.
Yeah, so what's the argument that the Christian God exists?
Because there's a whole Bible written about it, and
there's a lot of Bibles about a lot of religions.
But there's a lot of proof of the God being real.
Okay, what's the proof that the Bible gives that the Christian God exists?
All the books, like I was just reading today in Job, and Colossians, it talks about how if you believe in God, you'll live a safe life, a happy life, and if you don't repent and you don't have sin, sadly, you're not going to be good.
No, I'm asking you for proof, right? I'm not asking you to just give me verses out of the Bible. I'm asking you for proof that the Christian God exists.
But with Christianity that shows that lesbians is wrong.
Yeah, I understand that you're making the claim. I'm asking you, why would anybody accept the claim just because you tell them that the book says so?
Because that's what people like. That's the truth. Like at the end of the
Yeah,
day.
why is that the truth?
Because there's a whole religion about that. Like
Yeah, there's religions about a lot of things. That doesn't make them true. I'm asking you, why is
those are
your religion
prophets.
specifically true?
Other religions are false prophets.
Yeah, they say that about your religion. So what makes yours different?
Because there's so much proof. Even
Yeah,
scientists.
okay, now we're back to the proof. What's the proof that the Christian God
Even
exists?
scientists have expressed that their walk in science, like going studying science, is that they believe in God. Like at the end of the day, like God is real.
Okay. Thank you for just repeating the claim. I appreciate you coming up. Okay. Yeah, you sound too young anyway to be 18. I don't think you're 18. All right. All right. If you do think it's wrong, and please make sure you're 18 or older, go ahead and hop on the guest request, please. Thank you. Plan B. Keep tapping that screen, folks. We're at 4,000. Let's get up to 25,000. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. And yeah, let's hit that share button. I think we're at, what does it say, 50? Oh yeah, let's do it. VDC did. All right. Again, if you're opposition, go ahead and hop on the guest request. We'd love to talk to you in a pejorative sense. Okay. After this, we're gonna debate Trump supporters. After we do a few debates on this, we're gonna come back and debate some Trump supporters. So all that good stuff. Bet, thank you for the partner. That guest was calling directly from a youth group with the tax exempt Wi-Fi. That's crazy. Sue, thank you for the shares. Oh man, I thank you for the heart, man. Yeah, if you think it's wrong, I think we've converted all these people. It's weird. Debating these people is like a form of conversion therapy against homophobia. It's crazy. Protect me from this child. I hope this isn't up. We'll see. Nope, they're gone. Never mind. All right, we're at 8.8. Let's go. Let's get up to 25K. Let's go. Keep tapping the screen. Got 140 people watching. Let's go. I don't think I had like one real debate yet. Yeah, I just started like 30 minutes ago. Lux, thank you so much for the rose. Appreciate you. I don't know why I love women. There'll be one at least. You think so? I'm gonna give it a few minutes, and then we're just gonna go to debating Trump supporters. I think this happened on the last live. We got a couple debates, and then it just kind of slowed down. I don't know why. It's probably the background. I think TikTok doesn't push out this background anymore like it used to. It used to push it out to like 400 or 500 people. And that was just a couple months ago. MAGA background works better. Yeah, it does. Broader group of people. Let's see if this guy's a op. If not, then I don't know what to do. Hello, can I get your age, please?
I'm 21.
All right, what's your argument?
There's nothing wrong with being lesbian, but I'm Christian.
Okay.
But if anybody has anything to say contrary that are Christians, just don't fucking listen to them.
Oh yeah.
You have another one. You have another one up, and I'm waiting for you when you put it up, and I'll join again.
Okay. All right. You have a great rest of your day. Okay.
You too.
All right. If you have an argument for why it's wrong to be in a gay relationship, go and hop on in the guest requests and see what you got. Guest requests are open. Let's go. Jesse, thank you for the popular. Is this a new Star Wars lo-fi song? What the fuck? I haven't heard this one. Jawa lo-fi. Oh, they must have added that one recently. Interesting. I want to hear it. It's on you. It's on Twitch and YouTube. We're live over there too. Sue, thank you for the ham heart. Appreciate you. Hello, can I get your age, please? Hello?
Because I'm also lesbian.
That's crazy, bro. Tisk. What he said? He said because I'm also lesbian or something like that. I don't know. Something on Grindr. Yeah, they're spending their time on Grindr right now. Yeah, there you go. All right. Okay. Listen, I'm gonna let the next guest in. If you are not somebody who thinks that it's wrong to be in a gay relationship, do not join the guest request. Also, if you are 18, under the age of 18, also do not join the guest request. Thank you. All right, let's set the next person up. Oh, nobody. Okay. Did anyone see the FCC chair in front of Congress? I saw a clip of him. Like an idiot. Amanda, thank you for the heart me. Dan, thank you for the follow. Yeah, 150 people. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna give this a couple minutes, and we're gonna scrap this one for the night, and then debate some Trump supporters. I know we'll get debates on that. Why do you think it's bad? Why do you think that I think it's bad? I don't understand. Why would you think that? Caitlin, thank you for the heart me. Accomplice is crazy. What? That's wild, bro. I would love to hear a real argument about this. Yeah, I haven't heard any good ones yet, so. I'm gonna charge my phone. heard the impeachment committee went well for the Republicans against Jack Smith. Yeah, they didn't want it to be public because, like, he was gonna tell them, yeah, beyond reasonable doubt, Donald Trump committed multiple different felonies and trying to illegally keep himself in office after he lost the 2020 election. So that's why they made it closed. That's why Republicans made it closed doors. And then, like, Republicans are like, there's like little Republicans on Twitter, like the little verified accounts that pay for their verification, right? Going around saying shit like, what do they say? Like, oh, Jack Smith is hiding behind closed doors. He won't be in public. Yeah, that's Republicans' fault. He wants it to be public. Yeah, take it up with your representatives, okay? Okay. Worst? Are you like citing Drake? Worst? I vote Vanity Fair background. I'm not catching that reference. I don't know what that means. Worst. Oh wait, we got an op. Landon. Oh, Landon, get on the guest request. Come on. Landon, where you at? Oh, JD Vance Vanity Fair. Okay. I didn't see the article. I heard about like an article. I didn't see the picture on it. What's up, B? At least pick wise. Let's see if we can get some debates in here, bro. Hello, can I get your age, please?
Nigger, nigger, faggot, faggot, nigger, nigger, faggot, faggot, nigger, nigger,
You know I
faggot,
can
faggot,
find
nigger,
who your.
nigger,
You know I can find who your.
faggot, faggot,
You know I
faggot,
can.
faggot,
I'm gonna
faggot.
find who your mom is, right? And I'm gonna make sure that she gets this recording. So appreciate you. No, stay up here so we can find out.
Faggot, faggot,
Stay up
faggot.
here. Stay up here.
Get your bitch ass up.
Stay up here. Stay up here. I got you, kid. All right, we got you. We gonna call your mama, okay? All right. Anyway, let's get an actual debate in here. Hello, can I get your age, please?
Can you say that one more time for me?
Can I get your age, please?
19.
All right. What's your best argument for why it's wrong?
I think it's wrong. I just go by the religion that I'm by. Like, I'm a Christian. I read the book. I wouldn't say it's bad, but it's not necessarily good. Like, I don't know.
Do you think it's wrong? Do you think somebody shouldn't do it?
No.
You don't think somebody... Okay, so you don't think it's wrong.
You shouldn't be a lesbian.
Why?
Yeah. Science is not made for you to...
Bro, what year were you born?
2006.
All right, you sound young. All right, anyway, whatever. Science wasn't what?
It's not made for you to go with your, like... I'm trying to say this in the
Science
best way
isn't
possible.
made. What do you think science is? You think we just made science?
Not necessarily that. Just going by the book. You're not really supposed to date your own gender.
Well, that's the claim. We're asking you to justify the claim. Why aren't you supposed to do that?
You're just not supposed to.
Well, you're saying it again. Can you give an argument that supports the claim?
You're not supposed to.
Yeah, I understand. The claim is you're not supposed to be in a same-sex relationship. Why are you not supposed to?
You can't reproduce.
Oh, okay. So if you can't reproduce, then you're doing something morally wrong? I don't understand.
No, if you can't reproduce, you're doing something wrong.
Okay, so all kids are like doing something morally wrong because they haven't hit puberty yet?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you were doing something morally wrong until you hit puberty.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're born with a genetic condition that doesn't allow you to like have kids, then you're doing something morally wrong.
Hmm.
And what are you doing that's morally wrong?
You're not populating the world.
But they can't. Like nature's causing them not to. Or if
Okay,
you're a
then
Christian,
adopt the kid.
your God is not allowing them to. No, you said reproduce.
I have
Adopting
what
a child
religion
is
are
not
you?
reproduction.
What religion are you?
I don't believe in magic.
You don't. Religion is not magic, sir.
Yeah, it is. How did Jesus get resurrected?
It's not.
Magic.
It's not.
What the
It's
fuck?
not.
Do you think he
So
naturally
are you
resurrected?
are you antheist?
Am I entheist? Can you say that word again?
I forgot the word.
Bruh, I need you to.
You know what I'm
just
saying.
Stop. Just stop. Just get out of here, bro. I'm from ancient Athena. I'm an Athenist. Athenian. Oh my god. I can't tonight, bro. Alright, I just want to debate Trump supporters now. Put your mom on the phone. Ducko with the 15 stream streak. Appreciate you. I think it's too love Kobe. Yeah, when you're born with the genetic condition that doesn't allow you to reproduce, then you're a sinner. Okay. Streaking for 15 streaks, Nikita. It's ungodly. I don't even know what that means. If you're not all powerful, that makes you ungodly. If you're not all knowing, that makes you ungodly. The fuck? Anyway, I invited you up here if you want to debate. Cool. Landon, why are you still in the why are you still in the comment section? Why aren't you up here? Not of God. Yeah, omnipotence is a property of God. And if you're not omnipotent, you're ungodly. Okay, there you go. Alright, we're going to give it like 2 more minutes and then we're going to do the Trump topic. Okay. Also, check out the new Pennywise edit I put on my page. Erica, thank you for the gamer cat. Appreciate you. Play some music. Well, the only music you guys can hear is like TikTok music in the background, which is kind of trash. But we do have Twitch and YouTube music over here if you guys come over there. I have not even watched Fallout Season 1. I haven't even played Fallout. So, yeah. Maple Maga is a wild concept. Yeah, play Fallout. All I remember is, all I know about it is the little boy with his thumbs up, and then, I watched some gameplay of it. It's like they were in a house and there was a nuclear explosion or something like that. I don't remember much. It's so light though. Oh, like too bright. Is that his name, Vault Boy? Twitch is better watching. Yeah. I'm just trying to grow my viewership over there too. Because we're also going to be doing like reactions and stuff like that, covering the news when we're not on TikTok. So it's a good place to be. Anyway, okay, so we're gonna debate some Trump supporters because this isn't sending out here. I don't know why TikTok is suppressing this topic here. Well, I guess I do know why. All right, I'll be back in about 10 seconds. We're gonna restart. We're gonna debate some Trump supporters. All right, let's do it. See you then. All right. Yeah, that was really slow over there with that. There we go. All right. I feel like the Star Wars lo-fi is way too loud. All right. Let's go. What skyline is this? I don't know. I took it off Google Images. I have no clue. Sue, thank you so much for the popular. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Welcome in, folks. Welcome in. Welcome in. If you are a Trump supporter, go and hop on in the guest request. We're going to get started tonight. We tried to do the lesbian topic, but TikTok was suppressing that. And look, we're already at 80, so it looks like this topic is doing a lot better. And so we'll see how that works, but I don't know. Anyway, let's get to the first guest. Benjamin, you are live. Can I get your age, please? Hello?
Yo.
Yeah, what's up? Can I get your age, please?
21.
Roger that. You a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
Okay, you want to give us reasons why before we get started?
Yeah. One reason is probably in virtue of the fact that he upholds and promotes the idea that like men can't become women and vice versa.
Men can, when you say men can't become women, you mean males can't become females?
No.
What do you mean by men then?
By men, an adult human male.
And then by women, what do you mean?
Adult human female.
Okay, so you do mean an adult human male becoming an adult human female.
Yeah, but that's not what you said before. You just said male and female.
Yeah, I mean the adult human would be constant, right? So this would just be a male becoming a female, right? Okay, so anyway, so yeah, I don't know anybody who believes that other than like I guess a Christian would be committed to that view that a male can become a female. But you know, trans activists I don't think agree with that unless, you know, unless they affirm that in like the future with technology or something like that. Or it depends on what you mean by male or female.
Okay, well, maybe the way that I could put this better is, I could maybe put this in a better way to elucidate or illuminate my idea. It seems like Trump and people on the right have a definition of woman that is proper. It seems like it's correct. It's an adult human female. It seems like people on the left, in order to include T woman as part of their definition of woman, they have to obviously use a very idiosyncratic definition of the word woman. They usually have to say something like anybody who aligns with a certain set of like a psychosocial schema of like a female archetype, and somebody who meets like a set amount of like sufficient conditions and traits that align with like femininity. So I think that that's an issue because I have good reason to believe that that's not the definition of woman.
When you say, okay, so you're a linguistic prescriptivist?
I don't know if Kripkean semantics is prescriptivist.
Do you think, because you're assuming that there is a correct definition of a word?
Oh, well, well.
Like, what's the correct
when
definition?
I say correct, I'm not necessarily.
Oh, go ahead. Well, you said
I'm not necessarily saying. Well, I guess what I could say is it's just less idiosyncratic.
Okay,
Mhm.
so you think when most people are talking and say the word woman, you think that they're referring to, what do you mean by female?
By female,
Yeah.
yeah, I could just say a very uh, loose way of saying this is somebody who I think it's like you need to meet a certain amount of traits that are
Hmm.
disjunctively necessary. It's like 5 traits. Those could be like I think it's chromosomes, the Müllerian pathway, having ovaries. Um, there's 5 in total, and as long as you there's 3 out of 5 that are disjunctively necessary. So I'd say that somebody who's a female is somebody who meets 3 out of those 5 traits.
And why do you think that that is the common usage of the term? Somebody who holds that what it means to be a female is this disjunctive set of traits. Do you have like
Why
some
do I
sort of
think that
argument
that's
for
the
that?
common usage of
Yeah.
female?
I don't think most people
I
know what
never
like
claimed.
chromosomes are. Yeah, because you said when other people use different conceptualizations of the term, they're using idiosyncratic language, which means that you believe that the definition that supposedly that Trump affirms is not idiosyncratic. And I'm asking what the argument for that is.
Um, okay, I'm kind of confused. I never made the claim that this is how most lay people use the word female. Um,
Well, like when they say
so,
woman, that includes female, and when they say female, like the question that
oh, okay.
that I asked you was how you're using the term female. That would be related. I'm not asking your specific view on what it means to be a woman. I'm asking you with respect to the context of us talking about
Oh,
Trump.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, if you're asking how him and people that align with his view of what woman is, how they're referring to female, it'd probably be something like anybody whose internal system um, mostly points towards the production of large gametes.
Okay, you think that that is a common usage of the term?
Uh, yeah, I mean, most likely.
Most likely. Do you have reasons to believe that?
Yeah, I think that a lot of dictionaries, which dictionaries track common usage, I think a lot of dictionaries use a similar definition as to the one I gave.
Okay, so they track common usage, and so that's going to be your evidence that this is a common usage. So if I went to Donald Trump's executive order, right, and I went to the dictionary, you think I would get like roughly the same definition?
If I went to Trump's executive order,
Yeah, because
um,
that's where he defined it in his executive order.
oh, well, I'm not committed to the
Or you're
idea
just
that
saying Republicans
Trump
in general?
defines. Yeah, I'm not committed to the idea that Trump or
I
Republicans
got you. For sure.
define female um, in a way that's like quote unquote more correct or less idiosyncratically. I'm saying that the word that they define less idiosyncratically is the word woman specifically.
Yeah, but that includes the word female, which has its own conceptualization, right? Because if like let's say like what we meant by female is just like perceived as phenotypically what most people who produce large gametes generally have phenotypically. If that's what is meant by female, I think that's what a lot of people refer to um, when they call somebody a woman is like their overall net how they perceive them phenotypically. I think that is, but I don't care about defending that. But regardless, like in his definition, right? That's a definition that seemed to be very idiosyncratic. So if you're just talking about like Trump himself, I would say that that's idiosyncratic. But if you're talking about like Republicans in general, like the Republican Party, right? I don't know how they use the term. They seem to switch around a lot. And by the way, and
I
like
could
a broader point, I don't know why this would be motivating generally for like voting, right? Because like I could say like a lot of Christians use idiosyncratic definitions of terms like love and good and evil and stuff like that, which I think is a lot more problematic.
that's fine. Maybe I mean besides idiosyncratic, another thing I could add on to the list is okay, so I actually have 2 things to say. Number one, I could bite the bullet and say that Trump or Republicans have an idiosyncratic definition of female. That's fine as long as they have a more proper and less idiosyncratic thank you for the gifts and less idiosyncratic meaning of the word woman, then I guess that'd be like sufficient for me. And something else that I'll add on is that along with just idiosyncrasies, I could also say that the left tends to hold to an epistemically unjustified meaning of the word woman, meaning their meaning of the word woman has lots of holes. There's lots of reductios that could fall under their view, and that's a reason to reject the left's view on this topic. So I'll add that in.
Oh yeah, I mean we run the reductios here against them all the time. Like for example, if you're like one of the disjunctive sets that you gave was like chromosomes. If you like a lot of them will just say like if you have XY chromosomes, then you are male. And then we just give them cases where somebody with XY chromosomes has gotten pregnant, and then they're committed to just the view that a male can get pregnant, right? Like that's just like the obvious reductio. And I think, by the way, and this is just evidence anecdotally from my part, when I ask people what they mean by female, most of the time, and what they mean by male, most of the time they're referring to chromosomes. I would say it's probably more towards 60%, and then the other 40 will try to use something like gamete production, something like that. I mean, yeah, those reductios. I mean, when you say it's epistemically inaccessible, all right, there's a lot of
unjustified, not inaccessible, epistemically unjustified.
Oh, what would be the difference there?
Well, it sounds like when you're saying something is epistemically inaccessible, it sounds like you're saying that you don't have access or you don't have a proper way to know X. So I don't know. I mean, a lot of people use that in like metaethics. By epistemically unjustified, I could mean like that you did not go through a process of like proper deliberation and considerations when picking out your view or holding to a certain view. You don't have independent justification or like independent evidence as to what raises the probability of your like specific hypothesis being true. So like if they have a certain hypothesis as to like what a woman is, and they subscribe to like, let's say a woman being a cluster concept, or woman being something like having to self-ID and actually identify with a certain type of like psychosocial schema, then maybe they didn't consider the fact that like, well, what if somebody's in a coma or a vegetative state? Those people don't have introspection, so how could those people be women at that point? So that's what I meant.
Yeah, like so. Well, okay, so you're targeting like, so for example, there are different definitions that have to do with like, for example, you might say, well, the DSM-5, when it tries to look at what gender dysphoria is, it has a conjunct of two different properties. One is the property of being trans, the other is the property of the incongruence causing like clinically significant distress. And the psychologists, the people who and the scientists who work on that first conjunct of whether somebody is trans, in the DSM-5, it describes it as many different traits that person could have, like a strong, persistent, and consistent desire to be of the opposite sex or to be perceived as of the opposite sex, right? And we understand that that's something that that is something that somebody wants to or has that desire for, that strong net preference for. And we also have like internal studies and things like that, like on brain scans and things like that, that shows that could be explained by differences of brain structure, different hormones, receptors being attached in utero. There's strong epistemic practice for that. And so there's like definitions that say something like, oh yeah, I think like what it means to be a woman is to have like a strong counterfactual persistent net preference for being like female, all things considered, right? Or something like that. That's one definition I've heard. And then regarding the other ones that you gave to me, I mean, these are like, you're saying that like these are definitions that are meant to try to describe the language that people generally use. Like why do people and also the actions behind why people treat each other, right? One like novel one is how conservatives treat trans women as opposed to trans men, even if all things are equal. Like what explains why conservatives are mad that like when a trans woman takes her top off in front of the White House, why they're mad at that, but not when a trans man does the same thing, because they were standing right next to each other. What explains that? In conjunction with the data, like why do people use language in the way that they do, and why does this persist throughout societies and multiple different societies? Why did this assist with the um, um, yeah, why does this persist throughout society? I think when you say that it's not like probability raising, I, like all they're doing is just trying to explain in those definitions. I think you were talking about. They're just trying to explain how they see people use language, right? And I mean that's just descriptive. Again, like that's why I asked whether you were linguistic prescriptivist, because it's just trying to describe how people use a certain term. Very similar to how Socrates was trying to ask Euthyphro, like how do you define like pious and impious? He's just like trying to understand how people use the word good and bad and things like that.
Okay, well, a couple things. If if the definition of trans, you said, could be um, having a counterfactual net. You said, what was the next word after net? You said having some sort of net desire, all things
Desire,
considered, to
preference,
want to
something
be
like that.
female.
Or you might say they might see that they have more, they recognize that they have more reason to be female or something like that. Yeah.
Okay. Um, Part of my issue is that how would you address that if we look at something like Pew Research? It seems like in 2022, if I'm remembering correctly, they did a survey, and most Americans, when they think about something like gender, they're using it synonymously with sex. Um, it seems like, right, it seems like then the trans community would not be having would not be using a definition which aligns with how most Americans are using the word.
But you said it's synonymous, like it's numerically identical to the word, or it's just associated with the word sex, with sex.
Um, Let me pull it
Because
up.
nobody disagrees that it's associated with sex. But then, like, I agree, like a lot of conservatives
Not just
believe that it is
associate.
sex. It's just like
No,
another
not just
word for the word
associated.
sex. Yeah, good.
Okay, so yeah, gender is determined by their sex at birth. So it seems like most U.S. adults, specifically like 6 in 10 U.S. adults, say that whether a person is a man or woman is determined by their sex assigned at birth. So yeah.
Yeah, like what would that, like what was that looking to object to?
It's looking to object to that most people tend to be using a word a certain way, and that
Yeah, that's
the
not
way that
that's not what I was. Okay, so I was target when I said that how people are describing how people use the term. I was describing the other concepts that you were talking about, like cluster concept and things like that. I haven't like some of those views I'm familiar with some I'm not. The one that I was specifically, the one that you're responding to, people have reason to believe that because I was using like scientific evidence. Like for example, the DSM-5, which does define being trans in that first conjunctive category, right? So that wouldn't be them trying to describe what it means, how people are using the term, because then if you're saying that that's what they're trying to do, then that just wouldn't be objecting to the argument. The argument is like, hey, like it seems to be that there's something in common between trans women and cis women, and it seems to be this counterfactual net preference, right? And then, right, some people come up with language that say, well, that's what it means to be a woman or something like that.
Okay, well, my critique wasn't to you. My critique was more so to the left, or like a left-leaning idea, that it seems like if they want to include trans woman in the umbrella category of woman, they're either going to have to use, it seems like, an idiosyncratic definition, or they're going to have to use some sort of cluster concept. And the issues that I have, it seems like there's reductios to both of those views.
Why would that motivate your vote, though? I don't understand. And like,
well, my vote is cumulative. This would just be one of the reasons. So
that's one of your reasons for vote. Okay, so do you think
do
you think it would be like, okay, so you think I'm like justified in voting against them because they use love and evil and good in idiosyncratic ways, like as Christians, evangelical a lot too.
Well, I guess
Like, are you
the
Christian?
symmetry breaker. No,
Okay, go ahead.
I guess the symmetry breaker that I could find there. Why I'm not even actually sure if I'm going to grant that. Why do you say that they use love in an idiosyncratic way?
Yeah, they'll say Jesus loves you, right? So that's they're using a sense of love that most people don't associate with like how people use love, right? So for example, we could just apply it in so many different cases, right? Your child is like has debilitating bone cancer. You have a very easy button to cure them, right? We would expect that if you love your child, or if you love any child, right?
Mm,
But if you love your child, you're just going to cure them. And then Jesus says, no, I'm just going to let you go through that and suffer, right? So what conceptualization of love are you having there? I could just keep going through the Bible, like book by book, and be like, okay, yeah, this you seem to be using love in a different way that we wouldn't use for like pretty much any. We would call it insane to say that somebody loves you if they did what Jesus or God did.
are you familiar with Alvin Plantinga's free will defense?
Yeah, transworld depravity. Yeah.
Do you buy it at all?
No. I mean, he said that it's like logically, but I mean that's the problem of evil. Where we're talking about like love here, like how people are using the term love. But I'll just address that quickly. No, I don't think it's possible that an all good God would create a world. Given that he's maximally opposed to evil, would create a world in which he knows that there's going to be evil. That means he intends for evil to come about. Evil is just that which ought not occur. So it's just contradictory to say that God thinks that it ought to occur something that ought not occur. Right? It just doesn't make any sense.
Okay, what if the love that they're referring to is because it has the suffering, right? What if it has a soul healing purpose, and then the love is insofar as it makes your another aspect of you, like your soul, grow in a meaningful way?
Yeah, I mean that's just going to be a different way that we use the term. Like, listen, some Christians do believe that they like, uh, I mean, but those are the extreme ones, like the Westboro Baptist Church, right? They say like, oh, this flood happened because God loves us and He's like punishing us and things like that. But like, if a child gets like tortured or raped or things like that, nobody uses love. Like, okay, I'm allowing this to happen because I think this is going to like help you out in the long run. Nobody uses love in that sense, right? They only apply like it's either they mean love in the same sense, in which case they're special pleading for God, or they just mean something completely different.
Mm-hmm.
So that's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Same with good and evil.
No,
but,
I mean,
but listen, somebody did pay to move on, but I do appreciate you for the conversation.
oh, okay,
right?
that's fair. Okay, have a
Take
good
it
one,
easy.
bro.
All right, Feisty Bot with the $20 on Super Chat. I appreciate you for the kick, including Oakby topping it off over there. I appreciate you guys for the kick. We're going to move on to the next one. If you are a Trump supporter, go ahead and hop on the guest request, and we'd love to talk to you. Also, Taro, thank you for the $2. What are kids good for other than field goals? Is crazy. Thank you for the Super Chat over on YouTube. I appreciate you. We're going to get the next person in here. Let's see if they want to join. Santini. Oh, they're gone. Okay, never mind. All right, if you are a Trump supporter, go ahead and hop on the guest request. Let me open up the panel here. We got Nanners in the house. Thought I saw Satan too, but I guess he's ready to go to sleep.
Did Logic go to sleep? I don't know. He probably left because of the
okay.
Bill bro. Yeah, I'll send it to him again. Let him know that you're off of the bullshit.
Yeah. Let's see. Taro is canceling an IRI check right now. RIP. Oh my God. All right. If you are a Trump supporter, go and hop on the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. We have 32 people over on Twitch, 73 over on YouTube. Fuck with me. Let's go. And again, if you are a Trump supporter, go and hop on the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. I'll give it a couple minutes and then we'll restart and try to see if we can get another debate. Because it looks like tonight is very slow. Did y'all see Erica Kirk said that people should study the Old Testament too? Like she said it with aggression during that stupid town hall with the fucking eyes. Like,
God, that woman is evil.
yeah, I studied the Old Testament. That's why I'm an atheist. Honestly, I need some water. I'll be right back.
Okay. Hey, folks, let's get to tapping and sharing and gifting and doing all the things so that we can push this out to the FYP. Any kind of gift or like or share helps push this out. And it is kind of a slow night, and we don't like that. So do what you can to support the stream so that we can get some debates going. Also, if you want, you can also send me gifts. Also, I don't know about y'all, but I definitely was starting to fall asleep waiting for the Philbro bullshit to be done. Carbon definitely woke me up when he brought me up. There's something about Philbroing when they do it like that. It's just so monotone and like even keeled that it just like it's so calming, and it puts you in like a trance and just out like a light.
Holy shit, did we get a raid or something? We're at 190 people now.
I did not see anyone say raid.
Or was it always around that number?
Yeah, very much. Philbro ASMR put Mommy Nanners sleepy by. Thank you, everyone, for the gifts. I appreciate you. Received the membership since last time I was here. Thanks to whoever gifted me. Hell yeah. I think I think that was the last stream that we had. Somebody gifted, I think 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. I'm pretty sure. Not sure. All right, hello. Can I get your age, please?
Yeah, thank you. I'm 32.
All right. You're a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I had a question for you. I want to know. Yes, I did say it. So I do have a question for you, though. I want to know: how are you not a radical extremist? You believe that trans people are allowed to have gender affirming care. You believe that freedom maximizing is the number one societal value.
Cool. I'll answer the question.
How are you not an extremist?
Yeah, I heard you the first time. Yeah, so when you said gender affirming care, do you just mean social transitioning?
You see how you're not answering? I don't know what question are you answering.
Yeah, I'm asking what you mean by gender affirming care. Do you understand that people mean different things when they say gender affirming care? So what do you mean by gender affirming care? Are you including social transitioning? Yes or no?
When you support trans people in transitioning using gender affirming care, how does that not make you an extremist?
So I asked you a question. What do you mean by gender affirming care? Did you not understand the question?
Yeah, gender affirming care. We could use the example of the gender affirming care of students in schools, for example. Most therapies or most students, when they go to therapy sessions or consultation sessions, a lot of them are getting accepted into these gender affirming care studies and sessions, and it's starting really early.
So
we could do
you
the
just
example
mean
of
therapy?
that.
So I heard therapy.
No,
So
no, it's not therapy.
You
It's
said
gender
because I
affirming
asked you what
care.
you mean by gender affirming care, and you just said the word gender affirming care again. You understand what it means to define a word?
Therapy is going to talk to somebody and expand on your issues. Gender affirming care is the medical process and the transitioning process of trying to solve these issues using hormonal therapies or other invasive procedures like possible surgeries.
No.
Okay.
No.
How
Okay,
does
and
that
you
not
say-
make you an extremist when you
And
support
only
something
for
like
kids,
that on
right?
trans-
Or are you saying for all trans people?
Sure, let's make the argument for the children. Yeah, for these,
Yeah, so-
if you support something like this for children, how are you not an extremist?
Cool. So the same way you support puberty blockers for cis kids, I support puberty blockers for trans kids, as long as there's a lot of medical intervention. The doctors affirm that this is what's best for the child. They go through a lot of consistent
Yeah, but
things
how
like
does
that.
that not make
So
you an
if I don't know
extremist,
why
though?
I'm being overtalked right now. So if I'm an extremist
not
so
answering
I
the
don't know
question.
why I'm being overtalked right now. So if I'm an extremist because I support, for example, puberty blockers in special cases, then you're an extremist for also supporting puberty blockers for kids with precocious puberty. Or do you not support that? Just to be sure.
So you're talking about a medical intervention
Yes.
for a hormonal imbalancement that could end their lives.
Nope,
That's
couldn't.
producing hormonal. Yeah, it could. Like
Oh wait,
gynecomastia
do you
could, that's a
consider
hormonal imbalance. Can I
self-unaliving
finish?
as?
Can I finish? Why are you
Do
talking?
you
Why are you
consider
talking? Why are
self-unaliving
you
as
talking? I
ending
haven't
one's
finished my
life?
point.
Yes or no?
I haven't finished my point, by the way.
Oh yeah, you asked me a question, but I was answering. But go ahead and finish your question, and then
So you're
you're
answering. So
dodging
what is
after.
unaliving? Did I bring up unaliving for you?
Yeah,
guys,
you
or
said
what?
you said it in their life. So yes.
I never said in their life. I'm saying in their life. I'm saying how
END or
is,
IN?
a
Sorry, I
person
couldn't hear you.
in public. Look, listen to me. You're talking about a hormonal imbalancement, a medical procedure to balance hormones. So you're talking about something that a doctor prescribes for a very specific case. We're talking about gender affirming care that is generalized to most children as almost a first procedure of care, and is actually being popularized in schools now. And it starts with therapy, and it turns into hormonal therapy for no hormonal imbalancement. It's only a gender identical brain imbalancement. It's like a mental identity. It's a mental identity imbalance. It's not a hormonal imbalance.
So if a child has gynecomastia,
let me finish, please.
No, you've been talking for like a minute, bro. By the way,
No, let me
I
just
really
make the point.
just no
Let me
wait, hold
just-
on, real quick. So when it comes to, like, for example, gynecomastia, for a lot of young boys who are not trans, they get
Yeah, you
hormonal
have to
treatment.
deal
I don't
with
know
that.
why I'm being overtalked.
Yeah.
Right. So they get a lot of treatment for that, and that has nothing to
Because
do.
you might die,
that has
yes.
nothing. No, that's not a life-threatening
No,
situation.
gynecomastia does not
You are a liar.
any kind
You are a
of
liar.
danger.
This is
Hello?
exactly why deconstruction zone
You don't think
and
hormonal
T-jump
imbalancement can
and
kill you?
every single person you debate on theism completely cooks you. You're an idiot. Okay, now when you say
Who the
gyneco,
fuck are you? Do you know who the fuck I am?
yes, I know
who the
you
fuck
are. You
Manar
got
is?
cooked by
Do you know
T-jump,
who
and you
Manar
got
is?
cooked,
Then
and you
shut
got
the fuck up
cooked,
and debate.
and you
Then
got
debate.
cooked,
Don't
and you
talk
got.
over
I don't know
me.
why I'm being overtalked right now. And you got cooked by deconstruction zone. I just wanted to throw
You
that out there.
believe
But regardless, gynecomastia is not life-threatening.
You don't believe long-term hormonal imbalancement in the body. You don't
Give me
believe
a
that's
study
the-
on that. Give me a study that gynecomastia is life-threatening too.
Why the fuck do they start growing tits?
That
then?
sounds
Because
like a
they're having-
question. That doesn't sound
Hey,
like
hey,
an
hey,
answer
can
to
I
my
finish
question.
an
No.
answer? Can
I
I
asked
finish
you
an
a question.
answer?
What is your empirical research that gynecomastia in children is life-threatening? Go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna do one Google search. Is hormonal imbalancement damaging long term? Okay, hormonal.
No, I asked gynecomastia. Don't try to dodge the question. I asked,
You
gynecomastia
specifically said-
has a life-threatening
Gynecomastia is an
situation.
indication of hormonal imbalance.
Find us a source that says gynecomastia.
Find
is
us a source
life-threatening.
that says gynecomastia is life-threatening.
Yes,
and that's the reason.
gynecomastia is threatening because it is an indication of hormonal imbalancement, and long-term hormonal imbalancement can be leading to complete death or harmful, much.
What's the
bigger
name of the
harmful
study?
risks.
What's the name of the study?
What fucking study?
Oh,
Google search right now.
He's
dude.
looking
Is
at fucking
gynecomastia
AI.
Look at
Wait, okay, so
what the fuck
Maynard,
do you
I'm
want?
going to
I'm
ask
finding
you
it in the
this
first
question
study.
again. I'm going to ask, give me a study that shows that gynecomastia, if not treated, is going to result in death or has high likelihood of death or a very large increased risk of death. Go ahead. Give me one else.
Crashing the
Don't get
fuck
mad
out
just
with the
because you came in here with a claim that you weren't able to defend, right? Every single claim that you make, I will ask you to
I'm gonna
defend it.
answer your question
Go
if you
ahead.
allow me.
Hurry up. Give me the name of the study. I don't want anything other than the name of the study.
All right, very quickly on everyday health, I'm looking at an article here. Men with gynecomastia may be at risk with increased risk of early death. Gynecomastia, enlarged breast tissue in men that's not caused by excess weight, was associated with a 37% higher risk of death before the age of 75. Go fuck yourself, you fucking bitch.
All right, what's the name of the study? You said Everyday Health?
Everyday health, men with excess breast
That's the
tissue
name?
may
I'm
be
sorry,
at
that's the name of the study?
of early death. It says men with excess breast tissue may be at
All right, let's
increased
see.
risk of early death. That's the name of the study.
That's
Go fuck
not
yourself.
caused by
You're
excess weight. All right,
arguing
cool.
out
Let's
of
let's
ignorance.
let's
You're
look it up. Stop talking and let's look it up. Let's
Against
fact check
me-
what you're saying. I know you're crashing out. I love that. Okay, but we're gonna look up the study
Read the
and see
first
what you got.
sentence.
All right, so listen. Okay, so enlarged breast tissue. Where the name of the study is Everyday Health? Are they peer reviewed or are they citing a study?
The name of the website is everydayhealth.com. They have an article, new study that cites new studies. Findings suggest that men with unexplained gynecomastia should be evaluated by a doctor for other underlying health conditions.
I'm asking for children. I'm not. This study is about older men. I'm asking for fucking children. You fucking idiot.
You son of
I'm
a
asking.
dog.
I don't
You're
know
a son of a
why.
dog. You're done.
Okay, listen. You said you want to talk about kids and gynecomastia in kids,
You
right?
wanna
That's
debate?
what we said. Stop over talking me. Just because you no. I'm not asking about gynecomastia in older men, right? Because they have enlarged breast tissue. I don't know why I'm being overtalked right now. Listen, just because you're mad, now you're crashing out. Now you're crashing out because you realize this is not what was on your homework. The homework for you, yeah, I'm asking you. You're allowed to respond when I'm done talking. Thank you. Okay, so Manar or whatever the fuck your name is. So I asked you for a study that showed that this gynecomastia in these children, was like that was threatening to their lives, right? And by the way, you're gonna have to prove that that's the reason why doctors treat them, right? But that's not the reason why doctors treat boys who go through puberty in virtue of the fact that they're at risk for death. They do it because these boys have social issues. They don't want to be seen. They're not, they don't want to be seen as somebody with breasts and things like that. So they go through those kind of treatments. That's the reason why doctors generally do, unless it's a severe form or something like that, right? The study that you gave me is, I don't know why I'm being overtalked right. I don't know why I'm being overtalked right now. The study that you get, I still don't know why I'm being overtalked right now. Keep your mouth shut. Wait till I'm done. Now, it's specifically the study that you're citing, published in January 16. By the, I don't know why I'm overtalking right. You're overtalked right now. Okay. So the study that you gave me is a risk factor for elderly men. You fucking idiot. Now get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Thank you so much. Who sent that cash app? Hold on, I got you.
God, he was so emotional.
Bayou, thank you so much for the $25 for the kick over on Cash App. Bayou sent $25. This guy's voice is giving me long-term damage. Thank you so much, Bayou. I appreciate you. W Bayou in the chat. Yeah, he thought he could get away with that. I love that shit. Anyway, let's get to the next person. Please make sure that you're actually a Trump supporter and you won't crash out. Thank you. Let's go. Also, let me do a couple other shout outs real quick. Mr. Oakby, thank you for the gifted sub. Did somebody just send a gift that I missed? I think so. Maybe not.
A snow globe, I think.
Kermit, thank you for the snow globe. Appreciate you.
God, he was so angry. And for what? The way that he was like his entire life rested on this debate. And if you weren't going to debate him,
oh my God,
there is no more.
He's terrible. Okay, so he was debating T-Jump, who's an atheist debater or whatever. And they were debating more realism or something like that. And so every single time T-Jump started talking, he has his camera on and stuff like that. He's screaming at his chat because he can't allow another person to talk. He can't listen to what another person is saying. So his mic is muted and he's just screaming and he's running around in his fucking house and shit like that. It is the funniest shit ever. Yeah, you definitely should watch this guy try to defend his views. It's so fucking funny.
his intense typing kind of took me by surprise.
I love that shit.
Calm down, brother. Calm down.
How the fuck is a study that shows that elderly men are at risk if they have gynecomastia, right? How does that show anything for boys who just went through puberty? I want to know that. All right, we're gonna let our next person up. Please make sure you are over the age of 18. Please make sure you are a Trump supporter, and we'll get you on up here. 414, can I get your age, please?
I'm 31. My name is Rigo, and I live in Iowa.
Roger that, man. All right, you're a Trump supporter?
Yeah, but I didn't vote for him. I actually don't.
You don't
I don't know if I can vote or not. Nah, I'm a felon, so I don't know if I can vote or not. So I just don't vote.
You don't test it. But why do you support him though?
To be honest, I like his policy on deporting all the criminals that were let in the last 4 years before he was president.
Yeah, but that's mainly who he's not deporting, right? He's deporting a lot of non-violent, people who don't commit crimes. He's even deporting people who are going through the right way. He's deporting people before they get through their naturalization ceremony. He's now just recently, this past 24 hours, there's a memo that he's going to try to like denaturalize individuals who he doesn't like politically. That's not a good immigration policy.
But I think every president since him and before him have done the same thing.
That's not an argument for why we should support his policy. It's because other
Also,
people have
I
done a bad
recently saw
policy.
some clips of Reagan and Bush Sr. talking about immigration.
It really doesn't
And their
matter.
policies. Hold on, 414.
We
Hold on.
support him
Hold
because
on,
of the
hold on.
taxes.
Hey, hi. Hello, I'm gonna mute you if you don't stop. Anyways, I watched a clip recently of Reagan and Bush, and I don't like either of them. But the way that they talked on immigration, they held so much more humanity about it. The way that they addressed them, like, yeah, we've got an immigration issue, but like, let's create an avenue to make sure that people can come here legally. Like the loss of humanity that we've seen in the United States in the last 10 years over immigration is insane. I watched a woman, a pregnant woman, have an ICE agent put their knee on her neck and on her belly and then drag her through snowy fucking street by one arm. You're telling me that that should be a legal process? You think that that's good immigration policy? You think that that's good?
You break the law, that's what happens.
No, that's not what happens. That is unjust.
So,
are you pro-life?
You're telling me that if I beat my wife right now...
Wait, are you pro-life?
Yeah, I'm pro-life. Hell yeah.
So why do you think it's okay
I don't
for the
believe
government
in people killing
like
their
harm...
babies.
Okay, so why do you think it's okay for the government to like threaten a child in this case? And like a child of an immigrant.
So like I'm telling you right now, if I beat my wife right now, you think it's not okay for the police to come and take me to jail?
Yeah, but would
you
they
think it's okay for them to leave me here?
Would they
to be a danger to my wife and to my children?
Would it be justified in physically harming your child?
Wait, can you repeat that?
Would they be justified in physically assaulting your child for you doing that?
No, it would be justified for me to get arrested.
Okay, so they wouldn't be justified in physical, but Manners just brought up a case where they were harming a pregnant woman, which you believe that that's two people, right? So you think the woman was not innocent and the child was innocent, and yet they were punishing both of them with physical violence.
Is it just hearsay that she's pregnant?
No, it's on video.
Or is it verified?
No, it's on video.
It's been verified.
Everybody in there
knew
that it was that she was pregnant as well. But
because
yes, it's also
up to the
there was
I haven't seen anybody verify. They just say she's
hello,
pregnant.
Hello. There was like 40 people in the crowd, and her husband and several family members were there, all screaming she's pregnant, and it was confirmed she's pregnant. Is she still pregnant? We don't know.
Well, what would you like me to do?
Just because you break a civil law, because that's the severity of coming across illegally, is a civil law. No different than running a red light. You shouldn't be dragged to the street by one arm and have a knee pushing down on your neck or your stomach because you are here illegally. And mind you, this woman has zero criminal record. Neither did the man who had his legs crushed because an ICE agent decided to drive over his legs.
Well, I mean, if you want to come to our country, you got to follow our laws, man. That's just it.
That's what. Listen, he's deporting people who are trying to follow our laws, so it doesn't matter.
404. I don't want to presume too much, but as a Mexican woman myself, you've got a very specific twang in your voice, so I'm gonna assume. What generation are you?
I'm a millennial.
What generation? No. Like first, second. Were your parents or your grandparents immigrants?
My dad was an immigrant.
Yeah, so by Trump's logic, you and I both don't deserve birthright citizenship.
Well, my mom was born here, so
it doesn't matter. Listen, like Donald Trump is trying to deport. Donald Trump is trying to deport Somalians.
Well, can I tell you another dynamic about my family?
Sorry, is my mic working?
My dad is an illegal
immigrant. My mic was working, right? Okay, just making sure. I was still talking. All right, I appreciate you. So, so Donald Trump is trying to deport Somalians who were born here, and their parents are born here. He's also trying to deport them, mainly because of their ethnicity, which is, by the way, ethnic cleansing. So it doesn't matter whether your parents or your grandparents were like they just put out a memo very recently, right, that they're going to try to shoot for 200 to 300 denaturalization of legal citizens, right? Who didn't even commit crimes, by the way.
I got a
he
question.
just wants them to no longer have
I got a
citizenship,
question.
even if they're doing something legal. This is not about legal versus illegal for him. This is
I got
about,
a question. So
I don't like
my
the
dad
fact that
raped
you're
4
not a
of my
white person.
sisters, and he's an illegal migrant.
All right, so David, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. I appreciate you, David. I can't do it, bro.
Trying to compare a rapist to a
Donald Trump is
rapist,
a
okay,
rapist.
guys? Right. Also, trying to compare a rapist to a pregnant woman with 0 criminal record on the pathway to getting her legal status is not the same thing. And you don't get to talk about legality. You voted for a fucking felon. Or you didn't vote, but the man you support is a felon. Imagine that. You can't vote because you're a felon, but a felon can be in office? Make it make sense.
David said immediately no from me. They always eat to be like nonchalant. It's disgusting and disrespectful. Thank you so much, David, for that kick. I appreciate you. Plumber, can I get your age, please?
Me? 55.
Okay, you are a Trump supporter?
Yes.
Okay, you want to give us your best reasons why?
Well, I think people that come across the border should come illegally if they are not doing it correctly, even though they came over for years and they decide to have kids. You know, he ain't gonna separate them. They all go. I mean, if you break the rules, you get it.
He has separated
It's like now everybody says that. Well, it's the same thing as like crossing getting a red light. You know, there's a big difference when it's taking over the country.
They're not
and then you
taking over
guys
the
want
country.
to. They are. I mean, everywhere you go, yeah, they are. Everywhere you turn around, they want to push their flag. They want to say they have rights. And
They
then
do
when
have rights. What are you
argue
talking
with the
about?
police, and they do argue.
Yeah, you're
and
allowed
they
to
cause
argue.
Trouble.
Yeah.
They're gonna get thrown down in the ground, just like
Okay.
if someone breaks the law.
I'm sorry.
They're gonna get
Wait,
thrown
do
down on
you-
the ground and beat up.
Wait, so do you think that the government is justified in physical violence against a non-violent person who just simply merely overstayed their visa?
I have not seen, you know, I live in Chicago. I have not seen one of them say, "Oh, please stop. Please, I'll put my hands up."
Can I get a
They wanna
yes or a
fight,
no to the
spit
question
out,
that I
throw
asked you?
stuff at. I did.
No, you didn't. You said you haven't seen those cases.
Yeah, I
That's
think
not
they
an answer
should.
to my
If
question. Okay, so the government.
If they turn around, yes, I believe they should.
Okay,
If
so
they are
you
getting
support the
attacked-
expansion of government force against people, rights-bearing individuals, right? So, like, it just seems like,
Yeah.
are you a Second Amendment kind of guy? Because it seems like this is like antithetical
Yes,
to
I am
why
a
a lot of
Second Amendment.
conservatives support the Second Amendment is against tyrannical government, right? Like, let's say ICE
Well-
came to your door right now and said, "We think you're hiding immigrants, and we're not going to ask for a warrant for your arrest." Are you going to protect yourself?
No, I'm gonna say, come on in and look.
So, look, okay, so you don't care if they need a warrant or not.
No, they can come in if they're doing their job, and I'm doing something wrong. They should lock me up and them up.
Wait, okay, so this
Wild
is
work. So we know who you'd be.
you're like a government bootlicker. I don't know what
You know,
else to tell you.
it's kind of funny when my parents came over from Mexico. We did everything the right way, and we had citizenship. And then I was born here.
When your parents came over from Mexico, there weren't
the
the
right
same
thing.
fucking laws.
What do you mean it wasn't the same? law?
Also, it wasn't until like the last 10 years did the border like actually quote unquote close down. Be so fucking for real. It was so much
What
easier to come
closed
across.
down?
Like during Reagan and Bush's time, you could cross the border, come back and forth, work here, pay taxes, go back, feed your family, come back again, work some more, go back, back and forth, back and forth, back and
What
forth.
about-
And both economies
How old are you?
thrived because of it.
How
Both
old are you?
economies thrived because of it.
How old are
I am
you?
32, almost 33.
Oh my God!
I'm in my 30s.
How old?
Oh my
were you
God.
when- how old were you when Reagan was in president?
I wasn't alive during Reagan's time, but I'm also
so
an
how do you
educated
know
human
so
being
much about
that I
it?
know how Reagan felt about immigration.
It's called history.
Yeah, it's
Buddy,
called
I
learning.
went to school. I
You know,
studied.
everybody's
It's
got
not
one-sided
that fucking hard to know.
stories. Everybody
It's
got
not one-sided. These are
stories.
words right out of Reagan's fucking mouth.
Yeah, you the dipshit.
Are you kidding me?
Why is everybody so violent when they live in their basement?
Nobody's being violent. We're debating. What are you talking about?
Dipshit.
Dipshit isn't
I'm
violence.
being
That's a
violent in my own
word, right?
goddamn house that I pay a mortgage for.
You a
Bitch, be
fuck
so
up.
fucking for real.
That's why.
Do you own a
You
house?
probably got a long rap sheet.
No, but the previous guest did.
So Plumber, so like, okay, so first of all, he's deporting people who are here legally and did everything
Trying
the
to
right
go
way.
to immigration court.
what's
ICE
legally?
is
Yeah,
picking him
so
up.
like for example, I can tell you why. Donald Trump issued recently an edict that he's not allowing migration from any third world countries that he deems to be third
He
world
should.
countries. So we can get into that. But there are people who did the right thing. They don't have a violent bone in their body. They haven't done anything wrong. They haven't committed any crimes or anything like that.
Then
They're
they
going to
shouldn't
I
have
don't know
left
why
the
I'm being
area.
over talked right now. Okay, so they haven't done anything wrong. They're going to college, and then they're like, okay, my naturalization ceremony is occurring, right? And I'm on my way there, and then ICE is picking them up, and now they're in ICE detention centers ready to be deported. Why do they deserve that? Go ahead, tell me.
Okay, if they are not doing, there's a reason why they go in there and showing up there. Someone screwed up on their paperwork. They didn't do it right, or they probably did something wrong. That's why they're going after them.
No, that's
You know,
not what happened.
I have employees that got citizenship rights and they work, and ICE just shows up in my building and shows them the paper and they leave.
No,
So
he is.
I don't understand.
I specifically told you, right? He is. These were people who are who have not done anything wrong. They wouldn't be having a
Can you
ceremony.
show-
Hold on. They wouldn't be having a ceremony if they were like there was something wrong there, right? So they're being targeted in virtue of the fact that Donald Trump issued that edict a couple of days prior to that, which is that he's not allowing citizenship or immigration, period. It doesn't matter if it's legal or illegal, from people that countries that he deems to be third world
They're
countries.
literally
That's the
picking up
reason
people
why
trying
they
to
were
follow
picked
the
up.
law.
Can you show me
People trying to
proof on
follow
that,
the
or you're
law,
just gonna
going to
talk about
immigration court, going to their appointments, and ICE is just sweeping them up. They're trying to follow the law, but ICE is just taking them.
Yeah. I just.
Yeah.
You're gonna show
Tell
me
me-
proof for that. Yeah,
tell me how-
stories.
Proof.
It's-
Any footage of
Tell me
ICE
how
arresting
it's-
someone outside a courtroom.
Listen, tell me how it's legal for them to run over their legs and crush their legs to arrest them when they're not resisting.
Okay, here we go, making more stories.
It's not stories, buddy. This is happening. This just happened less
I'm
than
not your
40
buddy.
minutes from me.
Yeah.
40 minutes from me.
Yeah. Something
A
sounds
pregnant woman.
fake on that.
Pregnant woman was thrown to the ground and had a knee put on her neck and on her stomach, and then
Yeah.
dragged by one fucking arm. Dude, we live in the age of technology where things are recorded. We see these things.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah. You get the beginning of a story or end of the story. What happened? Why did she go through that?
Why did she
Because
get her leg
she's
wrong?
brown.
Was she argued? Oh, because she was brown.
Yeah. I mean, why else would Donald Trump be advocating for the deportation of legal Somalian residents in Minnesota?
I don't
Why
want
else would-
none of them in my country.
Yeah, okay. So this is
It's
not
not
about
just
I don't
your
know.
country,
So this
asshole.
is so first of all, this is all our
Okay,
country. That's point
dipshit.
number one. Hold on. This is all our country. That's number one. Number two is that these people did things the right way. They didn't do anything wrong,
Yeah.
right? So why do they deserve to get deported, even though they are here legally?
No, I think they're gone. You know what? 9/11, when it came, I went overseas. They told us to fight it over there. I come back here, and I got to defend that shit or listen to that crap.
Defend
Busting
what?
Stores, they want to kill women and smack people.
Wait,
I mean, I
what are
don't
you
wanna-
talking?
Like
What are you
ICE?
talking about? We're
That's
talking
what
about
ICE is
Somalian.
doing.
We're talking about Somalians in Minnesota. The fuck are you talking about? We're not talking
Yeah.
about terrorists. We're talking about like legal U.S. citizens. Why
No,
why do
I
they
want
deserve to
none
get
of them in my
deported?
country.
Yeah, why
'Cause they
don't you
have a
want
different way of
legal
living.
U.S. citizens in your country?
I don't want it. Yeah, but the one that married her brother.
She didn't marry her brother. You fell for all that shit, didn't you? That was debunked
Yeah.
like 10 years ago. Why do you still believe that?
Yeah,
that was
'cause
one
it's
fake.
true.
I don't. Oh, why?
And then
Go ahead.
now
Give me
they
the-
just found out
no.
her dad didn't.
Let's
have
figure it out.
citizenship.
Let's figure it out.
Now they
Where's
get
your source?
they find the
Cool.
paperwork on
That's
the
cool.
door.
Where's your source?
Where's your source?
Where's your source that she married her brother? Go ahead. I'm waiting. You're making the
Everybody's
claim.
debunked.
You are making your claim. You're making the claim that Ilhan Omar.
It's all over the news.
I don't.
Ain't
hold
that
on.
what that lady said?
I don't know
It's all
why.
over the news.
Okay.
Look on your phone.
This is what I'm going
Ain't
to
that what
ask
that lady
you.
said?
I'm going to ask
And I'm
you
gonna
what the
tell you over
primary.
again.
Okay, now I'm going to start muting you because you're acting like a child. When I'm talking, you stop talking. Right? Do not talk until I am done talking. Thank you. If you can't control yourself in a debate, I don't know why you joined a debate live. If you get emotional, just sit down, take a chill pill, drink a beer, but do not join debate panels if you cannot handle another person rebutting your position. Okay? Now, this is the question that I'm going to ask you. What is the primary source for the claim? The claim being that Ilhan Omar married her brother. I want the primary source. I've seen the news about it, and all the news that I've seen about it is that it's not correct. So they're citing something, and a primary source is not the news. I want to know where the news is where this is coming from. If you do see news that says that, what is your primary source? Now you can unmute, and you're gonna tell me that primary source.
I want you to tell me that it's not true.
Okay, listen. Donald Trump is a pedophile. Tell me how it's not true.
Tell me how it's true.
Tell me how it's not true.
Tell me how
You're
it's
making
true.
the claim. Did you make the claim that she
I
married
never
her brother?
brought
Yes
up-
or no?
I never brought up the Trump.
Did you make the claim that Ilhan Omar married her brother? You made that claim. You're the one that brought it up, correct? Now you can unmute. Waiting on you, buddy. Mr. Oakby, thank you for the gifted sub over on Twitch. To Crash Out World Champion. Yeah. By the way, you're muted, so nobody can hear you. Yes, for the gifts. So question number 1. Did you or did you not make the claim that Ilhan Omar married her brother? Yes or no? You're muted again. You just unmuted, then muted again. Or are you looking for your source? Let me know. Okay. Well, Plumber doesn't know what's going on here, so we're gonna drop Plumber. Thank you so much, Plumber, for joining. Let's get where's Daddy Satan at?
So did you notice how that the guest before him was like, we have to follow, the laws of the country?
Yeah.
That guy also said he was a convicted felon, so he doesn't even follow the laws.
Yeah, by his logic, he shouldn't be here either.
Shush, can I get your age, please?
19.
All right, you're a Trump supporter?
I am not, no. I just thought I'd give my 2 cents on why I don't like Trump, to be honest.
I'll
to
give
be
you
honest,
like
if
15
I'm...
seconds. I'll give you like 15,
Right.
20 seconds. I'm looking for Trump supporters. Go ahead.
Oh, no, you're right. My apologies. Well, I suppose if I've got 20 seconds, I'll skip Donald Trump and I'll talk about why JD Vance is a horrible politician, completely underqualified to be a vice president. I mean, he's been in politics 6 years. From his initial initiation into office, he's since been vice president. His whole campaign's been funded by Peter Thiel, who is the owner of Palantir, whom supplies all of the arms to Israel in the assistance of a genocide in Palestine. So I suppose I'm not really too knowledgeable on Donald Trump and why he is a good, not or bad president, but what I do know is JD Vance is completely underqualified, should nowhere near be in vice presidency, and if we're being quite realistic, within the next 2 or 3 terms, there's a possibility he might be president, which is absolutely terrifying because he is walked on a leash by Peter Thiel, whom is walked on a leash by Netanyahu.
Thank you so much for I
Vance's
appreciate you for joining.
connection-
I appreciate you, man.
Thank you
Vance's
very much.
connection to Teal isn't just political; it goes back to his whole career. I mean, Peter Thiel gave him his VC career, basically propped up his VC fund. Put all the money into it. He is 100% a Thiel product. Not just politics; it goes back further than that.
All right. That's 2 kicks banked from Mr. Oakby. Yeah, Mr. Oakby's been gifting like for
He's
each
finding
guest.
all the random usernames
Deport
that
Trump.
fit.
Yeah, that's just funny.
He's loading up the clip, as you will.
Said
Get
toes
ready.
before hose. Crash Out World Champion. I hate boomers. Deport Trump, please. This guy's a loser. Crash Out King. Fuck this guy. This guy's an idiot. All the toes before bros. Toes before hoes. That's funny. All right, if you are a Trump supporter, go ahead and hop on the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Please keep tapping the screen. We're at 56,000. Let's get up to 69,000. Let's do that. And then keep tapping the screen. Also get the panel. Panel's awesome. We got Delco. We got Daddy Satan. All that good stuff. We got Nanners. So go ahead and
Y'all
go ahead
see
and-
that bill that in the House today that 3 Democrats voted on?
the ACA?
No,
Which one?
some anti-trans healthcare for minors, or I mean,
Might have seen it.
It literally just happened like this afternoon. But 3 like Henry Cuellar voted for it. That kind of.
Of course. Once we hit 69K, everybody has to stop immediately. Exactly. There you go. Magic number. Protect children's innocent acts. Yeah, but exclude circumcision, exclude intersex operations on infant babies. Yeah, exclude those. All right. I was arguing with this guy. He was like, yeah, I don't support the party. He was on Twitter. He was like, yeah, I don't support the party that mutilates their children. I'm like, you include like circumcision in that, right? He's like, well, circumcision is okay because, yeah, keep going.
I think it's like the worst because the child has zero consent or say on it. Hello? Yeah. And it can't be like undone. It can't be reversed.
And you're using arguments from like 5,000 years ago. It's like, oh, what if they're in the middle of like a deserted place with no health care whatsoever, ever for the next like 14, 15 years? And then like they have no way to clean it because there's no way of cleaning water, and they don't have fire because they can't boil the water to clean. Like, you know, what if that? Then, you know, that justifies it,
you're
right?
gonna be dead before that.
Like, bruh. All right, let's see if this person, Aaron, can I get your age, please?
Fuck.
Huh?
Fuck.
Hello?
Oh.
Aaron?
Oh, shit.
Aaron?
Oh.
Okay, we're looking for a Trump support. Okay, all right. Okay. All right, if you are a Trump supporter, go and hop on the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Why are you so fucking verbal? Jesus.
Yeah, it's probably a pocket join, yeah. Okay, let's see if we got any ops in here. No. Bailey, you are live. Can I get your age, please? Bailey, hello? Okay, I think we got like pocket joins here going on. I'm gonna clear the guest request here. I don't know what's going on.
They're doing something in
like nobody's try to tap on the left side of the screen, guys, because a lot of people are accidentally like clicking requested to join. Please make sure you're a Trump supporter and you're 18 or older. But if you're not, go ahead and tap on the left side of the screen if you are trying to like. Appreciate you. Sorry for the voice crack. I'm going through puberty right now.
It's okay, boy. You'll get past it eventually. You'll be a man soon enough.
Hey, I can help you become a man if you'd like.
He's just a boy.
He's over 18. He's 33.
Carbon
I'll
has
make him a man.
unblocked his puberty. And it's just starting
Exactly.
Oh.
Second puberty. Actually, interesting. In one of my novels, there's like a genetic therapy that allows people to go through second puberty when they're older. It's an interesting like plot point. Oh my God, Mr. Oakby. Mr. Oakby gifted a sub on Twitch to Daddy Satan's cum rag. How did you find a user? He found a username.
I have a rag. I have toys. It's the modern century. Come on, what the fuck are we
Crazy,
doing?
bro. That is wild.
I have more fucking respect for myself than a rag. I'll do it on the floor, then clean it up.
Oh my
later.
God. Okay.
Oh, what is wrong with you? Get out.
Don't. I'm sick. Leave me alone.
Everybody getting sick today, and this week, honestly.
I've been sick. That's why my
Parker's
voice
got
is
it,
like
then
that.
I got it.
I haven't gotten sick since I was 13, 12, I think.
Fuck you.
Around then. I get allergies a lot though, like multiple times a week.
Senor Sneasel Pants.
Yeah. I guess that's what accommodates for not getting sick. All right. Yeah, if you're a Trump supporter, go and hop on in the guest request, and let's get it in. Come on. We also have Star Wars Lo-Fi playing over on Twitch and YouTube. Actually got to turn up a little bit because I can no longer hear it. And do me a favor while we're waiting for our next guest. I spent all last night in an ADHD mode, and I made a Pennywise edit for the new show, Welcome to Derry. So I made the beat myself. I took a sample from the song where he's from the show where he's like playing the tuba, and I made a beat out of it. And then I made the edit. It's my first edit I've ever done. So go ahead and tap it, like it, comment, and all that good stuff. Yeah, I'm proud of it. It's my first edit ever. But anyway, so yeah, if you are a Trump supporter, go ahead and hop on the guest request, and we would absolutely positively love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Let's get our next guest up here. Ellen, can I get your age, please?
And all the sun.
Teacups.
Hell yeah. I'm 18 years old.
You're what? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. You're going off screen, so we can't hear you.
I'm 18, bud.
Okay, are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, of course I am. Trump is my king.
Okay, I feel like you're a troll.
Wait, I'm not okay. No. So, what are your thoughts on abortion?
What are my thoughts on it?
Eat it.
Mm-hmm.
I say Yeetus thy fetus. Yeetus thou
Well,
fetus. Yeah.
Take it out, deep fry it, smother it in gravy.
Right. There you go.
I have to highly disagree on you guys.
That's a
Okay,
child.
why are you pro-life?
She's got
Also, why
videos
is it
from
a
being in high school.
3v1?
What?
Why is
Before,
there
You're
no
not
other
even
ch-
debating. What do you mean V1? You're not even. You don't have anything to contend with. Get out of
Also,
here.
you
All
can
right.
just request to like debate one person.
Yeah, you could just debate one person, right? But nonetheless, like it could be 90 V1. It doesn't make your argument less true. Like if your argument's true, right? I go into conservative panels to be 1v9. Guess what? I pick them off one by one. Okay. And they all end up leaving when I'm up, and I'm the last person standing. Okay. All right. Anyway, do we have? Yeah, fetus to lead us. Exactly. There you go. We are at
Yeet
63K.
thy
Let's get to
fetus.
69. Dino with the crown. Thank you. I appreciate you, man. Dying Fetus is a band. Is that literally the name of a band? Dying Fetus?
I could believe it.
Yeah,
I
it was
mean,
always-
have you seen some metal band names like Cannibal Corpse and stuff?
Cannibal Corpse.
I could absolutely believe it. I mean, they're probably pretty like indie, but and underground, but yeah.
Yeah, you could just like put any two words together and it just like sounds like a band name. Like, all right, so I'm looking at a book by Joshua
Mutilated
Bowen,
Bone,
the Old Testament endorsement. Okay, so Joshua's Monster. There you go. And that's just like a name of a band. Monster Energy.
Just gave you one.
I couldn't hear you. You were probably over talking me.
Mutilated Ball Pit.
Oh my
Wait,
god.
no, you didn't send it.
Joshua's Monster. I think I saw them at Warp Tour.
Can confirm Dying Fetus is a grindcore band. I don't think I've heard that genre before.
It's a subgenre of metal.
Bia or Bia, I'm pretty sure it's Bia. Can I get your age, please? Hello? Bia? Bia, why you acting like a... Okay, I'm gonna drop you. I think you accidentally came up, so I appreciate you. Bia, why you acting like a...
Here we go again.
Bia. Y'all remember that song?
No.
Oh yeah. Uncultured, my bad. I forgot about you.
I listened to.
I forgot about you, Wild.
Carbon, why are you fetus if you were a baby, but you were fetus, even though you're supposed to be a baby? Wolfie, thank you for the heart.
He went from baby to fetus. He's currently a fetus.
Yeah, I don't think at any point in time any person has ever been a fetus, because you transition from being a fetus to a baby. Well, the organism is a fetus, and then once the consciousness arises, then there's a baby, right? Exactly. Is this what a haiku is? I've seen that word before. Leftist MILF. Thank you for the heart, me. Appreciate you. And the Gamer Cat. Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's get some debates in here. Hello. Can I get your age, please?
Yeah, I'm 24.
24. Right. You're a Trump supporter?
No. I have a funny thing to say though. Hey, Atheist for Logic. Hey, Daddy Satan. You there, bro? Do you remember? No.
You're off the app, my guy.
Oh shit, my bad. I didn't realize it cut out my mic.
Well, listen, we're just looking for debates right now. Wait, what?
I was making a funny joke. Daddy Satan was. I sent him $15 a month ago to be funny, like to send him. He was wanting food or something. I was asking him if his food was good. Was it good, bro?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, man.
Thanks, man.
Try to waste your time.
Send him 15 more.
You're good. Yeah.
You want me to? I will. I'll do it right now.
I mean,
Do
if
it
you
right
want.
now. Send him $15
I'm,
right
I'm
now.
unemployed at the moment.
Bro's an OG.
I got it.
Yep, right now.
Appreciate it, Huck.
It's a poem structure. Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm thinking anime, but okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Speaking of
Sue, thank you for the heart.
I'm still very much unemployed. I got a job interview on Monday, but I got bills coming up and I got Christmas coming up. Anything would help. If you like me even a little bit, CA in bio. Greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, and if you like him a lot, then yeah, there's a lot more he can give you in return.
Hell, even if you hate him, just give him $1.
Yeah, just if you hate
Yeah,
him,
just a
just give him
dollar.
like 1 cent type shit.
I mean, if you are a Christian, you should do the Christian thing and help those who are poor. I am poor.
Especially during this season of giving and
thank you
this
for the
season of caring.
I want to hear
WWJD
757
folks.
haikus. No. Iambic pentameter. Is that what it was called? Iambic pentameter. I think I remember that correctly. I only learned that word through Tupac, actually. Ironically.
Huck, thank you for actually sending the 15, buddy. I greatly appreciate it.
W, huh? Okay, let's go.
You got to come back up in a month and ask him what he ate.
Yeah, come back in 1 month and I'll tell you exactly the meal that I had.
Next year.
Most
That's what
likely
Shakespeare
it'll
wrote,
be
yeah.
In-N-Out. Because In-N-Out's delicious.
Oh, you're talking about the restaurant. Okay. Yeah, if you want to debate, go ahead and hop on the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. We are almost at 69,000. We're at 68.3, so we need 700 more likes. And we'll be up to 69,000. Appreciate you. We got 323 people watching right now, I think. So yeah, if you're a Trump supporter, guest requests are open. Nick, I see you in the comment. Not the comment, but the guest requests. I'm not letting you up because you were spamming to be let up. And when people spam to be let up, that's what makes them not be let up. Okay? All right, so appreciate you. Who's leading in likes? Yeah, let me go to the leaderboard. Right now, top liker. Top 3 likers right now. Swearing Suist Shop. 9,300. W swearing, I appreciate you. Belinda is number 2 with 5,500. And Rumar has it. 2,800. Number 3. And then top gifters are number 1, we got Leftist MILF in the house with 800. Number 2, we got Miss Autumn Breezy with 608. And then number 3, we got Magic Dove.
For leftist MILF, from a daddy to a MILF, I greatly appreciate it.
Eddie Bombay, thank you for the 200
If anyone wants to
shared.
tip me or gift me, my family's without an income right now because it's the dry season for construction.
Eddie Bombay, thank you for the 200 bits. I appreciate you over on Twitch. There's also Impaled Nazarene from Finland, Rotting Christ from Greece, and Cattle Decapitation from the US. These are band names. Impaled Nazarene, Rotting Christ, and Cattle Decapitation. What the fuck? Okay.
There's a band called Tampon Blood.
Oh my god,
And
they just get more and more creative, aren't they?
They're an all-woman death metal band, and they're fucking awesome.
What do you want to talk about today, John?
Let's see here. You want to talk about I support Israel, I want détente with Russia. You want to talk about one of those things?
I barely hear you. You're very far away.
Oh, I said I support Israel and I want détente with Russia. You want to talk about either of those?
You support Israel in something Russia.
Détente. I want easing of tensions with Russia.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Why do you support Israel?
Yeah, so this is all my personal opinion. Israel is a Western satellite. Israel is an ally of the U.S. We share intelligence with Israel, and Israel helped the U.S. win the Cold War. H Troop started the Gaza war on October 7th, and they refused to surrender. It's their fault. Very much like what I compare this to is the way I feel about Imperial Japan and WW2. The U.S. was justified and necessary for the U.S. to use clear weapons on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. When societies start wars, whether Imperial Japan or the Palestinian Society, the moral failure is on them.
Okay. Do you agree with the assessment from the European Commission that they are, or at least were, committing a genocide against Palestinians?
No.
What do you disagree with in that report?
I disagree with it's what I said. When societies start wars and they have the opportunity to surrender and they don't, it's their fault. It's their moral failure.
That didn't answer the question.
That's my best answer I can give you.
That doesn't answer. It's not an answer. Like you said, that's the best answer. It's not an answer. I asked you why you disagree with the assessment that is characterized as a genocide in that report.
If you look at the definition of G-side, that could essentially be applied to virtually any conflict.
No, they gave a pretty standard definition in there, right? And no, it doesn't apply to any concept. It applied to this one. Did you want me to go through and pull it up of what they defined?
Sure. Yeah.
Gotcha.
I don't.
Try to find the PDF.
Sure.
Strategy. I'm sorry, UN, not you.
Do you support Israel for any religious reasons, or is it just the ally and the imperialism?
Just not religious reasons. No. Just the ally, and yeah. I am an ally of Christianity and Israel because I do think that the Judeo-Christian philosophy is the moral foundation, the bedrock of Western civilization. That's one reason.
I agree with that because they support slavery, so of course our society supported slavery as well. So yeah, I think that's a Christian value. I'm getting up the legal framework underlying acts of genocide. Trying to find.
While you're doing that, do you mind if I say something while you're looking it up? Well, I would say that the reason that the political left cares so much about Gaza as opposed to the conflicts in Yemen, Syria, or Sudan is because the villainization of whiteness is the opiate of the left, and the left equates Zionism to white supremacy. That's why the left cares so much.
I think they just care about genocide. I think they just don't want people, kids dying at the hands of a fascist government. But I think that better explains the data.
Why don't we see?
Okay, hold on, real quick. Hold on, I'm trying to find. I don't want to get off track. Hold on, I'm trying to look for the definition.
No,
here.
sure. Take your time.
Real quick shout out. Thank you, Huck, for the $15. It said, "May your nuggets and soda be heavenly." I appreciate you.
She's getting tacos. She ain't getting nuggets.
Yeah.
And I guess I would want to, and I won't get off track. We can circle back to this. I guess I would want to give your take on if you thought the way the U.S. ended WW2 was the right decision in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, because I think it was. I can explain that if you'd like.
Page this was on. Okay, here it is. Pursuant to the Genocide Convention and the Rome Statute, genocide is, this is the report from the UN Commission. Genocide is committed when one or more of the following 5 categories of underlying acts are committed with the intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such. 1, killing members of the group. A, killing members of the group. B, causing serious bodily or mentally harm to members of the group. C, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. D, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group. And E, forcefully transferring children of the group to another group. Now, I believe this report showed that it met 4 out of those 5 definitions. I think the only one was either D or E. I have to scroll down to the bottom and see which one did not apply. But as it's a disjunctive set, so as long as you commit one of those with the intent with respect to that particular national, ethnic, racial, or religious group, then you are de facto committing a genocide. Yeah, so when I asked you why do you disagree with their assessment that it was a genocide, all you did, it just seems like you're saying a genocide was justified. It just seems like that was what you were saying.
Well, I mean, would you consider the way the U.S. ended WW2 a G-side?
No, because that wasn't like a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group that they were targeting. They were defending. Of course,
Yeah,
it wouldn't meet that definition.
Yes, you know, I mean, I guess the way I think of G-side is the country.
Oh, are you talking about Hiroshima?
Well, yeah. I mean, that was my. I mean, do you think that was justified?
Oh, I thought you meant like. I'm sorry, I misinterpreted the question. I thought you meant like us trying to fight the Nazis. You're talking about Hiroshima.
Yeah, Hiroshima. Like the dropping clear weapons. Do you think that was the right or wrong decision?
Specifically, yeah, it seems like that was the wrong decision because it wasn't targeted towards individuals who were a threat to them. It looks like it was targeted towards specifically Japanese individuals. Yeah, that seems like it would be meet some definition of genocide. Yeah.
Well, can I tell you why I think it was the correct decision?
Wait, do you think? Okay, just to be clear, like they knew that they were going to be killing innocent people there. And it was not necessary, correct? Okay, just making sure.
No,
why is that
was
justified?
necessary.
Go ahead.
Well, because the alternative would have been a full-scale invasion of Japan, which would have resulted in the unalivement of approximately 300,000 to 400,000 Allied soldiers. Millions of Japanese would have been unalived, and there would have been Soviets in Japan, upsetting the whole Cold War balance. We probably would have had another Vietnam or Korea in Japan if it wasn't done. So that's the reason why it was necessary and justified. And again, Japan could have surrendered. It took them 9 days. The first clear weapon was dropped on August 6th of 1945. The second one was dropped 3 days later on August 9th. Japan did not surrender until August 15th.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That doesn't sound like a
fault.
true dichotomy. Like either we bomb this little bit of like people, or we do a full-scale invasion, right? What's the argument that those were the only 2 options?
Well,
and by the way, that still wouldn't justify. But go ahead.
Okay, so you would have rather had the scenario that you just disagree with the premise.
Yeah, you're saying like that those are the only 2 options available to the smartest people in the world. Yeah.
What would have been the other options?
Yeah, I'm asking you. You're supposed to be defending that there are other options. There were no other options.
There was no other option.
Yeah, that's to restate the claim.
They wouldn't surrender. And you know that you can tell they wouldn't surrender. There was actually a discussion to drop a 3rd clear weapon on Tokyo. They wouldn't surrender, man. It's their fucking fault.
Yeah, I'm asking you, like, you're defending. You're supposed to be defending the claim that those were their only 2 options, right? And here you're saying that they wouldn't surrender, right? Like
it took them 9 days to surrender. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're not okay. Saying like you don't feel like they're gonna like surrender or anything like that. That doesn't entail that you're therefore justified in having those only 2 options. Those don't follow. That doesn't follow to the conclusion that you're supposed to be defending.
I don't know how else I can express this to you, man.
Okay.
I mean,
but I mean, even then, like that wouldn't even be analogous to the Israel genocide, because like I asked you like whether you think it was like they're not like unaliving these children to protect themselves, right? Like some of these are like if you go through the report, a lot of these are just like complete unnecessary. It's very clear that they're trying to in whole or in part destroy the Palestinian people in whole, not just go after Hamas. Right, so that wouldn't even be like if you were to try to make this analogous, this would be like dropping a bomb on Nagasaki merely because you don't like the fact that Japanese people are like Japanese or something like that. Like that maybe that was their reason. Of course, then that would be a genocide. It seems like that could be justified, but not justified. Seems like that could be explained, explaining their behavior. But again, it's just not analogous to the Israel-Palestine situation, right? Which I, by the way, did not get an answer to the question of whether you believe that the genocide was justified.
Only thing that they have in common, the reason I compare the 2 is because in both cases, the society started the wars and they refused to surrender when they had an option to. That's the only reason I parallel it. That's the comparison. That's
Yeah,
why
but like
there.
it's like,
That's why
well,
it's the
first of
moral
all, I
failure.
wouldn't say that they started the wars, but like even if we granted that for the sake of argument, that wouldn't justify their genocide, right? Like you're just saying like, okay, somebody punched you in the face, and then so you like unalive them and their children and their children's children and things like that. You're the bad person in that situation.
And the
You're like
Israel-Palestine
clearly the
conflict-
worst person in that situation.
The Israel-Palestine conflict dates back way
way
before
before
October 7th.
Yes, it does. It goes back approximately 75 years. I can go through the history with you. Like the state of Israel was formed and it was created on May 15th of 1948 when the British left. The following day, several Arab countries attacked Israel. All right, factions of the Islamic world have never accepted the existence of Israel. In 1956, there was the Suez Canal War. In 67, there was the Six-Day War. In 73, there was the Yom Kippur War. Israel wins the wars. All right, and factions of the Islamic world keep on attacking and keep losing. All right, and now fucking what H group wants to do what they did on October 7th, and then fucking hide among the civilian population, and then cry G-side. So fucking dipshits in the West on the left.
This is how I know. This is how I know you didn't read the report, because they give numerous examples all throughout the report. It's littered all throughout the report. There's no terrorist groups hiding among these individuals. They're just like dropping bombs to make sure that like some cases they're dropping bombs on like civilian populations to make sure that Hamas in the future doesn't use that as a population center for like regrouping. They're like intentionally starving individuals and children and things like like so your argument is just like I would just read the report. It looks like you haven't read the report, right?
Dude, are you really trying to say that Hamas doesn't embed themselves among the civilian population? Is that your
Wait, how did you get that from what I just said?
Well, no, you're
No, we're talking about
not saying
cases. We're talking about cases where there is no threat of Hamas like putting themselves in. And by the way, like that still doesn't justify themselves. You go into a school and there's like a school shooter, right? And he has like a child, like he's using it as like a human shield. You don't shoot the child. That's a fucking war crime. Why would you do that?
Because
Like, hey, I'm gonna shoot you to the
If
child.
I'm not wrong.
Like, why would you?
Doesn't it like directly go against the Geneva Convention too?
Yeah, like I'm not allowed to do that. Like nobody's allowed to do that. Like I don't like what. How was that justified?
And I guess I would just be repeating the same thing. If societies start wars and they refuse to surrender, if they start wars and they refuse to surrender, it's their fucking fault.
All right, if you can't justify the view, but thank you for coming up. Virillion, thank you for the $25 to kick. Appreciate you, Virillion. Virillion sent 25. John has no basis for his opinion. Even ending Japan's involvement in World War II, Japan was already in talks about surrender. Yep, thank you so much, Virillion. Thank you for the $25 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. If you are a Trump supporter, go ahead and hop on the guest request. We would love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Go ahead and tap at that screen. Please make sure you are also 18 or older, and please make sure you are a Trump supporter, and we'll debate you on defending Trump and broadly conservatism. So. Where's my Star Wars lo-fi?
And one really only needs to like listen to what these Israeli politicians are saying, like in Israeli media, to hear their true intent.
Yeah, they're literally citing like
And they're
we use it
stealing,
in
like,
the religious debates.
parts of-
They cited 1 Samuel 15:3. One of these members of the Israeli government citing 1 Samuel 15:3, which I use a lot in my debates, which is literally God saying you're justified in unaliving an entire population, including their children and infants, intentionally, even if you don't need to unalive them to protect yourself. Do it to destroy their entire population.
And they're also trying to grab more land. You know, they're occupying northern Gaza now and all that.
George, can I get your age, please? Hello, George. Okay, George is not with us. All right, guest requests are empty. Please make sure you're a Trump supporter, and we do have a lot of people who are like accidentally requesting. So try to tap on that left side of the screen, because if you tap on the right, sometimes you might hit the request to join and accidentally join in. So try to tap on the left side of the screen. We are at 91,000 likes. I thought I told y'all to keep it at 69,000. Looks like y'all don't motherfucking listen. But you know what? Let's get on up to 100K. Let's do it since we're almost there anyway. Thank you guys for the gifts. It's crazy how Ducko has like 0 coins. It's crazy.
Now we gotta get to 420,000.
Let's go.
There you go. Of course we don't listen. Yeah. No discipline.
Not. Let's shoot for the moon. 690,000.
All right. If you do want to debate, if you're a Trump supporter, go and hop on the guest request.
I like that.
and we'll get you up
67K. Oh wait, we're past that.
Also, go check out my new edit. It's up. Most recent video. Pennywise. Welcome to Darius. My first attempt at an edit. Let's get it. Mr. Oakby. Wait, did you cash those in, or are you just saying I can cash them in whenever I want? Or did I miss a comment where you cashed it in? Sorry about that. The U.S. was owed Japan 3,000 years ago. Okay. I'll do it to the next annoying people. I'm a poet and didn't know it. Hey. I like the rhyming scheme. Let's go. Alright, it's kind of slow. We might have to do a restart. But I'll give it a minute. Japan didn't acknowledge the Potsdam Declaration, but they were surrendering to the U.S. naval blockade. Gurn Core, whatever your name is, go ahead and hop on in the guest request. I see you chirping out in the comments, so hit that up. Come on, get you all up here. Get on up here. We're waiting on you. Come on, Gurn.
We have our void replacement.
There you go. Oh, also,
Hey.
yeah, speaking of void replacement, Mr. Oakby gifted a sub over to Void for Life, and it's named the same way. And it also gifted another sub to Void is Bay.
Hold the fuck up. Why the fuck is my fan account Satan's Cumrag? But
You
Void
think
is
you're-
Void for Life. Void is Bay.
Void is
How do you know it's your fan account?
Yeah.
How am I Void's
He's literally
replacement?
just finding random like usernames.
I know it is.
I was here before Void. How am I her replacement? Help.
Your fan account is Satan's Comrade 2.
All right, wait, Mr. Oakby, find some more.
No,
yeah,
Daddy Satan's.
That's mine. Oh, also, I've missed this one. Defy the Trend. Thank you for the 6-month resub, or resub through Prime. Thank you so much. Defy the Trend. I appreciate you for the 6 months. All right, let's get some debates in here. I'm gonna give it about a minute or two, and then we'll do another restart, and we'll probably do maybe a few more debates with this one, and then we're gonna do the religion debates. We're gonna debate some Bible thumpers, see if they can see what they got.
Hopefully we do it before this NyQuil kicks in.
Oh, you just take it?
I just took it, yeah.
Get some ZZ Quill. It's more potent. Well, I'm not potent. It's just more targeted.
Oh, you want me to go to sleep, you son of a bitch?
Benadryl.
Logic, read Bayou's comment right now.
The free sub. Yeah, if you have Amazon Prime, you get a free
Yes.
sub to me on Twitch. Mr. Oakby with a gifted sub over to Daddy Satan BDSM.
I like that one. I like that one. That's a
Yeah,
good
man.
one. I like that my fan accounts are kinky. I like it. It's cool.
Oh, I still gotta upload that one where everybody was gifting and like names that started with Queef. It was fucking insane.
It was so good.
Jesus Christ, it just never ended. Thank you guys so much for hitting 100K. I appreciate y'all.
So tell me why I had a video go like semi-viral. It got like 1 million views yesterday. And it's about me making fun of Caroline Levitt's Vanity Fair picture. And all my
busted ass lips.
oh my god, all my quality videos about really important shit that's like political but like kind-hearted and like good information that people need to know gets like 30 likes. And this is the one that went oh my god, I'm so mad. I'm so mad.
That's why like the liberals like who only talk about like the little jokes and stuff, like, oh, look at how Donald Trump looks, or you know, look at like those kind of like they get the most engagement, right? It's not, you know, Donald Trump like committed a crime, or Donald Trump passed this policy, or Republicans passed this policy. Like it's like I mean, yeah, it's entertainment. Like it's just I don't know. I guess this is how the human brain is wired.
You gotta be messy. You gotta be messy
Yeah.
and aggressive, and that's what they like.
Not the soccer player.
Yeah. It's so frustrating, but it's also hilarious. And MAGA is so mad at me. So mad at me. And I love that
Just
shit.
make like 3 or 4 more videos with you taking their comments and making a video responding to them.
Oh, I did. I have like
you did already?
3 in a row. Yeah.
There you go.
Somebody commented and said Trump has never body shamed a day in his life, so I made a compilation video of all the times he's body shamed. So there's that.
Dragon, thank you for the $3. Dragon says, it was me. I was Lightning McQueef. Oh. Abstruse says, I want to talk to Liberal. Are you a Trump supporter, Abstruse? Let me know. Speed Racer, thank you for the popular.
You know, all you got to say to that person who says Trump's never body shamed anyone, just tell him, quiet piggy.
I made a follow-up video about the quiet piggy too. They were like, oh, the tolerant left. I have never been tolerant, ever.
Did y'all see those new plaques they put under like Obama
Yeah, I
and
saw that
Biden's
shit.
portrait?
So fucking stupid.
Such a long ranting. They needed 2 plaques.
And even the ones about other presidents, like it's still somehow about Donald Trump. Like the ones
can't
about
wait
Reagan,
for-
the plaques about Reagan have Donald Trump in them. Like, yeah, that shit's getting taken down under the next
Can't
administration.
wait for our next administration
Yeah.
to throw that shit in the trash. Take a
That's
wrecking
just-
ball to that stupid ballroom.
Can I get your age, please?
34.
All right. Yeah, what do you want to talk about?
All right. So I have this idea in my mind about liberals not understanding something.
Mhm.
Donald Trump is the party. When he leaves office, there is no more. The Republican Party is going to have an insane shift. There's no more of what we're dealing with right now. Because I think that what we're seeing right now is just like people obsessed with this idea of Trump as a unique businessman from the 80s. And they think he's successful. And they think that he is somehow that translates into being president, and he's brash and bold. And I've seen people try to imitate it. And I actually think that it's not going to, people are going to try to copy, but they're not going to exactly get it. So
Yeah,
I don't think that JD Vance is going to be the destiny that people
Yeah.
think that he's going to end up becoming.
I think
I think
it is
JD
a
Vance,
symptom.
JD Vance will end up like DeSantis, is what I think.
I think it's a system of how people vote in primaries, right? They're like a lot of Trump supporters have this problem right now where the people who are running in like these statewide primaries and like battleground states are like batshit crazy. Like fucking Mike Lindell is gonna run in, was it like Minnesota? You had Mastriano running in Pennsylvania. So like these are the people who make it out of Republican primaries now. And because they make it out of Republican primaries and they're batshit crazy, but they're not Donald Trump, but they hold his batshit crazy views, they just like it just turns off the rest of the population, even though that population, some of those populations also support Donald Trump, who has the exact same views. It's just like the most I understand that, like it's a cognitive dissonance.
I worry though that like whatever's next is they probably won't have the
Yeah.
obviously the charisma or the base, but they're gonna be like even more schnozzy.
Oh yeah, you're gonna get like
They're gonna be
Nick
more like
Fuentes.
Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, they're gonna have one of those people in the next few years, maybe 10 years.
And JD can absolutely do that pivot. He'll just be Rizless.
Which is why.
I think, but
why
here's
during
the
next
thing.
election, we need to go full fucking anti-Yahtzee Nuremberg trials on these fucking psychopaths.
Yeah, you kind of have
We need to show them it has no patience.
Yes.
We have to.
Or else it won't end.
I guess it's bad.
Maybe. I mean, I do think that some people legitimately, I mean, I talked to some people on these lives. I swear to you, they actually do not, they have like a cognitive dissonance of Donald Trump being actually like a Nazi or anything even related to that. They just think that he is a religious person who like is fighting for their whatever rights or beliefs that they have. And that he is just like a bold about it and just says what's on his mind and doesn't care about what liberals think. They don't necessarily associate him with Nazis per se. There are people who are Nazis that associate with him, obviously. If you're a Nazi, you're a Trump supporter. It just goes hand in hand. But the thing that made Trump special is that you have a tons of people who just fell for the ruse that he gives. Because Trump is a liar. He's a businessman. He's a salesman. He's a reality TV star. He knows how to like lie to the public. And I don't
Right,
know if
and
like
well, that's frankly why like all the Republicans in Congress fear him so much and just kind of stay in line with whatever he wants, is because they fear his base. They
Yeah.
fear those people.
I feel like if we get another Trump, it's going to be another. I mean, I hate to say it, but it's going to be another household figure. You know, it'd be like someone. It won't be Kanye West, but it'll be someone who we know a lot, and we're going to dismiss as a concept.
Yeah,
But we realize is like, holy shit, you actually believe what this guy says. Like, I did not know that you believe that.
Maybe it'll be the ShamWow guy. Who knows?
It could be.
All right,
This
so,
rate, I mean, we might get fucking Candace Owens.
All right.
Yeah, they
You
might
got
be
now.
with Candace Owens. All right, take it easy, man. All right, if you are a Trump supporter, go ahead and hop on in the guest request, and we'll get you on up here. Please also make sure that you are 18 or older, and we'll get you up here. Rules, obviously, be nice, no slurs, all that good stuff. Yeah, we got 116,000 likes. Let's get that up to 150. Keep tapping that screen. Try to tap the left side. And yeah, let's see who we got. New guest. Oh, they're gone. Okay.
I feel like people also, like, when we say Trump is a Yahtzee, I think they don't necessarily understand where we're coming from. Because while, yes, he's not doing the extremes of what Mustache Man was doing in regards to how he executed that, he fulfills all the tenets of fascism.
Yep.
What's fascism?
He lets them hang around like Stephen Miller.
Yeah, and ethnic cleansing of individuals in Minnesota. Greg, can I get your age, please?
21 years young.
Roger that, man. You a Trump supporter?
I am. Matter of fact.
Okay. Hey, okay. We got a little bit of Southern twang. Okay. All right.
I'm from South Florida, man. Everybody a Trump supporter down here.
Absolutely the fuck not. We are not.
Not South
Most people.
Florida. Didn't Miami just
Florida?
vote like 60% for a Democratic mayor? Like for the first time in
Honey,
30
have you
years?
ever been to Broward County, my brother in Christ? Come on.
No, I don't think so, actually.
Legit?
I live in Coral Gables. I've never been up there.
Yeah,
don't
but
have to
listen,
tell us
like
that.
in Miami, just like was it last week? Yeah, it was last week in Miami. They voted for a Democratic mayor for the
I
first
know.
time in
I
30
know.
years. You know that?
I know. Unfortunately, yeah.
Okay. Well, okay. So why do you support Donald Trump if you had to give your best reasons?
Well, look, I'm gonna tell y'all one thing. I don't support everything he does, obviously, but I do support him with the illegal immigrant stuff.
Okay.
And I know that's going to be a big controversial topic.
Okay, we can talk about it. So that's your biggest reason for supporting him, or?
I would say so, yeah.
All right. So do you think right now that most of the people that he's deporting are like violent, undocumented immigrants? Or like
I would
people who
hope
are,
so.
like- you would hope so.
I mean-
do you think it is though?
I don't know what percentage of illegal immigrants that come into this country are being violent, but
Extremely rare. It's like
And-
they're less violent and commit less crimes than actual people who are born here, right? Compared to people who aren't born here, right? So there's that. So I mean, most people, if you look at like any group other than like people in jail, like if you point out whatever they were, like most people are not violent people. Like you're always going to find 1 or 2% of any population group who are just
Right.
non-violent individuals. So of course, like on undocumented, yeah, they're just coming here to like work and live out the rest of their life and enjoy life and build a family and build a career. And, things
And I
like
understand that.
right? Now those people, most of the people who are here undocumented, they just overstayed their visa. They're not criminals. And he's deporting those people. He's also deporting people who are here legally, just because he doesn't like the country that they're from, even if they haven't done anything wrong. So I would say, like, if your view is just undocumented immigrants, it seems like the priority should be violent offenders and people who are like violating other people's
Well-
rights and stuff like that. But that's not the priority, right? He said
So
that it would
I'm
be
gonna
the
say
priority, but
this.
it's not.
I'm gonna say, look, if you want to come to this country legally and live a beautiful life and make money and help the community out, that's great. That's what we need, right? But the problem is when all these illegal immigrants are coming into the country, they're gonna the people that the country that these people are from, they're gonna expect that they could just come in here, walk in here, not pay taxes, all that, and have it be fine. And that's not the truth. It can't
They
happen.
pay taxes, Gray. They do
you pay taxes when they come here. Our economy would crash without the taxes from undocumented migrants.
How would you pay state tax if you're not in the state legally?
They pay federal, friend.
But not if they're here illegally.
Yes, if they're here illegally. If they have a job, they have to pay taxes.
But how can they get a job if they're here illegally?
A special social security number where so their taxes are collected the way they are for us, but they never get any of the benefits of Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare, any of that. So they just have the taxes withheld. And then also, when they spend in the community through sales tax, they're contributing that way.
Well, yeah, I mean, if they go to Walmart,
You have to
get your
remember there's
sales
only a
on,
handful
of course
of
they're going to
states that
pay
do
3
sale or
cents
do
in
that do
tax,
state
but they ain't paying no housing tax or nothing because they ain't here legal.
If they own a home, they would pay that.
How would they own a home if they don't have valid citizenship?
There are places in this country
plenty
where you
of-
buy a home without having
Plenty
to
of
pay taxes.
foreign investments are in this country. People that don't live here own property and they pay their property.
Let's take Kilmar Abrego Garcia, right? So he was given a withholding order, which means that we're not allowed to like deport him. So under that, if you have the withholding order, even though you're not a citizen, right, you're allowed to go to college. You're allowed to, get all these different forms of identification. You're allowed to, get a job, like, and start paying taxes and all that different things, right? And he's not a citizen, right? He's still not a citizen, right? So, you don't need to be a citizen in order to do these things. You just need some
DJ, fuck you, DJ. I ain't got no skill issue, DJ.
Not him reading that. I'm like,
Calm
I thought he was
down.
talking to somebody in his like house.
Hold on, wait. What does the background say?
Getting
Man,
real
why not get offended?
offended there,
Of course
buddy
I get
boy.
offended.
Bro, that
Please
shit-
clip
Get
that.
offended.
Please
Everybody
clip
gets
that.
offended.
You
Bro, that shit threw
tiny
me
little
off.
man.
It's so funny.
Look.
Crash out.
I ain't gonna lie, y'all. I ain't gonna lie. I know there's 344 people in there. I'm a great guy, okay? I just don't like no illegal immigrant.
Okay, well, let's see
We-
if
we
you're a
can
great
tell.
guy.
If
Yeah,
you're a
did
great
you
You're not
know-
Yeah, give me a quiz. Give me a quiz
Okay,
to
cool.
see if I'm a great guy.
All right, you said 24, right? So you were like 23 when you voted
21,
last year?
21.
Oh, sorry, 21. You did vote last year.
Yes.
You voted for Donald Trump in Florida.
Yes.
Okay. Did you know that he was held civilly liable for sexual abuse of a woman before you voted for him?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you hear about it afterwards?
No, not until now.
Okay. Well, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go through a little bit of like discovery here. We're gonna figure that out, and then we'll see if you still support him after I give you this. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
So, do you have another device with you or no? That you can look something up, or do I have to?
I got an Xbox, I got a computer, I got an extra phone.
Yeah. Maybe try your extra phone and just try to like pull up the browser, and I'll tell you what to search on.
Oh, okay. Oh wait, there's Pornhub on. I gotta clear that.
Oh my fucking god.
Got a burner phone too.
Is this real?
This can't be real.
No,
You're,
it's not.
we already know you're a shitty person. We don't need to go any further.
Fuck you, bitch.
Oh, triggered sensitive little buddy.
All right, so go ahead, dude.
Don't need to ask the questions now.
He's a
We know.
great guy, guys. He's a great guy. What
He's
are
a
you
great
talking
guy.
about?
But you know, he
Oh,
talks
go
about
ahead.
human
You're
beings
a great
saying
guy.
they're illegal, buddy. You're on stolen land. Get the fuck
All right.
out of here.
Fuck
So
you.
this is what I need. This is what I need you to type in. Okay, next to your PH tab. Okay. So type in jury JURY finds Trump liable LIABLE for sexual abuse. And then you're gonna press enter, and then the first link should be AP News.
Okay, I'm looking it up. Yep.
All
I
right,
see it.
you're on AP News.
Mm,
Okay.
Yep.
So I'm gonna read this out, and we're gonna also go through the primary source too, because it's just a news report on what happened. But if you don't, if your objection is, oh, it's fake news, then we're just gonna go to the actual court route. But if that's not your objection, then you should at least be able to accept this. Okay. So a jury found Donald Trump liable Tuesday for sexually abusing columnist E. Jean Carroll in 1996, awarding her $5 million in a judgment that can haunt the former president as he campaigns to regain the White House. Right? The verdict was split. Jurors rejected Carroll's claim that she was raped finding Trump responsible for a lesser degree of sexual abuse. The judgment adds to Trump's legal woes and offers vindication to Carol, whose allegations had been mocked and dismissed by Trump for years. She nodded as the verdict was announced in New York City federal courtroom only 3 hours after deliberations had begun. Then she hugged her supporters and smiled through tears as the courtroom cleared. Carol could be heard laughing and crying. Jurors also found Trump liable for defaming Carol over her allegations. Trump did not attend the civil trial and was absent when the verdict was read. He immediately lashed out on his social media site, claiming that he does not know Carol and referred to the verdict as a disgrace and a continuation of the greatest witch hunt of all time. So basically what happened, 1996, TikTok words, he penetrated her with his fingers against her consent. And she was, traumatized by it, and she made the claim publicly, and then he said that she's lying and stuff like that, so she sued him in court. Ironically, she sued him in court under the same law that some of the victims of P. Diddy sued him under court as well, so in New York. So anyway, so it went through court, all the allegations, all the evidence was brought forth in court, and there's a technical distinction here. It says the jurors rejected Carol's claim that she was raped, but they found him responsible for a lesser degree of sexual abuse. Now, that is just a legal term. The term grape does apply now, but they had to go based off what New York determined was grape in 1996, which you could only actually grape someone if it was a penis going in a vagina, nothing else, right? Which is obviously
So
stupid.
why did he get elected then if that came up?
You know what? That is a fantastic question, Ray.
Because
It's
you
one that we'll
shitheads
never know
didn't
the
do your
answer to.
research.
Whoa, why is she being so hostile?
You said
So-
shut up.
You called me a bitch earlier.
Yeah, you called her a bitch.
Well,
earlier.
you said
Shut up,
something
bro.
to me that made me say that.
Victim blame much.
So why are you being
Look what you made me do.
Right, boy, I said it.
I called you out on something you didn't like that. I hurt your feet.
Wait,
Calm down.
what was it?
Diabetes.
What did you say again? I forgot.
So I'm gonna answer the question, right? So first of all, that's a profound question. Why would somebody vote for somebody who is an adjudicated rapist, right? Now, I think it's just politics and a cult of personality generally. There's also a lot of people who haven't heard about it. I'm just gonna take your word for it that you didn't hear about it, and so maybe that calculated their decision. But yeah, I think a lot of people did also hear about it and just said, no, I like him, so I'm just gonna not believe it and I'm gonna vote for him anyway, right? So now that we know what happened, do you still support Donald Trump? Let's see if you're a good guy or not.
Yes.
Yep, there you told you.
Shocker. I told you before we went all through this, you were a shithead.
Yep.
Okay.
Support
And
rapists. Yeah.
you think I care about what you gotta say, Nanner?
I don't. It just
Not
sounds.
maybe.
That just sounds like a slur, like when he says it.
Yeah.
What, Nanner? What do you pronounce it as? Nanner?
That,
There's an S at the end of my name.
Well, I don't care enough
You
about
damn
you
Nanner.
pronouncing it correctly.
I don't care enough about your name. I'm Scott Malkinson. I have diabetes.
Yeah. See, you're just further proving that you're not a good guy.
Dog,
You
fuck
tried to
you in
claim
the
earlier
comment
that you're a
section,
good
dog.
guy, and you're not a good guy. I knew that from the moment you said illegal.
You look like a guy.
Okay, and?
Turn your camera.
You're
on.
ugly.
Turn your camera. On.
Yeah, turn
No,
your
I don't
camera on.
want to fucking maul you guys.
Yeah, I
I'm
didn't
6'4",
think so. I
blonde hair,
didn't think
blue
so. Yeah, I
eyes,
didn't think so.
genetically gifted.
Oh, so we're a Nazi too.
Not in the intellectual department. I can tell.
I'm a not.
I went to the School of Hitler Youth.
Wait. Someone said I'm a Nazi.
Logic, I love you so much.
What makes me a Nazi?
Yeah. Why did you think
Your
that
pride,
having blonde hair and blue eyes?
Your
makes you
Aryan
makes me a
features,
Nazi?
buddy. Your pride and your Aryan features.
Do you have pride in
Getting
anything?
triggered by getting triggered by someone who is not of Aryan features is wild work.
What do you have
You're just
pride in?
further proving that you're not a good person.
I'm
You have pride in anything?
So just to be clear, can I get you to affirm? Yes, I do support a rapist. Just say those words.
No, I most certainly would never say that.
Wait, why wouldn't you say that if it's true? You said you
Well,
still support him,
it is-
and you
is
showed
it
that he's
true?
a rapist. So you support a rapist.
Where's the evidence that says that he raped?
It's in court.
So why is he still president then?
I don't want to read. My name's Scott Malkinson.
You voted for him. You vote. That's why he's
Great.
president. You voted for him.
Great. And you literally said after we told you all this stuff that you were not going to renounce your support of him because you didn't care. Because people like you who victim blame and say that it was E. Jean Carroll's fault,
bitch,
or
shut up.
they don't give a shit that she was raped, or they don't give a shit that he's on Epstein's list. They don't give a shit that he has violated children. They don't give a shit that he's a fucking felon. Hello?
I bet you're a felon.
Because of shitty fucking people like you.
You support him
Probably a
trying to
felon.
like cover up the
Nope,
Epstein
it's a
files?
felony to look like that, Nanners.
You support him trying to cover up the Epstein
Someone's
files?
mad that he thinks I'm hot.
I'm mad.
Sorry,
Hey, you guys are mad that Trump's your president.
I don't know why I keep like. Listen, do you support him trying to cover up the Epstein files?
Trump?
Yeah.
You want my real honest answer?
Oh God. Give it.
Do I support? No. Well, first of all, I don't really know what's in the Epstein files.
Why do you think he's
To be
trying to hide
quite
it?
frank.
Why do you think Congress has to force him to release it?
Well, that's the problem here. If there is something, and I would bet that obviously there was some illegal activity going on.
Great.
on
It
that
was the
island.
trafficking
Wait,
of
let me
children
finish.
for sexual
Let me
matters.
finish.
No. They were trafficking children as sex slaves. That's what Epstein's
so
list
let me-
is. Hello?
Let me get. Fucking
He
liberal.
really doesn't like me, and I love it so much.
If why do
So
you
let me
think?
finish my
Why do you
thought.
think he's trying to cover? That's the question that was on the table. Why do
So
you
I'm
think
trying
he
to
doesn't
answer,
want
but
them
someone
released?
keeps muting off my mic.
Okay, then answer that question specifically.
So
What do
the
you think is the best
fact that
explanation?
he's trying to hide that some. So if there was illegal activity going on there, and he's trying to hide it, obviously that ain't a good thing.
Okay, why do you think he's trying to hide it?
You know, an intellectual answer would be because he was involved in it, right? Right.
An intellectual, so I'm going to say the opposite.
What?
Exactly.
I just didn't understand what you said.
Somebody wanted me to ask you this question. Thank you for the $1. I appreciate you, Dragon. Are his
Thanks for
parents
the
from the
$1,
same?
buddy.
Are his parents from the same bloodline?
Donald Trump.
My name's Gray. My mommy and daddy are brother and sister.
Why do you sound like you're talking out of a microwave? I can't understand you, Daddy.
Yeah, my name's Slower.
So I just can't understand that retard. But what was the question again?
Aw, there's the Arsler.
There it
Bye-bye,
is.
buddy.
Hi, my name's Gray. I don't care that Donald Trump actually sexually assaulted somebody. In fact, I think it's a good thing.
Yeah, out of the microwave.
Scott Malcolm.
Weird. Like,
I'm
is that the first thing that came to his head? Like, what?
You need to
What a good
learn
guy.
better
My name's
roasting.
Gray. I'm sad I can't make it past the cheeks. Me.
Oh.
Also, can't make it past the cheeks is
Said it comes out
wild
when she
work.
comes over.
My name's Gray. I have an unhealthy sexual relationship with my mother. Me.
Crazy word.
You're gonna get.
All right, yeah, please say. You know what happened last time? Like, you gotta come back on your backup.
My name's Daddy. This is
Anyways,
bullshit. Me.
anyways,
Alright.
logic.
Okay, so let's keep tapping the screen. If we don't get any more debates, we'll probably do a quick restart just to get some more debates in here. So just keep tapping that screen. We're almost to 150. I'm sorry. That is the next live goal. I appreciate you. Just keep tapping the screen. Try to tap on the left side of that screen. And if you are a Trump supporter, you're a Trump supporter and you're 18 or older, go and hop on in the guest request, and we'll have you on up here. Okay. Okay. Sounds good. W.
Thank you, Lagartha. Appreciate you. Also, W, everyone in chat saying how hot I am. We know, but thank you.
All right, let's
Dan, I'm
see
a
who
milk
the top
man.
likers are. Top liker right now, Swearing Swiss Shop, followed number 2 by Belinda, followed number 3 by Erica the Angel. Thank you guys so much. And then top gifter is Leftist MILF with 1,200, Lagartha 1,000, and Erica the Angel with 928. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate y'all. Yeah, totals. Thank you for the heart.
I can't get over that he was an intelligent answer would be he's in it. Like, yeah, you
Intelligent
shut
answer
up right
would be
there.
this, but I'm not gonna give you that answer.
Smart people don't like me very much. Direct quote from the
My
president.
name's Gray. I can't pronounce words that have more than 3 syllables. Me.
We're gonna do religion after the Trump topics. I just want to debate one Trump supporter on just like an actual Trump supporter on something that
Carmen, real quick, put your hands up again. Put your hands up.
Huh?
What you just did. Do that movement you just did.
This?
With your hands you just did. Yeah. Is that how big it is?
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
But I'm
Anyway,
too much. Damn.
YBG, can I get your age, please?
20.
All right, you're a Trump supporter.
Yeah.
Okay, you want to give us your strongest reasons why you support him?
Anti-crime, anti-inflation.
Isn't he a criminal?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you mean anti-crime then?
For the broadish
Or just over the country?
spectrum.
Okay, understood. All right. So, how is he bringing down crime in the United States?
You can check his numbers. Lowest in the last 12 years.
Well, how is
And,
he doing it?
by removing illegals.
They're not the reason for crime. You know, like undocumented immigrants actually are less likely to commit crimes than people who are born here, right? You know that, right?
Yeah, but it's just removing the extra unnecessary, kind of like the splatter on the side of the plate. You got to just wipe with a napkin to make it presentable, which can do a lot.
What?
You know, like most of the people he's deporting are not criminals, right? These are people who are just like he's even deporting people who did everything the right way, like they became citizens and they're on their way to their their naturalization ceremony, and then he's just deporting them because he doesn't like the country that they're from.
Why would I believe that? I mean,
Yeah, I mean it's been reported on. So he it's just recently he
Stats,
issued
facts, wink.
is what? Are you like interrupting me while I was trying to talk? Is that what
No,
just
you
happened just
just
now? Okay, don't do that again, okay?
No,
Just
you
make sure. Yeah. Okay,
making
that's
a
cool.
claim with me.
Yeah, I'm trying to give you like evidence for the claim, but you just like keep over talking. So don't do that
Okay.
again, okay? All right. So yeah, so it was reported on by the AP. It was reported on by Reuters. And then also like local news reports have also reported on it that individuals who are on their way to their naturalization ceremonies immediately after Donald Trump issued out an edict that he would be pausing and reversing migration for all people from what he deems to be third world countries. This is unprecedented, and right after he did it, now ICE is going after people who have no problems in their paperwork, and they're just being deported. So, I mean, I can give you just a couple of people who have reported on it if you give me a second. So,
It's not unprecedented.
they're also arresting congregants at churches at the check-in. So if you're a Christian,
That's not
that
a
should trouble
protected
you.
institution.
But anyway, nobody said it was a protected institution.
I mean, at one
So
point, churches were a very much a protective institution. You could go and claim, I don't forget the word, but you could go and claim safety within the church grounds because it was deemed as like a safe zone between the government and the rest of the world.
Well, that was stupid.
The splatter on the plate thing also seemed like a very eugenics analogy.
Yeah, that
Yeah, not my fault. You can't interpret it
Well,
at a
we'll
high
see if he
degree.
supports eugenics or not later. In a second after I give him this source, right? Because I think he will. So this one is reported immigrants remote from people immigrants. I'm sorry, some WGBH, which is a local news. The scene unfolded at Boston's I don't know how to pronounce that name, Boston something hall on Thursday, December 4th. According to the report from that local news station, WGBH, a national public radio member station, as people were already approved to be naturalized, having completed the lengthy U.S. citizenship process, they were lined up to pledge allegiance to the United States, but USCIS officials told them they could not continue due to their countries of origin, which is what the outlet reported. The USCIS officials took individuals from the line because the federal agency had directed its employees to halt all immigration applicants for nationals from the 19 countries that had already faced travel restrictions since June due to a proclamation from Trump per them, and also NBC News independently reported this as well. So the Trump administration designated the list of largely African and Asian countries at risk. and you can go to the White House
God
Gov,
dang.
which is the restricting the entry of foreign nationals to protect the United States from foreign terrorists and other national security and public safety threats. None of these individuals that were plucked from line were terrorists. You'll never be able to give an argument for that. So there you go.
You just made $30 in like 5 minutes.
Lagartha, thank you for the
Arthur,
galaxy.
thank you
I
so much for the
appreciate you.
galaxy.
Thank you.
That's
Debbie
why.
Lagartha.
So
I mean,
there's the
yes,
source.
but I do acknowledge the sources, but third world countries are third world countries, right? And they're very lax, and the worst of the worst come from them, like Syria, Iraq, Palestine, and you have to be very aggressive. And the aspect
No, what
of
you do,
wait,
what you do is you judge an individual if you think that they're a threat. Then you have like justification. But if somebody's just like a regular person that's looking to, like, I don't know, go to school or med school or start a family, I don't understand why, in virtue of the fact that they are merely were born in that country, why they deserve to be deported back to that country. Can you give an argument for that?
yes, well, you need to. Okay, I'll give you an argument for that. You need to research the Patriot Act, which was passed after September 11th, which pretty much gave the government the means and the capability to, in the benefit of the country, break the law, break constitution, break pretty much anything, to where, like how they broke a lot of rights and amendments
What does this have
just
to do
by
with requirement?
because it's implying, you're saying, oh, why if someone isn't a threat or isn't Trump could be like, I think Iraq is a country of blah blah blah, and everybody's been imported from there and immigrated from there would immediately be under investigation.
Yeah, I'm
doesn't
not
matter what you're doing there.
asking what the Patriot Act allows someone to do. We're asking what's good immigration policy, right? Do you think it's good immigration policy to say, hey, this person, even though I don't have any reason to believe that that individual is a threat to anyone in this country, because they happen to be born in that country, I'm going to pluck them out of line in a naturalization ceremony. Do you
Yes,
think that that is a
yes,
just policy?
they're a
Why is that
threat,
just to that
yes.
individual? Why does that individual
Because-
deserve that? Go ahead.
Because of geographical location. It's sad, but it's reality because they're intertwined.
Do you
with-
understand what it means to be deserving of something?
Yeah.
Okay, so you think that if someone is born in a particular place, they deserve punishment.
Not punishment, but
This is punishment.
a deeper look.
This is punishment. You agree that that's punishment to be on your way to, like, becoming a full citizen. You did everything the right way, and the government deports you back and plucks you out of line. You don't think that that's punishment?
Yes, but here's how punishment works. Punishment is linked to an offense, and it's
That you
their
didn't make.
fault and their country's fault that
It's their
they
fault.
keep committing.
How are they
keep
responsible
committing-
for what their country did?
They keep committing T-attacks, or they come from corrupted governments.
You say
or
they. Who are you talking to? Because you're not talking about the people in line, right?
I'm talking about.
So okay, you wouldn't accept this for
They're-
anything else. Can I like go around and I say, okay, I'm president, I'm gonna round up all like Trump supporters because they support January 6th, and that's political violence, and we can't have people who support political violence because you're a Trump supporter. Or if you're like an immigrant, you come here and I find out you're a Trump supporter, I just deport you because, I think you're.
That's not how that works, though.
Why?
Come on.
Why
man.
can't I do that? If you're a Trump
Because-
supporter, if you come in like you're coming from another country, I don't know what country you're coming from, like Canada or whatever, and I find out you're a Trump supporter, why can't I deport you? Because I know that Donald Trump supports political violence, and you support Donald Trump, therefore you support political violence. Why can't I just say that?
Because they're not under a religion and a perspective and
Yeah, it's a political position. It's a
a
violent
political group that want to spread their religion by sword. You see what I mean? They're not.
Yeah, who said that
They're
these
evangelicals.
individuals?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah,
Huh?
they're evangelicals. They support that, but none of these people online support that either.
What?
None, these people online aren't like these are like women and children. A lot of them, like I'm looking at the picture right now. Like some of these, like they're women and children, and they're just getting plucked out of line.
If they're under 13, they can pass. But if they're military age men and women, no,
Why?
because they're threats.
How are they a
You
threat?
don't know. You don't know how to. You don't know how to utilize and see that because you're not.
how
aware.
are they
You
a
don't
threat?
look around. You aren't cognitive. Because they're military. They're
Okay,
military.
so every single military age person who comes into the United States is a threat?
Absolutely. If they're coming from a
Okay,
foreign
so we
country
should
that
not
burns our
allow any
flag,
military age persons from any country.
no.
Okay, so including
But
South Africa?
but again, number one, I'm speaking from countries that burn the American flag and say death to America, okay? Which is a lot of Middle Eastern countries.
That's
But
wrong.
A lot of people
Like
from
you,
this country.
you
do
realize what
that.
you're doing is a category mistake, association fallacy. You're saying, hey, they come from a country, and in that country there are some people who burn the American flag and say death to America. Therefore, you think that we should like, you believe in the death.
therefore,
of America.
you should be under more investigation. Therefore, you should have the
So
microscope
after
that a
you
little bit
investigate,
closer to you.
after you
Yes.
investigate them, you find out there's a normal person that's going to school for like I don't
Ooh,
know
there you
engineering or
go.
something. Why do they deserve to get deported? I don't understand.
A
Like,
lot
what if
of
they're
people
trying to
that
escape
seek
that kind of stuff?
asylum. A lot of people that seek asylum in this country are coming from countries that we have frankly destabilized by
Oh.
overthrown governments or going to war with them. Now that incident
They tried
recently with like the 2 National Guard members that were killed, I mean, that was a weird one because that guy was literally like CIA trained, and
I don't know. I can't speak on that because I don't know that.
he snapped. This was pretty recent, but like
It's literally it's just the Islamophobia. That's it. You
Yeah,
think-
you,
Yeah, that's
yeah,
what it
buddy.
comes down to,
Yep,
is
you can call me. I really could care less. It's a
No,
fact.
but that's your entire reasoning behind your statement. It's
just
because they
Yes,
follow
you spread your religion by sword and you burn the
So
American flag.
should evangelicals then be kicked out?
Tell me how many
People who want to spread their religion
Did
evangelicals
they
the
make up
attacks
most
had.
of the mass shootings and
Happens every
domestic
fucking
terror
day.
attacks that happen in this country? Most
Uh.
terror attacks, hold on, most domestic terror attacks that happen inside of the United States are done by, there's a profile. It's a white man between the ages of 19 and 26, and they're evangelical Christian. Most domestic terror
What do you mean by evangelical? Like, can you describe that problem? I know
right-wing
Christian.
Christian typically. They believe in like forcefully spreading like the word on people, even if those people don't accept it. They're a lot more conservative and right-wing. That's generally what
I mean,
by
yeah, that's
evangelical Christian.
just as bad. I mean, that's just as bad as. No, it's not actually just as bad. I think it's not as bad. But personally, I just will say, yeah, you are right. The biggest threat to our country right now is domestic. It is not outside. But
Yeah,
still,
but it's
regardless,
from
we need to be
right-wing-
equally.
but it's from
Yeah, you're
right-wing
right.
Christians.
But
You're right.
Your entire point of they need
So should
another
we target all
magnifying
white-wing
glass on that.
Christians?
Yeah, and your entire point of
Hell,
needing
yeah,
another
definitely target them,
magnifying
bro.
glass.
I
Can I
don't-
finish my sentence? Your entire point of needing a magnifying glass. These are people that have already gone through the magnifying glass. Like it's their day of becoming a citizen, and they're being kicked out. You're not saying we should put another magnifying glass on them and look into them more. They've already done that.
Oh, I don't feel bad for them because they know where they're coming from. But
Okay,
when
so
it comes
literally disregard everything you said. It's just because they're Muslim. That's the only reason.
no, it's
Accountable
because
for
of their
where they're born.
country.
They're not accountable for where they're born. Just like you are not accountable for where you're born. What
Okay,
if that
but
person?
here's the
What if
thing.
that person agrees with you and they're like, "Hey, this is a bad country. I don't want to get away from it." And then you go to another country. And they're
Good.
like, hey,
Well, then they can come. But
no,
guess
you
what?
don't.
You're
You
gonna
just
get
said they should be
double-
deported.
No, I didn't. I said they can come. I said
They're
they can come
trying
as long
to,
as.
and they're getting taken out of their fucking lines, and they're
Okay.
not allowed to become citizens.
Well, if you if you view them and you go through their profile and their background and all that, you're like, okay, they're good. They're not connected to any groups or anything. Cool.
Okay, so
Okay,
you
now
disagree
you're
with
saying
Donald
they're in
Trump.
America.
Donald Trump is doing something egregiously unjust to these people. You agree?
What is? I don't get what you're saying. You're saying he's letting them in, but then he's kicking them out. Like you're losing.
Yeah,
me.
he's
Yes,
kicking
they are
people who have
here.
been
They
through
have
this for
done the
years.
legal process.
Yeah.
They've done the legal process,
Oh,
and they're
I see what you're
still
saying.
getting kicked out.
Oh, but that's because he's what's it called?
It's
He's
racist.
No, not that. It's because
Yes,
he's,
this is what it boils down to. He is racist.
he named their country. It's because something with their country, though, right? That he's
Nope.
labeled.
Even when it comes to
Well,
Somalians, nope. Even when it comes to Somalians in Minnesota, he's targeting them as an ethnicity, right? He's
I thought
not
he just
talking about.
labeled
He's like, oh, it's
Somalia-
like where they come from. And by the way,
I
he's
thought he
only.
just labeled Somalia. Can you fact check me? I thought he labeled Somalia as a certain type of country to us. That gave him the right to go ahead with what he's doing.
I'd like to know how that would impact the Somalians who've been here for 30 fucking years, who have no ties to Somalia, who are
his
legal
government
citizens.
is labeling a lot of things that shouldn't be labeled. You know, like Antifa is a terrorist organization. Antifa is not even like an actual group. It's more of an ideology. It's a loose thing. Yet it is now labeled like the top terrorist group under this administration. You know, he's labeling shit left and right.
Look, I have no problem. Like, if Connor, who's 20 years old, goes out, buys an AR, I don't know if I can say the word, and then 3,000 rounds of ammunition, yeah, go look into him, bro. He deserves all the looking, but it needs to be done to everybody. You don't get excluded from it because you come from a poor third world country. No, that's the people.
What
that
are
hurt
you
the most.
talking about? They are looked into. What are you talking about?
Hello?
In fact, they're more rigorously vetted
Yeah.
because they're not from here. They're not born here.
And until they have that citizenship, they can't legally do that because they don't have those same
Good,
rights.
good. They should not be able to vote. They should not be able to get over.
Well, once they're citizens, they get to vote because they're citizens of the United States.
But that doesn't happen for years. I don't get
Question, YBJ.
They're not
YBG.
voting before they're citizens.
Yeah, they can't. That's not a thing. How do you feel about Puerto Ricans on voting? Do you think that they should be able to vote?
that. They screwed themselves over. They voted for Trump. They got deported.
Do you agree?
They're stupid.
Do you agree that they
Puerto
should be able to
Ricans,
vote?
not Cubans.
It's like a troll. Mr. Oakby, I'm cashing in that one kick. Appreciate you.
Thank
you.
you.
Got one more.
He mixed up Cubans with Puerto
Can
Ricans.
we keep that one as? Can we save that one? Can we still have two?
I have one left from Mr. Oakby. I promised.
Yeah, deport American citizens to Puerto
To
Rico.
America. Just an FYI, Puerto Rico is an American province or American. What's the word I'm looking for?
Territory.
Yeah, I
Territory,
really, I
thank
think
you.
he was thinking Cuban.
Yeah.
Tisk.
Wild work.
It's alarming how little these people know about geography. It's also alarming how little. It's also alarming how little these people know about female anatomy. I was thinking about running a live specifically for MAGA, specifically MAGA men, to quiz them on female anatomy.
I just clip all the crazy ass answers.
Olive, I fear that even the MAGA woman would fail because they're not educated on their own bodies.
Clitoris,
How ballsy have- I
labia
have 9
majora.
balls.
Damn, girl, how many pussies you got?
Still my favorite video you've ever fucking
Oh,
made.
well, that's my favorite kind of car. All right.
Heyo.
All right, let's get some debates in here, please. If you are somebody who is a Trump supporter, go and hop on in the guest request. We'll bring you right on up here. Hello, can I get your age, please?
I am 18.
All right, you're a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you want to give us your strongest reasons?
I believe well, yes, he's like most politicians, makes empty promises, but he's most likely to carry them out.
Which, why do you, okay, so you just support him because he's most likely to follow through on what he says?
Most likely to follow through, yes.
Okay, well, like, what if he follows through on something that's bad? But like, not vote for somebody. Like, that's the whole point of not voting against someone, is because you think that they're going to follow through on a bad policy, right?
I strongly believe he is our best fit president at the moment compared to other candidates.
Why do you believe that?
As I've done research, I realized he has had some accusations in the past, and that he potentially is not the greatest person, but he is better than repeating certain phrases that compared to other candidates.
Like, what phrases, if you mean?
What? Middle class. That's all I heard from Kamala.
Okay, so
Kamala.
what did Kamala, when you say accusations, were you talking about like the sexual abuse?
Yes.
Okay, what did what did she have to do
I gotta
to
go,
overcome?
guys. Bye.
All right, I'll take
Oh.
it easy. What would Kamala Harris have to do to overcome like be better than a rapist? I don't like. What did she do that was worse than rape? I don't understand.
I strongly believe and have put together evidence in which I believe Donald Trump is not guilty.
Okay, why do you believe that then?
You have put together evidence?
I want to see what
I have put together certain evidence that I believe he is not guilty.
Okay, why? Give me one piece of evidence. Go ahead. We can go through them.
One piece of evidence is the fact that, well, yes, he has money. There is no possible way that at the time, liberal-dominated government would...
Put the script down, buddy.
There's no script. This is off the top of my mind.
Just finish.
Yeah. But by a liberal-dominated government, there's no possible way that they would have taken anything to release the charges. I believe he's not guilty.
Okay.
Because he is
a
Christian man and has belief.
Okay, do you know P. Diddy was charged by the same liberal government, right? Do you think he's innocent too?
P. Diddy, I would say he's not as bad as people say, but he is horrible.
Oh?
We're gonna put a pin in that. Okay, do you believe that the liberal government was unfairly targeting P. Diddy? He's also rich too, so like...
I do not believe that the liberal or Republican government is bad. I firmly believe that the certain group, which I prefer not to get banned for even saying, controlling the government currently.
Anti-Semite. Get the fuck out of here.
Like, the current people
Hey,
controlling the government is
not
white
no,
Christians.
not anti-Semite.
But
You know that,
as
right?
a member of one of those groups, let me tell you, it's not what you think it is. Yeah, we run the government in our cabal, but it's like, it's a lot more bureaucratic than you think. It's quite boring, actually.
White old men run the country.
Finally, a Jew admits it.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, like I said, anti-Semite.
Yeah, you're just a degenerate. Listen, like, okay, so that argument went out the window, so you don't have any good reason to believe that Donald Trump... well, at least that was not a piece of evidence. And by the way, I don't even understand how that would even be evidence on your part, because that's just be underdetermined, but you probably don't know what that means under Bayesian epistemology. Anyway, so RH, in your bio, you do have like a Bible verse talking about like presumably what you think it means, like it's referring to gay people, Leviticus, right? So just to be clear, do you affirm propositions of the Bible in the Old Testament? I'll send you an unmute request. Do you affirm this?
I am muted. Okay, can you repeat that in more simpler terms?
Do you affirm Leviticus as a guide for moral authority?
I believe that the section of the Bible is true to my heart, and that is what I believe.
Okay, do you believe that Leviticus 20:13 that gay people should be unalived for being gay?
I do not believe that they should be unalived. I believe it should not be a thing in which
now we got ourselves
go
a contradiction, right? Because
I
in
believe
Leviticus
we should not go against
18:22,
human nature.
hold on. So in Leviticus 18:22, it seems like you specifically cited that verse. That's not the one. I think that's not the one. That's not the one that says, it just says that, well, you think that it says that being gay is wrong. But in Leviticus 20:13, which is just 2 chapters later, it says they should be unalived. So why do you accept 18:22 and not 20:13?
Because the execution, like what happens in the Middle East, is wrong, and gays and people who
Wait,
have
but it says it in
separate-
Leviticus. So you're saying that God issued something that's wrong.
Yes, he did. He should have not said that gays should have been executed. I do believe that it is wrong against natural human nature.
So why do you accept 18:22 then?
Because it is the Bible quote that I best think fits what should happen in human nature.
Okay, so you think God sometimes does wrong things.
He absolutely does wrong things.
Okay, why do you serve him then?
Because I was raised around that ideology.
Because
Okay,
I'm not smart enough to think for myself.
You can be raised by that, and like, listen, a lot of kids, believe things that their parents tell them. But once you're an adult, you're accountable for your own beliefs. You know that, right? Like, once you're no longer can use that as an excuse. You could say, yeah, listen, I was raised this way, and I was too. I was raised Christian, but I became an adult, and I reevaluated. I say, oh, I don't actually have good reasons for believing this, so I rejected them, right? Now, I'm not saying all religions are false, but I'm just saying, like, the specific one that I was raised in, it's just like, I don't have reasons for believing it, so I just rejected it, right? So now that you said 18, right? So now I think you're around the age where you can be held accountable for your beliefs. And I think if you're just saying that I was raised this way,
Yes, I do believe that.
So you do believe you're accountable for your beliefs now as an adult?
I absolutely do, and I choose to stick with mine.
But why? Because if you choose to stick with yours, because I asked you, why do you follow God knowing he's like this evil person, right? And you just said, I was raised that way. Well, that can't explain it anymore, because now you can reject how you were raised, because obviously your parents would, if they loved you, they wouldn't say you should follow evil people. They would say you should follow good people, right?
So what you're saying is God is evil?
Well, under most people's understanding of evil, yeah, he is evil, right? So, like, for example, let me give you a specific example. You're walking down the street, and you're walking down the street. You walk by an alley. You see a woman or a child being like assaulted, right, by some man, right? And let's just say there's some facts about this man.
I go beat the living crap out of the man and do whatever it is.
Here's an interesting point about what you just said. So let's say you knew that this man, it's an easy person, you could take him easily. You'd be able to instantly stop this, right? Now, let's say...
I don't care how
Wait, hold on, wait, just please, let me finish. Okay, so let's say you watched it happen, you knew you could stop it very easily, and you said, and you just started walking. Does that make you an evil person?
No, it means you minded your own business. You stayed out of you stayed out of the worst possible situation you found.
Let me try another one, because maybe this one will be more intuitive to you. In your house, right? In your family, you find out that there is like a 10-year-old being abused by like her like uncle or some family member or something like that. And you have the ability to stop it, and you choose not to do it. You choose to let it keep happening. Are you evil?
No, I've actually been in that situation where my best friend, when I was 14, had accusations of getting raped by a 40-year-old.
And you didn't do anything to stop it as an adult?
Did I let it happen? No, I did do stuff to stop it.
I'm asking you, if you know these things are happening and you choose to not do anything about it, that's the wrong choice. Do you agree?
It is the wrong choice.
Right. That's what evil means. Evil is a wrong choice. Right. So if that's the wrong choice, well, listen, that's what God is doing. God is watching these happen every day throughout all of societies, throughout pretty much all of human history. He's watching children, he's watching women get assaulted, he's watching people get trafficked, he's watching genocides happen, he's watching, like, he can stop all of this, and he's choosing not to do it. And you've just defined that as the wrong choice, and that justifies why God is evil. Right?
Okay.
Tell me now, if I'm
I'll
flawed somewhere in my reasoning, I would like to know.
I'm completely with you at this point. You said, since your title is "Why are MAGA so easily defended?" I just wanted to see what your debate is. Wanted to test you. I'm not religious at all. I just wanted to see what you'd say, and I believe you're 100% correct.
I think you're full of shit.
I feel like this is a cop out, and you're running because you got backed into a corner.
No, I'm completely non-religious. Never have been.
Then why is your bio what it
if you're
is?
actually like,
What's up with your bio, friend?
God also says don't lie, by the way. Your bio,
I'm a
Yeah,
hateful individual.
But why are you citing the Bible?
Because I'm a hateful individual, and it's the best way I can do it without getting criticized.
You got criticized, dumbass.
Yeah, you're a shitty person either way.
Yep, thank you.
You really don't like being in this corner. Or do you? Do you like being in this corner? It seems like you're enjoying this corner.
All right, Mr. Oakley, I'm cashing that second one in. All right.
I was about
Jesus
to do it
Christ.
before you fucking stopped me.
Thank you, Mr. Oakley. I appreciate you. We also got another one in the pool. The pool right now is $20. From I Am Jedi. Thank you for the super chat over on YouTube. Appreciate you. Whenever you're ready, kick. So we're gonna. I think we already have an extra kick because I'm pretty sure Mr. Oakley probably gave like another $5 somewhere. So yeah, we have 25 now in the pool from one. So appreciate you guys. Again, if you are a Trump supporter, Cosmo, you are on the year-long ban list until, let me get that. When did you get banned? When did Grandmaster ban you? Hold on. Where's my list at, bro?
Also, you know, there's a great cop-out for Christians with these two verses, right? If they were to lay down their hate, their absolute hate of gay people, and admit that that verse isn't talking about gay people, but it's in fact talking about men raping other men, then they could justify 2013 because it's good, logically, yeah, you should unalive rapists. Like, how easy they could win that
Cosmo,
one.
you're
Just said
banned
for the
until
past 15
September of
minutes,
next year.
JK, I don't mean to hit JK.
That's what I said. I think you tried to come up last time you were live, and it was till September.
Yeah, Cosmo, you were banned by a year by Grandmaster September 5th. So unless you want to pay to come back up, I got you, broski. All right. If you want to debate one, hop on the guest request. Hit me up. All right, let's get the next person in here. Trump supporters, let's do it. All right, I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Okay, everybody tap that screen. We can get to 175K. We've done really good on likes tonight. There's 420 of you in here. We could easily have those shares up to 200. And also, why don't we try and get the co-hosts up to 2K gifts? That would be great. It's the hardest time of the year right now with Christmas season. Some of us are unemployed. Some of us don't have income coming in. So support is helpful during this Christmas holiday season. Also, you can gift, obviously, the host. And you can also send us tips via our pay links in our bios. But yeah, do what you can to support the live. We appreciate it.
Let's also give Carbon some encouragement while he's in the bathroom.
You got this, buddy. Don't forget to shake it a little bit.
Remember both hands.
And wash your hands.
With soap.
And bleach.
I can't speak for everyone on the panel. I'm legally unemployed, but I have a 24-hour, 7 days a week job. That doesn't pay.
I'm currently trying to figure out my health insurance because I rely on ACA subsidies.
Yeah.
And that shit is going to be unaffordable. Thanks, Congress.
I'm banning everybody in the motherfucking on the panel right now. Okay. Had to
Aim
take
for
off
the
my fucking
Cheerios, bud.
headphones.
Did you shake?
All right.
I did a mod announcement first.
I don't see wet hands. I don't think you wash your hands.
Crazy work.
Trenton, buddy. Trenton, did you not hear the words I say? No one does OF 24/7. Hello? And people get paid for that.
Shit. Fucking do a streamathon on OF. That's crazy.
Heyo.
Itchy
24
Scratchy,
hours a
thank
day,
you for the
7
50
days a week.
bits.
W. Gretchen.
We've been trying to get Carbon to do it for 24/7, but not even he will do OF.
I said I told everybody what my price was. So.
Hey, folks, just to prove Trenton wrong to make him cry some more because he's mad that I'm hot, and that confuses the hell out of him because I'm a leftist and he can't possibly be attracted to a leftist. But let's show him. If I were to start an OF, who would subscribe? I'd love to know.
Gretchen from Mean Girls. If you
I
are a
wouldn't.
Trump supporter, go and hop on the guest
Wow,
request.
logic.
It'd be
Let's
too
go.
weird. I wouldn't. I love you. It'd be too weird.
Okay, that's not fair. I said I would subscribe to yours, but I just wouldn't consume the content.
All right, that's fair
Also-
enough. All right.
Look at all
All
these
right,
people who subscribe. Maybe I should start at one.
Anybody's like, okay, I'm gonna clear out the guest request. If you are a Trump supporter, and please make sure you're 18 or older, join the guest request. We'll get you on in here.
Damn, overwhelming consensus right now.
And also, thank you for hitting that 150K. Appreciate y'all. Thank you, thank you. All right, we're gonna get the next person in here. Cry, you are live. Can I get your age, please?
I'm 19.
Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
And you want to give us your strongest reasons why?
Yes. Well, I only got one for real, and it's a very good one.
Okay, hit me up. I hear the smile, but go ahead.
Wait, no, I'm not smiling, but
I hear it.
it's
I
because he's-
hear the face like deforming towards
No,
the upwards direction.
I'm drinking a Capri Sun.
All right, what's your
But,
strongest reason? Go ahead.
My strongest reason is because he's gay.
I told you. I fucking told
I'm not.
you.
I'm not joking.
You can hear when somebody's smiling, bro. Like, but yeah, bro. I gotta.
I mean, you know, he is like focused on ballrooms and like the Kennedy Center and
I just want to dance.
You know what? Get it.
You heard the small tick? Yeah. Bro, they have this fucking this AI that they're trying to make. It's fucking creepy. They should ban this kind of usage. It's like it's trained on faces and voices. So that way it can predict if you hear somebody's voice, you can see what their face looks like. There's actually a strong correlation. You can actually kind of map out how somebody looks, like with insane detail, based off of how their voice sounds. And it's insane. So,
Slapping on Bubba Schlong.
Oh, we got a raid coming in. Matt Nemo, thank you so much for the raid. I welcome in Raiders. Even though the Oakland Raiders kind of trash. But thank you. Welcome in. I hope you guys had a great stream.
as someone from
Las
Oakland,
Vegas
they're no
Raiders
longer
now.
from Oakland, man. Come on.
Las Vegas.
And they are trash.
Yeah, there you go.
They're terrible.
Welcome in, Raiders. Appreciate you. Nemo, Matt, thank you for the raid. Hope you
Welcome,
had a good
Raiders.
stream.
You've crossed the border into Carbon Land.
Yeah.
I can't say anything. I'm a fucking Giants fan. We suck. Fucking terrible.
Hey,
Matt,
at least the Chiefs aren't in the playoffs.
I'm okay with that. Go football. I don't know who's in the playoffs.
American football is trash. It's all about hockey. What was that? I played it when I was a kid. It was a hockey game, and then like eventually, at some points, you could like get in a fist fight in the game. So like, I think it was PS1. If not, it was maybe PS2. Fuck, what was that
I'm
game?
pretty sure that's in every hockey game. You
Is
can
it
get
in
a
every
fist
hockey? I
fight.
haven't played a hockey game.
I'm
since,
pretty
so-
sure.
I mean, it's allowed.
Yeah, I know it's allowed.
Hockey,
Like,
like,
I just
allows
remember,
it.
like, yeah, I just remember. That was pretty fun.
Now it's frowned upon.
Competitive sports are evil. Yeah, what was that guy that came in last stream and he's like, two men doing the do, right? That's wrong because it slightly increases the risk of like medical. I'm like, wait, so you disagree with like boxing and UFC and like football because these are men also smashing each other from the front and the back, right? And then that's increasing their like risk profile. He's like, yeah. I'm like, okay, so you watching a boxing match is like you watching gay sex on TV. He was like, yeah. I was like, all right, bet. We're done, yeah.
I'm still under the impression if you're homophobic but you watch professional wrestling, shut the fuck up.
Oily as fuck.
Shut the fuck up.
Real quick.
Your
Real
favorite
quick.
pastime is watching people grab somebody from behind and throw them over. You're
Oh.
watching the gayest thing possible.
Yeah.
Damn. Real quick shout out to Dragon. Thank you for the $2 for I'd sub.
Oh, hey, and Trump was all in like WWE and like New Vincent McMahon, so totally right, he is gay.
Yeah, and that motherfucker can't take a stunner to save his fucking life.
Yeah, you saw how he looked
worst looking. Look, pull that up. Pull it up on Twitch. Show everybody how he took that fucking stunner.
And he also, did you see how he looked at Zoran Mamdani? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. When he came to the White House.
Love.
Also, W Mick Foley, who left the fucking WWE today because they got too close with Buddy Trump. So W Mick Foley, best wrestler of all time.
Oh, that was terrible. The Stone Cold Steve Austin song.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm
Just
watching.
played it for Twitch. Fucking awful. He's in great shape. Really? You're telling me that? That's in great shape?
All right, we got 50 people watching over on Twitch. I fuck with it. Twitch viewership is skyrocketing. I love it. It's because Ducko isn't over there. Whenever Ducko's over in the,
I was about to say, like, once Ducko
whenever
fucks
you're
off.
here, my Twitch viewership goes up for some reason.
Yeah.
You know, still got to get that blue in stock. You know.
It's back ordered.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's going to be some pretty high tariffs on the blue, too.
Still coming in from China. Yeah, roger that.
No, actually Venezuela now, with the fentanyl.
That's true. Yeah, I think they're about to start land strikes in the next, 24, 48 hours. And then, it's all for oil, and then he's, asking the oil companies if they want to go back, and they're like, no. Why would they? You're destabilizing the whole fucking region. What the fuck? What are you doing?
I mean, they wanted to do this in the first term as well, but it's even worse now that they have Marco Rubio as Secretary of State, because it's something he's wanted to do for a long time as well. This is the new Iraq.
Yeah, it's like there's it's like some sort of biological imperative for conservatives. You don't even have to have a reason. It's I just want to invade a country for oil. It's just you don't have any reason. You just want it, right? That's all. It's you can't get away from it. It's part of their nature or some shit like that. It's impossible to dissect.
Yeah, I agree with Practice here. It's because Don Jr. ran out of party favors. And Venezuela actually doesn't having fentanyl. It's cocaine. And
yeah, exactly.
what is Don Jr. on?
Matt has issues. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. I appreciate you. All right.
Yes, so did Hunter Biden. Yes, he was a drug addict. We don't deny that.
Restart.
Yeah, I'll give it a minute.
Thanks, Yummy Soda.
No, there's a 1 second lag, so it doesn't work like that.
Yeah, sure. Next, you're gonna be like, I was born first, so mine counts more.
That's also true.
You're 4 months
Also,
old.
why is that why do twins use that as an argument? I was born I've met twins who don't use that as a joke. They legitimately believe that they have authority because they over the other because they exited the womb first within a 1 to 2 minute time frame. What?
Right.
What? I'm older. What? No, we were conceived at the same time, right? We just came out at the different time. I don't. Why is that a reason? It's so stupid. I have I have cousins who are twins, so I gave them shit when we were kids about that. I think they said it a couple times. Jaden is
For
a
Doug
twin
says,
husband, really?
Bird Dog said, I tell my brother to respect his elders because I'm 1 minute older.
It's a sibling thing we probably just, you don't get unless you're got a twin sibling, you know. I don't know.
I want Swedish meatballs. Y'all remember that
Go
song?
to IKEA.
Yeah, go to IKEA. They have the best Swedish meatballs.
It's like a song. It's like My Poor Meatballs, like rolled off the table, and you can sing it in like karaoke and stuff. Y'all remember that shit?
No.
Vaguely.
Yeah, it was like very. Yeah, I was a kid when I heard it, but like you can see it at karaoke. It's just like it describes the pathway of the meatball. Yeah, on top of the spaghetti, and then it rolls off, and it goes outside, and then goes through the field, and like it's just yeah. I'm like, damn, that's a sentient fucking
meatball on top of spaghetti.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Covered in cheese.
Logic. That NyQuil's setting in, isn't it?
My dad sings that sometimes. And then there's that one. We also sang it in the army in like basic training. He's like, there's a frog in a hole. There's a frog. It's like you just keep like, there's a frog in the bottom of the river. I forgot how it went. It was like, there's a frog in the bottom of the river on the log, and you just keep adding it each time. It's kicked.
Oh, yeah. I lost my poor meatball. God, Nick.
There you go.
Now that shit's gonna be stuck in my head.
No, what's stuck in my head is the fucking tuba song from It Welcome to Derry, and I had to make a whole edit just to get it out of my head. Yeah, Hole in the Bucket.
And now the edit beat is stuck in your head. Stuck in mine.
Actually, it kind of went away. Like I went on FL Studio, which I haven't used in a while, and I had to relearn how to use it. Made the beat, and then I was like, all right, I'm satisfied. But then I was like, other people have to hear this. I was like, okay, so I should make an edit, and I made the edit, and now it's on TikTok. I have a structured settlement, and I need cash now.
Call JG.
I have an annuity, but I need cash now.
Education connection. Education.
Oh, you remember the black guy who's like really angry at you? He's like, why are you making it so difficult? God, he just like walks away from. I love that shit.
1-800 cars for kids.
Was that Everest College, or is it like, I forget which one it was? What kind of music do you? I don't produce anymore. I was just like, I used to run a recording studio when I was in Texas. I don't do that shit anymore, but I still have some skills, so I used it to make that beat. Because nobody made one, so I was like, okay, I gotta make one.
Come down here, get you some of this shit.
Now you have a friend in the diamond company, Shanko.
Education. Bradley is an acceptable time for Twitch after dark because you're looking mighty fine. Thank you.
W.
Hey, say my Twitch
though,
comments go off, okay?
W, but also get in line.
Mike Epps stand up. Wait, sorry, comments are going too fast. Mike Epps stand up about the Everest College was hilarious. I don't think I saw that one.
Stanley Steamer, the carpet cleaner.
Every kiss begins with K. Remember the Panda Cheese commercials?
Are we just doing fucking 90s commercials right now?
Okay. The Panda Cheese, the fucking if you don't choose the Panda Cheese when you're shopping, he just pops up like he spawns next to you. It's like a big giant panda. Don't you know why? And then he like fucks with you. So there's this person who was like literally in the hospital with IVs and stuff. They were on life support. And then like the nurses were like, "Dude, did you want some panda cheese?" He was like, "No, I'm good." Don't you know? And then the fucking panda like stands next to him and like unplugs his eye. The other one was like, they were in the office, and then like it was like, you know how they have potlucks, and they're like, "Oh, you want panda cheese?" Like, "No, I'm good." Don't you know? The panda takes the fucking keyboard and starts smashing it and throws it and clears his desk and throws everything to the ground. It's fucking hilarious, bro. There's like
now because you said panda, I'm thinking from South Park, sexual harassment. Panda.
Call JG Wentworth.
I just got diabetes. I have diabetes.
I'm Wilford Brimley. I got diabetes. Dragon, thank you for the $1 on Cash App. Every kiss begins with ketamine. What the?
Okay, Elon.
I love it.
I mean, that does start with a K.
I wish
Hold
I
on,
was
before I kiss you. Before I kiss you, I gotta take the shot of ketamine real quick.
No, I was. I did do a nostalgia trip on the Geico Caveman commercials. Yeah. So there was a
Our
time where he
house
goes on what was supposed to be
in
Fox
the
News.
middle of the street.
He goes
Our
on like
house.
Fox News and stuff like that, and they're like, he's like debating how it's offensive to call cavemen dumb and use it as like a commercial, and then like the woman is like, it sounds like somebody woke up on the
Right, and then they, like,
wrong
sit-
side of the rock, and he like takes off
And
his
then they
fucking-
sit down for like a negotiation, like apology lunch, and
oh yeah. He's like, no, I'll just have water, thank you.
yeah.
You know they
What
made
did he
a
say? I
fucking
don't think a
TV
mango
show
salsa.
for the cavemen. They made a TV show for the cavemen.
Yeah,
it went
that
up
shit
for
was
one
popular.
season and it fucking bombed.
Yeah, because sometimes you just take jokes too far, and then like, okay, nobody wants a whole show about it, bro. Just keep it to commercials, you know?
I'd be like, I want to make a TV show for Flo from Progressive.
Yeah, like
Like,
not gonna
no,
happen, bro.
I'd rather not.
It has a domain where it's popular. Keep it there. Stop trying to like do too much. Okay, we're gonna do one more restart. I'll be back in about 10-15 seconds. So when we come back, I want y'all tapping that screen, and we'll debate a few more Trump supporters for the night. So I'll see you then. And
No, religion.
Yeah, I want to do religion or the Trump one.
Yes, religion.
I'm gonna sign off here and go back to Twitch, so your viewer count goes down.
WDucko for the high viewers tonight. We appreciate you helping the stream out.
I'll make sure to never let it happen again.
Okay. Okay.
Good job.
All right, cool. I'll be back in
Bye,
about 10
Ducko.
seconds, y'all. See y'all then.
Bad dick.
Bad dick.
Oh, dip. Don't you know why? Where's the Christian debate? There it is. Ducko. All right, we're back, y'all. Let's go. Oh my god, the Nightbot. All right, welcome back, folks. Welcome back. How are we doing tonight? Back. Whoa, give me 50 feet.
Big
Fuck.
back. What
This
a
song.
big night.
Fuck, I forgot the
You know what's
lyrics.
really funny? You know what's really funny? That Trenton guy who was hating on me, telling me my OF makes no money, followed me.
You followed me too.
Oh, Trenton, I'm surprised you aren't in my DMs.
Wait, what's the lyrics? Now this is gonna drive me insane. What was his name? Lil O. Back, Lil O. Full lyrics. Back. Give me 50 feet. Well, I'm gonna grab a guy, the nigga with the heat. Back. Give me 50 feet. They'll try to get me that bitch. You ain't on kinder me. Yeah, okay, I remember now. Okay, that was wild. That was a wild music video.
That flip up, that switch up there, Trenton. Wild work. You got a good view of that cake, and now you're simping.
Sometimes I forget you can say. That's crazy. I looked it up once, and one of their sites said both on the same page. Okay, what are we talking about? Oh, y'all having I don't know, different Twitch conversations. All right, if you want to debate, go and hop on the guest request. If you're a Christian, we'd love to talk to you. Let's go. We got 1.3k likes. Keep tapping that screen. Yes? No? Maybe so? Of course. 124 people already. Let's go. Back. How did that beat go? Dun, dun. Shit. All right, so Mitch, thank you so much for the love you. Thank you so much, Mitch, with the heart me as well. Appreciate you. No daily goals. Oh, just like in life or on the live stream. Are you saying like this is an attack against me? Or are you just saying like for the live stream? Live, okay. It was like, Carbon, you just, in life, you just have no daily goals. What are you doing with your life?
Hey, Carbon.
Crazy.
I got something you...
Yeah, I already knew. Non-judgmental, yeah. Daily goal.
Anyways, I got something you can do. Sorry, I don't throw them out as often as I used to. So every once in a while, when a good one comes along, you just got to.
I can't be Christian. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Honestly, that's the most valid thing.
Welcome in, folks. Welcome in as people start to join. Keep tapping that screen. Thank you so much. If you are a Christian, go ahead and hop on the guest request. Let's go. We got another cash app from Dragon. Dragon is saying, Dragon said, is chili a soup? Thank you for the $1. Is chili a soup? Oh my God.
Yes. Yes.
No.
Well, it depends on what you mean by soup, and it depends on what you mean by chili. Now, is it analytically true as a linguistic prescriptivist or descriptivist? It just it turns on how you utilize language in a normative.
Oh my God! Fucking
fashion.
stop! There's a Christian here.
So, Missy, can I get your age, please?
41.
You're a Christian, Missy?
Yes.
Okay. You want to give us your strongest reasons why you should be Christian?
I was more interested in why you're not a Christian.
I mean, it's one of many religions that it seems like they make claims that seem to be unjustified. God exists. There's a flood, Adam and Eve, water to wine. I don't see why I should accept those claims.
Okay, so are you thinking of like a Christian based on certain religions?
Yeah, well, my understanding of what a Christian means is somebody who holds these supernatural claims, at least some of them to be true, including, but probably more centrally, the resurrection. They think that Jesus was resurrected supernaturally. And that's what I understand a Christian to believe. And then there's variations of Christians who have different kinds of beliefs, but a lot of them have that as their central thesis, that Jesus was supernaturally resurrected. So I don't see why I would believe that.
Why?
Because people don't usually get resurrected, right? Like, we seem to understand how the body works, it decays and things like that. So they say that it was some supernatural event. I don't know why we would. That just seems like bad knowledge, bad justification. If you have a reason for believing, I'd like to hear it.
I don't know what I could say.
Well, why do you believe it?
Yeah. Yeah,
Why
I
do you?
do.
Well, I'm asking why. Why do you believe that?
Because it's proof
What proof?
of it.
What proof? Sorry.
I mean, there's proof from many different people.
Can you be more specific, Iman?
John, Luke, Mark.
Oh, yeah. I'm not disputing that there are people who claimed or at least even believed that Jesus was resurrected. But what I'm trying to figure out is like a resurrection event is so like it's so implausible. Why would we accept their claims as anything other than like
I mean,
mistaken?
it hasn't happened. It hasn't happened for us in our lifetime.
Right. So why would we believe that it happened to them?
So why would it not happen for us?
Why would a resurrection
What?
not happen for us? Yeah, listen, we understand like how entropy of biological systems generally like usually you need like they need you know like if you die it does start to decay. We understand that very, very quickly, right? So if you're gonna say that somebody died and they started decaying and then they came back and like it just reversed its entropy without any natural explanation and it's a supernatural one, I'm going to need like reasons for believing that one, there was a resurrection, right? And then two, if there was a resurrection, why is that supernatural? But the stronger claim that you're making is that there was a resurrection.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to figure out, like, I agree, we can grant you for the sake of argument that the Gospels, they believed that there was a resurrection, but why does that make the resurrection the most likely explanation?
Well, I mean, it was passed down from generation to generation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But I mean, like a lot of religions have passed down like from a lot of different religions that deny Jesus was resurrected, so that can't be a good reason. Because you can pass down false things.
I'm not here to represent Catholics or Baptists or Pentecostals or Muslim anything.
Okay. Yeah, I'm saying like you reject the claims of those other religions when they use the same like reasoning. They'll say, yeah, this is oral tradition, it was passed down in my religion, right? But you're not going to say that that's a reason to believe that it's true. So why would you do it for your own?
I'm not here to reject anyone's claims.
So you don't reject Buddhism?
I don't know. Can you state to me what Buddhism claimed? With the resurrection?
Well, no, I'm asking, like, do you accept or reject the claims of Buddhists or Hindus or like Muslims when they say that the supernatural events that have occurred in my religion are true because they have been passed down through generation? Water to wine, huh?
I don't know. That's kind of controversial.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, just saying that something was passed down through generations, I don't see how that's a reason to accept it, especially if it's like a supernatural claim. I mean, you could probably accept that for like trivial claims that we haven't experienced a lot, but yeah.
I'm not saying it's a supernatural claim.
You think Jesus was resurrected naturally?
Yeah.
Oh, well then you don't need a God for that, do you?
No, yeah.
Okay.
So God doesn't exist.
So like, yeah, I mean, I guess that would explain it. If Jesus was like one of the very rare human beings who happen to have a body that can resurrect naturally, right?
I mean,
then that would explain why there was religion.
God sent his body.
Well, now that's a different claim. Now that's a claim that God sent his body.
Okay, well, what claim is that?
Well, you're making a claim that there is a God to send their body to Earth for. Do you have reasons to believe that there is a God to do that?
Yeah.
Okay, what's your reasoning?
It's in the proof.
I need some water. I'll be right back.
Miss, have you had a few tonight?
No.
Okay. You sound inebriated. Do you not understand that we're asking you to provide the proof and you're just saying there is proof? Okay, never mind.
Okay, bye.
Are you inebriated? No. Okay. And then drops. Didn't like being called out on your sitting there, did ya? I'm pretty sure.
Getting drunk isn't an okay thing.
Not very Christian of you to be doing such a thing.
Also, Trenton said he's going to send me $200. Everyone encourage Trent to back up his claim. Send me that $200, Trenton.
No.
Excuse you, I hustle for you and grift for you all the fucking time. You can grift for me once.
Trenton, send the money or I'll teabag you. I don't know.
W. That also sounds awful.
Yeah, she just
All right.
left.
Oh my god, of course. Hello, can I get your age, please?
36 New York.
Alright. You a Christian?
I am. And I'll give you one example. Mother Teresa, right?
Okay.
She provided the last miracle that we've seen, right?
What was the miracle?
The miracle was curing people of cancer through drinking water from a nearby thing nearby her.
Okay, there's a couple. I don't even know where to start. First of all, if there was a miracle where she's like curing people with water from like some hot springs, I don't know what you said there at the end there, but if she's curing, that doesn't entail Christianity's true. So I don't know how you get from that to Christianity.
No, I think it relates to part of it, right? Because it shows that miracles are possible.
Yeah,
right?
but that's consistent with a God not existing, right? So you can have no God.
No, I don't think it is. No,
Well, what are miracles?
well,
if not
that's
just
where I disagree.
violations of natural law.
No,
right?
it's God's will that was imposed on.
But there are Buddhists who believe in miracles.
His saints.
Right? You understand that, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's say that I take your point there. Okay.
Yeah. So like that, Buddhists believe, like a lot of Buddhists at least, believe that there are supernatural entities. But they,
Dude, you don't know what fucking Buddhists
is there a
believe.
reason why I keep being overtalked here?
Sorry.
Okay. So there's a lot. I met them, right? They believe that there are supernatural. There's a natural world that's, you, me, the chairs, the trees and stuff like that, right? And there's a supernatural world. And the supernatural world wasn't built by any god or deity and anything like that. It's just two different worlds that just happen to exist, right? And that allows for a lot of them to like have miracles, right? Now, I don't know how you get from miracles to God existing, right? I'm just granting you for the sake of argument that these were miracles. I'm pretty sure if I were to investigate a little bit in that argumentation, they're not going to be, but let's just grant that these were miracles from Mother Teresa. How do we even get from God existing there?
Okay. Well, God granted them the powers to create those miracles.
How do you know that?
I guess. Huh?
How do you know that?
No, well, you said that you're going to grant me.
Yeah, let's just grant that there are miracles. Why would I then accept that God, if there's a God existent, that God gave them these miracle powers or whatever, these superpowers? I guess I'm not going to call them from now on.
Well, because he's looking out for the greater good of the people.
Yeah, how do you know that? You can't look out for the greater good of the people if he doesn't exist, right? So how do you know he exists to do that?
Well, you said you're going to grant me.
I said I'm just granting you miracles. I did not say I'm granting you God.
Okay. All right, fine. But dude, God does these things. Like he literally looks out for our people.
Dude.
We're asking you to justify the
that a miracle happened.
And I'm justifying it
I
by
understand,
using
but you need to get from, hey, a miracle happened to, hey,
this
No,
specific
no, no,
God
no, no, no,
exists.
no. I'm doing it in the reverse way. I'm saying that the
But
example of his existence
you the
is
God.
his
Wait,
miracles.
stop. Cancel. We're not granting you the God to be outright. We're granting you the
You're
miracle.
granting me the miracle, so
Okay.
I
Let's try. Let's
so
try.
you
It.
can
Maybe
link that
I don't
to
think
a
he's
God.
understanding the objection. Okay. Let me try an analogy here. Right. So I'm out in the middle of the field and I see a pot of gold. Right. My claim is that the pot of gold is due to magic from leprechauns. Right. Let's just say that that's my claim, and then let's just say that you say I say that's magic and it's from leprechauns. Right. Those are two different claims. Wait, hold on. Please.
Let's see if you get that
Hold
pot
on.
of gold,
Real
then
quick,
I would
real quick,
say, hey,
please.
maybe
I haven't. You keep over talking. Okay, I say it's a magic. It's a magic pot of gold, and then I also believe that this magic pot of gold was given by like leprechauns. Now you say, okay, let's grant that you're doing what I'm doing. You're granting that it's a magic pot of gold, but you're saying how do you get from the pot of gold to leprechauns? And I say, well, leprechauns gave it there. That leprechauns put it. That's just to restate the claim. That's not justifying the claim. You
but
understand
there's
how
a
it's a
level of
difference?
belief. There's a level of belief that I would have in you. The fact that you got the pot of gold, right? If you can prove to me that you got the pot of gold, right? Which is what I'm saying with Mother Teresa. We can prove that she cured cancer in certain situations, and that's all I'm saying.
Yeah. How do you get from God from that? How do you get to God?
Sorry, what?
You're saying that the best explanation for these miracles is God. Why?
She said it herself. She said it herself. Mother
Okay,
Teresa
what's her
said it
argument
herself.
for it,
Dude.
then?
What's her argument for it? Do you
Now
think
we're
she's
switching.
arguing for it?
Because now we're switching from you making the claim to her making the claim, and the
No,
question's going to
but-
be the
but-
same,
but-
which is, what's the argument that
No,
your
look.
miracles that are best explained by a God existing?
I believe that you're a logical person, so you'll listen to logic, right?
I will.
So just the same way that you find a pot of gold, you can believe that it's from a leprechaun, right?
What?
But and what I'm saying is, if someone was cured from cancer at a specific time, right? Then maybe it was something that God willed upon Mother Teresa to do.
Okay.
That's all I'm
Listen,
saying.
The reason why I brought up the pot of gold example is because most people, when they think of a pot of gold, a magical pot of gold, they think of leprechauns. But it doesn't follow from that if you were to see a magical pot of gold, therefore the best explanation is leprechauns, right? In the same way, I agree. Most people, when they think of miracles, they think of God. But that doesn't follow from that. I agree. That's just facts about people's psychology, and I think that's your psychology. But that doesn't mean in basic reasoning and statistics, right? Like, it doesn't mean that just because somebody did a miracle, it is best explained by God, right? I need that inference. You're jumping from miracle to God exists. That's why I want that jump to.
There's a whole society that validates miracles, and you're telling me that they're all lying. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Well, no. Well, lying means you intentionally know. You're intentionally trying to deceive. I think people truly believe that these miracles are these miracles that they think are miracles are caused by God. But that doesn't mean that has nothing about the truth value. That's just saying what people believe, right? We're asking whether they're justified in that belief.
Okay, what I'm saying is different in beliefs, right? You don't believe in it, but it did happen, right? The end result did happen.
Yeah, you have to give a justification, right? Let's just say, I don't believe Mother
because
Teresa.
you
Hold on, real
want
quick.
proof for everything. There's not always proof.
I don't hold the belief that Mother Teresa performed anything supernatural. But what I'm arguing with is like the first premise. Here's kind of what we're doing here. Here's the structure of the dialectic, right? So premise one, if Mother Teresa did a supernatural thing, then the best explanation is God exists. Premise two, Mother Teresa did a supernatural thing. Conclusion, the best explanation for that is God exists, right? Now, premise two, I'm just granting for the sake of argument, right? Premise one is what I'm debating right now. I'm grading the inference. You're making a leap of faith, right? The leap is, if a supernatural, then God, right? I'm trying to figure out how you get there.
Okay, so you're going to debate mode. All right, fine. So you're
This is a debate live.
No,
Cancel
I know, but he's disregarding the second argument that he was making, which is the point that I was making. But okay, so for sake of the argument, I'll go back to your first point. Okay, what I'm saying is that we've seen evidence of her actually curing cancer.
Okay, let's grant that. Go ahead.
Okay, and that is evidence of the proof of God.
I know
because
that.
no, hold
Okay,
up. Because no normal person would be granted that power unless it was someone who believed in God. That's why.
Wait, I'm sorry. You're saying a person cannot. All you're saying is, okay, this is what you're saying. The inference that we're trying to justify is if Mother Teresa did a supernatural event, then the best explanation for God. The reason for believing that is a person could not have supernatural events unless it was God given. You understand how that's just to restate premise one, right? You understand that's just restating the premise, right?
No, I don't.
Yeah, okay, you're making the same inference. Like it's the same statement that you're trying to justify. It's like if I said
It's a supernatural event that
yes,
happened.
we're granting that for the sake of argument. It's a supernatural event. Why? So can you just
No.
define for
Here's the-
okay. So the term supernatural, as I understand it, is not conceptually required for it just means not natural. That's all it means to me, or at least violates
okay.
natural laws. That in the term itself doesn't say anything about God, which means it's not analytically true that it's from God, which means you have to draw an actual inference for why God best explains that. Can you do that, please?
No, look, I'll agree with you from a rational standpoint that what you're saying is true, that, okay, it's supernatural, something out of the norm. Okay? I'll agree with you there. Okay? But what I'm saying is that it's divulged from God. God is the one who did it. Why do you do it? I have no idea. I will give you a reason.
That's the claim. I know you believe that. You believe it's God that did. I'm asking you to justify that claim. Cancel.
I'm justifying it by the fact that the person who did it had a belief in that person.
Yeah, I agree that they had to believe.
And they believe that
belief, but
person
why?
granted them the power to do it.
Do you think that just because somebody believes something is true, the best explanation is that it's true? Especially if it's a supernatural claim?
I think not always.
Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out like why you're saying Mother Teresa had a belief that it was God that gave her these supernatural powers.
Mhm.
Therefore, the best explanation. Like, listen, if like Usain Bolt, right? Like he's the fastest man on the earth, and he says, you know what? The reason why I run so fast is because I'm a descendant of the Greek god, the
Carbon, you're
messenger
throwing
god,
doubt. You're throwing
Hermes,
doubt into
right?
it.
And like, I don't see why I would accept that claim.
Carbon, what you're doing is you're throwing doubt into the statement, which I agree. There's a level of doubt that should be, I guess, expected. But that's where faith comes in, right? That's where faith comes
is
in.
not an argument, so.
No, dude, I know it's not a logical argument, but that's the rest of it. That's where faith comes into place. Where
your entire, like, the question on the background is why should we be Christian? You are supposed to be convincing us as why we should be Christian. We don't hold the faith you currently hold.
Well, first of all, I don't think we should be. I think we
believe
should be Catholic. First of all, we should be Catholic. I'm
Christians
Catholic.
are Catholics.
Not
Catholics are Christian.
Form of
It's just
Christianity.
it's just an overarching denomination. Jesus Christ. It has nothing to do with it. And you need to propose. Like, I think you're full of shit, but you need to propose the argument in a way that faith does not have a monocle to your argument, because we don't recognize faith as a valid form of argument.
I know you don't, and you should. You
So
should
why are
for
you
the
using
examples
faith?
that I've given.
Dude, I just looked up, like, Carbon's granting you the Mother Teresa bullshit because he wants to have a dialogue with you, but I just looked this up. She was, the one person that claimed she had cancer was under medical treatment not for cancer. The doctor came out after she was sanctified saying, no, she never had cancer. She was under treatment for a fucking gallbladder issue.
And the other had
She's a saint.
fucking
She's a
ulcer.
saint, first of all.
Yeah, because the Catholic Church gave her sainthood, which she didn't deserve because she was abusing and harming people. She was a terrible person.
Mother Teresa was an asshole. Like
She did
legitimately
horrendous things.
Legitimately withheld aid from non-Catholics to prioritize Catholics.
Mother Teresa was a saint. Okay, first
That
of all.
doesn't mean anything.
I understand that the Catholic Church deemed her a saint. I understand that.
Okay.
But Mother Teresa specifically withheld aid in Africa to non-Christians to prioritize Christians.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Well, maybe
For
you should look it
horrible
up.
atrocities that she committed.
No, I'm not shutting off. Okay, if you're being truly honest, which I don't think you are, I think you're stretching the truth.
No,
Okay?
this is
So
widely known.
maybe-
Even like Queen Elizabeth, Queen Elizabeth and her father called out the things that she did. She was not a good person.
Why was she sainted?
Because the Vatican is shit. Hello?
What?
I mean,
'Cause
you're
what?
asking a lot of somebody to instantly go to like
Everybody
Vatican shit.
stop interrupting. She was one of the people.
Hold on.
We didn't introduce you yet, Drew. We'll
Come
get to
on.
it in just a second.
She was one of the people that rushed forward the fucking AIDS epidemic in Africa because she was telling the primarily Catholic people living in Africa to not use condoms. And that increased the AIDS epidemic.
Whatever. Okay.
Thought you shut off. All right.
She's a
Okay.
fucking piece of shit and
No,
fuck
no,
your saint.
no. What?
All right, Drew, can I get your age, please?
I think
Can we
Drew's a
send him
friendly.
on mute real quick? Is he a friendly?
I think so. He was in chat saying that he studied about
Oh.
Mother Teresa and is also an atheist.
Yeah, sorry. Anyways, I've said a lot about this stuff. So I mean, granted, like I understand where you guys are coming from, and you want to go like to the end all, like the outcomes of Mother Teresa's actions overall in her entire life. But I mean, if you're trying to like change an individual's opinion on that, you can't just bring out like all of those facts initially. Like, I mean, this guy's probably talking about the Monica woman that, you know, she allegedly
yes
cured or whatever, right?
I actually forgot why it's one.
I don't coddle people who
It's
worship
one of
evil
two
people.
and the only one that has
Okay.
a cancer
I mean,
cancer
I
claim
don't
is
know.
that
I mean,
one.
it's my first time on your guys' live. I mean, I understand you don't want to coddle people, but I mean, if you're trying to invite people here to like have a conversation, my
I'm all
disposition
for
during
that.
that would be to like try to hear them out and like, you know, try to take them to a place where they can understand before you just completely obliterate them. Which I mean,
We did
it's
that
easy
for
to
quite
do.
some time. We
Okay.
gave him
Well, then I came in late.
yeah, we gave him plenty of grace. And I'm sorry, but
Okay.
again, coddling people who worship people who did horrid atrocities to groups of people and harmed several groups of people, we're not for that. I'm not going to do that.
Real
The
quick,
good
shout
news
out
is to be Catholic.
I'm not
Jesus.
here to.
Verillion, real quick. Thank you for the $5. You can't argue with your position is rational, but mine diverts from that. Thank you, Verillion, for the $5 super chat over on YouTube. I appreciate you. All right, so
I have a shout out
Cancel,
to
you're not gonna shut down now.
I'm not arguing against you guys. Like I think you guys think that I think you guys have an echo chamber, and I think that you think because
Debate
you have
channel is an
opposition.
echo chamber.
No, what I think is that because somebody disagrees with you, you think that like, oh, let's kick this guy. He has no idea what he's talking about.
I kicked you because you just keep shutting down. You're like, you know what, fuck you. Like that's all you were saying. You weren't saying anything meaningful or
I
substantive.
cursed. I apologize for cursing. Okay.
It's not because you were cursing. It's because like you were just like giving up and like just like you don't want to engage in the arguments.
Okay, maybe I was a little bit apprehensive. Okay, all right, fair. But the point that I'm trying to make is that I don't know why you have such a distaste for Christian, or first of all, I don't agree with Christian and Catholic beliefs. And like you just completely discount it.
No, I don't. One of my favorite philosophers is a Christian. He's a progressive Christian, Dr. Dustin Crummett. He's a Christian. No, I disagree with him on his reasons for why he thinks that Jesus was resurrected. But yeah, I mean, he's a great guy. He's like he doesn't believe that being gay is wrong. He doesn't believe that any of the he doesn't think that people should be like oppressing people on the basis of the religion. Right? He's like one of my favorite philosophers. So no, we don't have disdain. We have disdain for the types of Christians who take it way beyond that. Right? They start defending things like 1 Samuel 15:3.
Oh no, Carbon.
Carbon. For a minute, let's. Sorry.
I 100% have disdain for the Catholic Church, 100%. In every way, shape, or form, everybody should.
They've done horrible, horrible atrocities to every fucking corner of the world. There are entire indigenous groups that do not exist because of the Catholic Church.
I'll give leeway for most Christian denominations. There is no mercy or respect for the Catholic Church.
First of all, the Catholic Church is the one who's even vying for any of your political beliefs. First of all,
I'm sorry,
I'm not even going there.
Is the Catholic Church not a criminal organization?
They're not.
Really?
Absolutely not.
What would you call an organization that for hundreds of years moved around P3DOs who they knew were harming children and allowed them to keep doing it in different parishes? What would you call that? Would you call that criminal? Hundreds of fucking years, your church moved around pedophiles and kept it quiet because they knew it would harm their image.
What about
would you fucking call that?
What about the entire genocide that they did on several indigenous groups and made it illegal for indigenous people to speak their own language, to practice their culture, to worship their gods, to cloister them into schools and to whitewash them and to erase their indigenousness? You can't sit here and tell me that they're not doing horrid things, that they are an illegal crime. Fucking shit. Like,
how about stop going back 100 years?
This isn't 100 years ago.
Stop. This isn't 100 years ago. They're currently on trial right fucking now in more than 15 different countries across the earth. 15 different countries are trying to hold your fucking church, the criminal organization that it is, to its fucking knees and burn them at the fire because of what they did. The Catholic Church has done nothing to give recompense for the victims that they have assaulted. None. I don't want to fucking hear it from some weekend Catholic, okay? I don't want to fucking hear it.
If I could respond to you without getting fucking muted.
Would you call it a criminal organization, what I just said and what Andy just said?
That's a yes.
Sorry, what? No. If I could respond without getting muted, like
I gave you a chance to respond. Yes or no? Would you call it a criminal organization?
I wouldn't, dude. I wouldn't because I think that they provide. Hold up. I think they provide a net benefit to society overall.
Right.
And no.
Wait.
Here's why.
The good always outweighs the bad, right? It's okay that they moved around pedophiles for hundreds of fucking years as long as they give out a couple crumbs to charity every year.
First of all,
it's totally okay. It's fine. It's not like over the past 20 years we've uncovered hundreds upon hundreds of victims just in the fucking United States.
Not to mention the thousands of unmarked graves of indigenous children that are still being unfucking buried. Are you fucking kidding me?
The Catholic Church in and of itself should be burnt to the fucking ground and left there. And the fact that you still support it says a lot to your fucking character and you don't see it as a problem. Well, they do a lot of good. Go fuck yourself.
No, what I'm saying is that they provide hope to people. Is that,
a lot of hope that my kids won't get touched.
No, dude. Don't go there. What I'm saying is they
I've
provided.
already went there. Your church is literally filled to the fucking brim with P3DOs. To the fucking brim. I was almost a fucking victim of one of those fucking pieces of shit. So don't fucking tell me that I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about and that they provide a good service. Go fuck yourself. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Dude, I'm not being aggressive with you. I'm not sure.
No, I am being aggressive with you. Because you wanna know why? It's the soft-spoken pieces of shit like you that let the victims go unfucking hurt. It's the pieces of shit like you that'll go, well, listen, they provide actually a good benefit to the world that allows these children, these fucking kids, to continue to be fucking abused. It's because of you.
There's abuse in every religious system.
And now I'm flagged. You know what?
Yeah, you're just deflecting.
Good
at
night,
this
everybody.
I'm
Fuck
not
this guy.
No, dude, I'm not defending it. Dude, look. I hear what you're saying. No, I am. I swear to God on my life, I hear what you're saying, right? But at the same time, religion serves a purpose to us people, right? It gives us purpose.
But if that service is also hand in hand with genocide and rape of children, it shouldn't exist. It's a criminal organization. I don't give two flying fucks. That they feed a couple kids here and there and provide a little bit of service here and there. It is still an illegal fucking operation where they are doing more harm than good. And you can't sit here and tell me that they haven't. They have done so much fucking harm to this world.
But here's the thing, right? Because you think this way, and there's a whole populace of people who don't agree with you, who believe
I
in
don't
God.
care if they agree with me or not. These things still happened. You don't get to sit here and, oh, my opinion. This is fact, buddy. Fact does not care about your fifis. Grow up. This happened. This is still happening today. Children are still being harmed by the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church is still doing fucking harm to several indigenous cultures.
Can I stop fucking being muted? Second of all, to respond to you, there's a whole populace of people who do actually believe in God, right? And so you are kind of just discounting them, right? For whatever reason, right? I'm not saying that I disagree with your reasons. What I'm saying is that there is a huge populace of people who believe in God, and you sitting up here on the panel and saying that it doesn't matter. Oh,
it doesn't. No, I don't care if you believe in God or not. The organization that is the Catholic Church is harmful. You can believe in God without being tied to an illegal criminal organization that is the Catholic Church. Period.
Okay, but
nothing, bro.
Who's the Pope? The Pope is even advocating for your positions.
Great.
even.
The Pope that was elected within the last fucking year has some great ideas. Ooh, he still doesn't have the greatest things ever. Are you kidding me? And that doesn't erase the last 2,000 years worth of harm. That doesn't bring back every fucking child who has lost their life or has been harmed, or
So
cultures
what
that
you
are
want to
not
do is-
existing anymore. The Inquisitions, the fucking Crusades. Be so for real right now. Languages are gone. Cultures are dead because of the Catholic Church.
Look, if you want to be antagonistic and that's your entire premise,
I'm not being antagonistic.
That's
I
what it
am
sounds
being
like.
realistic.
Yeah.
This is real life, cancel.
All right. Cancel. Somebody did pay the kick. Thank you, Berillian, for the $25 in super chat. I appreciate you, Berillian. The church opposes artificial birth control methods. The church defines marriage exclusively as a union between man and woman. The church's official teaching does not permit the ordination of women to the priesthood. Yep, all oppression too. Yeah, thank you so much, Berillian, for the $25 to kick over on YouTube. I appreciate you. Again, if you are a Christian, go ahead and hop on the guest requests. We do have a lot of friendlies and the guest requests. So if you are not a Christian, please do not join the guest requests. We're looking for debates right now. Thank you.
Real quick, I have to shout out, and the way I audibly laughed when I got it. You're not a full man of your word there, Trenton. But thanks for the $50. You still owe me 150. But I guess, Trenton, $50.
That's crazy. Damn, bro. All All right, let's get the next person in here. Hello, can I get your age, please? Hello, can I get?
Sorry, say it again.
Can I get your age, please?
21.
Are you a Christian?
Yes, sir.
All right, you want to give us your strongest reasons why?
Well, one day you'll have to decide, and
Well, why are you a Christian? I'm asking.
I mean, just the encounter and the things he did for me.
Oh, Jesus did things for you, you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what did he do for you that makes it believe that Christianity is true?
Well,
are you in high school?
Say it again.
Your bio says you're in high school. Are you in high school?
No,
Why does your bio say high school?
I had this account for a while now.
Huh?
I had this account for a while now.
So you never changed your bio for like 4 years, 3 years?
Nope.
Why don't I not believe you?
you
What
lying?
year
Are
did
you
you
lying?
graduate?
Okay, what year did you graduate?
Say it again.
What year did you graduate?
2022.
How old are you again?
21.
Whatever. All right. Okay. Well, whatever. I mean, you're saying it, but it's just weird. Anyway. Yeah. What did he do for you?
He just works things out in your life and stuff.
Like what?
Any problems? Just you got to talk to him and.
So if somebody has a problem, they have an amputated leg. He's gonna help them grow
No,
it back.
no.
Oh wait, why not that problem?
Because if he
Why
would
is that
do
off
those
limits
things,
for
it'd be more obvious. That's why you got to have faith.
Oh, why didn't he want it to be obvious that he exists? Why does he want to hide from us? You think
Because-
a good father hides from his kids?
Yes. So he don't want you to have it easy and know that he's real by showing these obvious things. He wants you to have faith in him and have faith that.
I mean, but in the Bible, it claims that he does obvious things all the time. He splits oceans, right? At one point, he's like actually physically walking through the garden, resurrecting people from the dead. It makes it obvious in those cases. Why not ours?
That was before. That was before he died.
Well,
Now
why
he
does
wants us to believe.
Like, I don't understand why. Like, what's wrong with believing him in the face of overwhelming evidence? I don't understand.
He wants us to have faith. Plain and simple.
Why?
I'm not here to ask
What
him.
does that serve? What like purpose does that serve?
In the Bible, it says you need to have faith. There's all these things that you need to have faith for.
Listen, if God is like purposely making it to where his miracles exist, to where only people who don't need a lot of evidence would believe in them, right? If you're like, that means he's like selecting for the. It sounds rude, but it sounds like he's selecting for like the least intelligent people. Because the most intelligent people are going to be the ones that require more like strict standards of epistemology and reasoning and things like that. Is he not? I don't want to say intelligent. I want to say like critical thinking. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not getting what you're saying.
You're not okay. So, So let's say I'm a father and I have a child, right? And the child's gonna grow up. Now, I don't want it to be obvious that the child knows that I'm in their life, right?
Real
quick. I'm just giving you an analogy real quick. I don't want to make it obvious that, the child knows that I'm in their life, like by me walking around the house every day, right? But I want to put like little breadcrumbs, right? So like little deposits into their account of like $5 every now and then, but you can't really trace the bank account number and think like what's the purpose of why I'm hiding myself from them? Like, why not just walk around the house with them and be like, yeah, because that's what you're doing in heaven anyway, right? You're gonna obviously know that God exists, so what's the purpose?
Because he wants you to have faith. That's the whole. That's.
But why? You don't know why?
That's just what he wants. He wants that faith.
Okay. Well, faith is my understanding of faith is, a belief that's unjustified, right? And I just understand that to be bad
Yeah.
epistemic practice.
Yeah, like some things you can't prove. That's why you gotta have faith.
So if somebody from another religion said, "Hey, you need to have faith in my religion," what are you going to say? What's going to be your objection?
I would say no, because there's other things that make me believe in this than that.
Oh, what are those things?
I mean, the encounters, the
The encounters that you've had in your life?
yes,
What?
and you think about it, none of the other religions make sense. None of them.
Well, Christianity doesn't make sense.
In what way?
Yeah, you say your God is just, but then he does unjust things.
I mean, there's some things that I wouldn't say don't make sense, but would be hard to believe, and that's when you got to have faith. But
Yeah. Well, okay.
the
So
things
is
that
there what room does faith leave you? Like, okay, so we understand what a just God or just justice to mean is to give somebody what they deserve. Do you think it would be just to punish an innocent person, right, for the wrongdoing of another person?
say that again.
Do you think it would be just to punish an innocent person, intentionally punish an innocent person for the wrongdoing of another person?
Yes, because God has a plan.
Why is that just? Like, okay, so let's say you committed a crime, and so I put your child in jail. Would that be just?
Well, that's what Jesus did. We were sinners, and he died for us.
So that's a yes, that would be just for me to put your child in jail for what you did?
Explain just.
Justice is giving somebody what they deserve. That's what we understand justice to be. It's deserving principles. Do you think that child deserves to be put in jail?
No, but that's God's plan, and he's doing that for a reason.
So being unjust is to give somebody what they don't deserve. Do we agree?
Being unjust.
If I give you what you do not deserve, right? Am I being just?
No.
Okay. So, do children deserve to be punished for the crimes of Adam and Eve?
Yes. Because we would have all did it. You would have did the exact same thing. Because we're all sinners.
So a baby that's born and then they get raped or something like that and they get pregnant, they deserve to go through that painful childbirth, right? Because of what Eve did.
We would have all did what Eve did.
So that is a yes. That child does deserve to go through that. Yes.
You're making this confusing, my boy.
What? I'm not making it confusing. I'm being very linear with you. Does the child? Let's say we have a case, because here, let me back up. In Genesis, God said, right, because of what you did, Eve, women are going to endure painful childbirth and childbearing, right? That's the punishment that other women get because of what Eve did. Now he imposed that on women. So let's take a case. Let's take a woman or a girl, who is raped, right? And she becomes pregnant, and she has to go through. Maybe she's like in some Republican state or whatever, where they force them, like, kids to be like give birth and not be able to get the abortions. Okay, but she has to go through painful labor to deliver that child. Do we agree?
Yes.
Okay. Does she deserve that pain and suffering?
She chose to get pregnant, right?
She was raped. What's your name? Sorry, I Kane, whatever. She the hypothetical is that she was raped by someone, like some man or something, right? It's a child. Let's say it's a 12-year-old child.
No.
She does not. Okay, cool, interesting. Okay, so we have a case where somebody is not getting what they don't deserve. Somebody is not getting what they deserve. Sorry,
But
right?
God has a plan for that pain.
So do you affirm that God gave this child what she did not deserve?
We all deserve more than we
Is that a yes
get.
or is a no? That child does deserve to have to go through pain and suffering.
The child
of basically a rape baby. She has to go through that, right?
Yeah.
Nanners, you want to take it from here? I'm done.
Oh, buddy, you are the farthest thing from what Christ would want, by the way. You disappoint him greatly. Your lack of empathy and understanding of Christianity as a whole is sad. I don't even know where to take it from here. Like this idea, like, by the way, the Bible says it's unjust to punish a child for the crimes of the father. You know that, right? Do you know that?
Say it again.
It's unjust to punish the child with the crimes of the parent. You know this, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so by that logic, and if you truly knew that, you would then follow that punishing a child for the crimes of the parent is wrong, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys like to take the Bible out of context, don't you?
Wait, hold on real quick. Feifei, can I get your age, please?
Calm down.
I'm 54. Actually,
Okay.
I'm 55 today.
All right, so let's see if
54,
we're taking...
you have time. You have time to get saved. Yes.
And I'm a Christian. So I'm Baptist born and raised.
Here you
so
go.
All
Feifei,
my life.
let's see if we're being unreasonable here. Do you agree that it's unjust to punish somebody else for the crimes of somebody else?
Well, duh.
Okay. Is God punishing women with childbirth? Yes or no? For what Eve did?
No.
He's not? So it doesn't say that in Genesis 2?
You're taking it out of context.
Okay, how am I taking it out of context? And you're a little muffled if you can, like, unmuffle. Feifei, you're muffled. We can't hear you. You're, like, covering the microphone or something.
No, I'm not.
There you
God
go. All right, that's better.
You guys are basically taking it out of context to
Tell me
suit
how.
your own agenda.
Tell me how. Don't just say it. Tell me how.
Adam and Eve sinned.
Yes.
Therefore, the children of Adam and Eve are the ones who are going to have to deal with the consequences.
Oh, so you agree that... So we read it right. Okay, so yeah, God is punishing those kids way down the lineage,
No.
down through the generations. He's
Excuse
punishing.
me,
He says it
God-
right there in Genesis 2. I will do it.
God gave Adam and Eve an option. He gave them two paths. You could go either my path.
What
or
was
you
the
could-
punishment, though, of the action?
Can I finish?
No, I'm curious. What's the punishment?
No,
What was the
can I
punishment that he... No, answer my question. What
That
was the
we're all
punishment?
sinners. That we're all sinners.
No.
See, that's just that you don't want me to finish what I'm saying because you guys don't care about
Since
free
you
will.
obviously don't know.
Okay, finish what you're saying. Jesus.
God gave Adam and Eve a choice. Be in my garden. You will not see what each other looks like. The devil tempted them. And instead of them staying to the path that God gave them, they decided they had free will, so they were going to be tempted. They bit the apple. They went against God's wishes. God gave them free will, just like God gives everybody free will. You have to decide if you want to go down the path of righteousness and truth and the God, or if you want to go down the want to divide the devil.
Cool. Now, understood. Now, notice what you're saying is an actually objection to what we're saying, right? So we agree that there can be an authority.
Well, no, because you're
Is
saying,
there a
well-
reason why I'm being overtalked right now? So we agree that there's an authority, right, in the Bible, which is God. And we agree that he said, here's my rules, right? Now, if you had a judge or you had a government or whatever, and they say, here's my rules, okay, if you break those rules, then what we're going to do is we're going to throw your children in jail, right? Now, just because he made those rules, it doesn't follow from that those rules are just, right? Just because God said you have a choice doesn't mean that his actions are just, right? You can be, somebody can violate your rules and you can still treat them unjustly. For example, you know, right now, like in the United States, they believe, like, you know, there's undocumented immigrants. They say, like, oh, you're not violating our documentation rules, right? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna you know, harass you and beat you up, and we're gonna deport you to a country that you never know, right? That's obviously like unjust policy and things like that. And there's a lot more unjust
That's not
policy than
unjust
that.
policy.
Now, well, we're not gonna get into that, but that's just what we understand unjust to be. It's just where you're
But
not
you-
giving somebody
you just
what they
went- you just
deserve.
went
And I'll
into
finish here. So the question is, if like God did explicitly state, and I'm looking at it right now, he said, because of what you did to Eve, all women are going to have to go through painful childbearing. Why would he do that? Feifei, answer that question directly. Why would he do that to somebody
that
who's
was
not Eve?
unnecessary.
Because that's not what he said. That's not what he did. He did not say, well, because you did this to Eve.
The Bible's wrong then?
No, you're taking it out of context. Just
He
like
said,
you
I
all
will
do.
make their pains. What do you think I means when God is talking? It's
We
talking
all
about God,
know.
right? Okay. I will make their pains in childbearing very severe. With painful labor, you will give birth to children. That's what he's saying to Eve because of what she did. So
Yeah.
she's gonna experience
Yeah.
bad pain, and all the women after her, when they give birth, are going to experience pain. Now, why is he making somebody else who doesn't even exist yet? Why is he basically punishing them?
Because we would have all did the same thing.
Amen. Thank you.
Wait, okay, so cool. So just to be clear, in my case that I was saying, right? There's a 12-year-old girl. She's raped. She's get pregnant,
Oh,
right?
goodness.
Yep, she's raped and she's pregnant, right? This happens a lot in the United States. And now
Man, that's
she has to
God's
go. I don't
plan.
know
He
why I'm
did
being
that for-
overtalked. I
that
don't know
happened
why
for
I'm
a
being
reason.
overtalked right now.
Just,
I still don't know why I'm being
That happened
overtalked.
for a
I'm still
reason.
being
It
overtalked. It's
happened.
crazy that my mouth is doing this and your mouth is also doing this. Don't do that, okay? So I asked you if there's this 12-year-old girl, right? And she is raped, right, by an adult man, and she has to go through painful delivery. I'm sorry, right? Why does she deserve that again?
Because we would have all did that.
I didn't ask we. I asked her. I asked about like the girl.
God did not allow her to get pregnant. Someone else impregnated her, and a
Nobody's disputing that.
A baby should not be unalived because somebody else did.
Nobody's
something.
talking
There's-
about abortion. I asked, why does it have to
no
be
one's
painful?
talking about abortion.
Why is he making it painful for her? Why not just alleviate her suffering? She already had to go through it.
No.
What do you
So
want
answer
it
the
to do?
question.
Magically appear? Poof, it's here?
I mean, can God do that?
No. Why would you?
God's not all powerful, Feifei? Is the Bible wrong about that
He
one
can't
too,
give her like
Feifei?
some magical painkillers or
God
something.
doesn't do magic. God does free
What do you think
will.
supernatural is?
No, he actually doesn't do free will, Feifei.
Supernatural is not God's work. Supernatural.
Wait, so
is
God
something
didn't
that's made up by
God
people
didn't supernaturally
who get
resurrect
views
Jesus
on
from the dead?
TikTok.
So God didn't supernaturally resurrect Jesus from the dead?
Yes, he did.
Oh,
I got a
he does.
question.
So it is.
I got a
So
question.
he
I
does
got a
do
question.
supernatural.
Because
Hello, Feifei.
I got a question.
I need you to
Shut up,
lock in. I need you to lock in.
I got a question.
You need to go to bed. I think you're past.
Stop
Anyway,
drinking and
what's
put the
your-
bottle
What's your
down.
question, Kane?
So what do you believe in?
That's a very vague question. I believe chocolate tastes good. I don't know. Like, what do you mean?
I mean, what
Has a
religion do you,
nickname
what
after
religion do you
bananas.
believe in?
I don't believe in any religions. I don't believe magic is real.
So when you die, what do you think? What are you doing?
I don't exist anymore to do anything if I die.
And you think that's what's going to happen?
Yeah,
So where
like,
does your
for example,
go?
it's like saying, hey, before your mother and father conceived of you, what were you doing?
So are you saying that you don't have a spirit, sir?
What is a spirit?
The spirit inside your body? Are you saying
Yeah,
you're an
what is a
empty
spirit?
hollow soul, empty hollow body?
No, I actually have like organs and a brain and like a lot of feelings and emotions. I have like
Yeah,
strength
your
and
strength and
neurons,
emotions
and I have
are your
like a
spirit.
complex system of things. No, I don't have a
Yeah, but your
metaphysical. No,
feelings-
can you stop over talking me? No, I don't have this metaphysical goo that you call a soul that's just like kind of floating out there in the ether, and that's all we are, just like a symbiote of goo. No, that's not what I am. No, I'm a lot more than that. Thank you.
So you just admitted you're a demon because you have
I
no
don't know how
soul.
you got from demon. What do you mean by demon? It's just
You have no soul. You just admitted you have no
That's
soul.
not what a demon is. A demon is
You're a
a
demon.
protective
You're both-
entity
you're both-
that was not subservient to Yahweh. Try again, friend.
yeah.
You know what? You have your nickname as after a banana,
What'd you call me?
Nanner.
No, that's not. What is your point though? If it was named after a banana, what does that have to do with the tea in China?
That just it's
Yeah. So
that's your mentality. Your nicknamed after banana. That
So,
means you're a
no, my name is not nicknamed
is this
after
how
banana.
is this
This
how
is the name that a
54-year-olds is this how 54-year-olds
Feifei,
roast
a
people?
two-year-old, a 2-year-old named me Nanners. Thank you very much. Not a banana,
This is
a
how 54-year-olds
2-year-old.
roast people, guy. They like, you're
Jesus
named after
Christ.
a banana.
This is one thing.
Your name
I will
is
pray for
Feifei.
you that God will help you out.
Yeah, you can't pray to
And so
somebody
that my
who
name's
doesn't
not
exist,
named
can
after
you?
banana anymore. I feel like this is like an attempt at a racist comment right now, for some reason.
So, if you don't believe in anything, how
I
did
didn't say I didn't believe in
how's the
anything.
Earth
What are you
here?
I told you I believe that chocolate is good. That's a belief, and I have like millions of beliefs probably.
Well, if you just think if you don't believe in no God, how does the Earth get here?
Through the same way the other planets did, through a long process of, not. Oh yeah, and then Feifei is gonna disagree, but we'll see what she knows. Hold on,
So
real quick.
you think
Hold on, let me answer the question. Right. So Earth got here because Earth is a planet, and what happens is there's this thing called gravity, right? What happens when a lot of material gets together? It starts like.
Who made gravity?
Can you like
Who-
not
what-
overtalk me? Is there a reason why you keep overtalking me? I
Go
want you to answer
ahead.
that question. No, answer the
Go-
question. No, go ahead. Answer the question. Why do you keep overtalking me?
Go.
Answer
Go?
the question.
That's the reason why you overtalk me is because go? Like every time I try to answer your question, you just keep talking. Why do you do that? You not have any self-control? You too, Feifei.
No one's addressing
Now,
you,
both of
Feifei.
Yeah, now first Kane, you answer the
No one's
question, and
addressing
Feifei,
you.
you answer the question.
All right, finish.
Okay.
No one's addressing you.
So, so gravitational mass between, there's, gravitational pull between objects, right? And the larger the object, the more gravitational pull it has. Things start going towards the center of gravity. You can see that's pretty simple. I could just put up, I could just like hold this, and I could see that where I balance it is where the center of mass is. So they start to form like spherical objects, and they become a much more stable celestial body, and that's how planets form, and that's how Earth formed. There you go.
Hey, Nana, go
So
get
you think some of the things that God does is crazy. The thing you just said, I mean,
Oh yeah, he raped a
Did
child.
you hear what you just said?
Yeah, he raped a child. That's pretty crazy. Mary, I believe. Yeah, she was like 14 or 13, and he impregnated a child. I don't think you should do that. That seems to
how'd
be like
gravity
egregiously
become a thing? How'd gravity become a thing?
Well, gravity is just a fundamental. Yeah, hold on. So gravity is just like the force of attraction between objects. How it became a thing is probably best explained by a grand unified theory of quantum mechanics and classical Newtonian physics. Einstein physics. So we still need to answer those kinds of questions, right? But there's a couple of like explanations, right? But yeah, it's just like a property of matter, and matter came from probably energy, and energy probably has always been here. So
Yeah, I want you to think about what you just said and just kind of like realize how like stupid it sounds.
yeah, can you tell me? So you just when you go through your chemistry books in college.
yeah,
is there
and
a
by the
reason
way,
why
I'm
you
gonna
started
fix you on
over
this.
talking me? Is there a reason why you just started over talking me?
I'm gonna fix you on
Thank you.
something.
Okay, so you're the kind of guy that goes.
So you have no
Is
knowledge.
there a reason why I'm being over talked right now? Right.
Yes.
So so don't do that again. Okay. So
Let me
so
fix
you're the
you.
kind of guy that goes into like your college
On your
and
knowledge.
like you pulled up your textbooks in high school, and you looked at chemistry. You're like, oh, H2O is hydrogen and 2 oxygen. No, that's just insane. That can't be true. Like you go through your physics book and it's all false, right? There's no gravity. Are you a flat earther? Sorry. Oh yeah, it's not going through college, of course. I'm sorry. Are you a flat earther?
I'm gonna fix you on one thing.
Are you a flat earther? That was a question. By
You
the way.
said,
Are you a flat earther? Do you think the Earth is flat?
Did you hold?
Sorry, that was
hold
a
on.
Answer the question.
Answer. Do you think the Earth is flat?
No, the Earth is not flat.
Oh.
So to fix
Hey,
your
Face sure does think it's
knowledge,
flat.
you said Mary was a young girl.
Yeah.
She was a grown woman.
No, she wasn't.
No, she wasn't.
She was
No
a grown
scholar
woman.
believes that.
No scholar believes that she's older than 16, at youngest 12. Most likely she was around 14. We know this based off of cultural experience. We understand that birthing women were in a specific range. Get the fuck out of here. Shut the fuck up. Both of you need to learn some goddamn respect and shut the fuck up.
Oh, and you're taking the
Jesus Christ. Faye, put the goddamn bottle down and go to bed.
No need for cussing, Nene.
You go get your medication, girl.
No need for
Sweetheart,
cussing.
you
Nene.
are not one to talk to anyone about what to do with mental
You know-
faculties, okay?
You know, cussing is a lack of knowledge.
Actually, it's not. It's actually a sign of intelligence
That's you might just
and
be
a high IQ.
You might be stupid.
Brain cells.
So Bayou,
Faye,
thank
you
for the
don't have
25
any. You
DK
ruined it with your
Kane.
box wine.
You look
thank you.
even more lack of knowledge.
Thank you, Bayou, for the 25 to kick Kane. I can smell Kane's racism on his breath. Thank you so much, Bayou, for the 25 to kick Kane. I appreciate you. Now we're left with
Nana,
Feifei.
You really need to stop.
Faye, you're what, 55? Act your age.
You act your age.
I'm acting my age.
Like
Plenty.
you're stoned off your ass.
Stone?
You have no brain worth. you have
Honey,
no
oh,
brain worth
sweetie pie. Says the woman who sounds like they've gulped down 4 box wines, okay?
You drink, I don't. I don't drink at all.
I mean,
I'm
Jesus turned
breastfeeding, I
water into
can't
wine,
drink.
right? Like he allowed people to drink.
Every
Oh, poor honey. No, I haven't had a drink in over 2 years because I'm breastfeeding.
I need a drink after this.
Yeah, right. I can't see you having children. You don't have the
Okay.
mentality for. You don't have the mental state to have children.
And yet I have a 10-year-old and a 2-year-old, and I've been married for
And I
almost
bet
10
they're
years, and I have a house
wacko-
and a car.
I bet they're as wacko.
Faye, I know it's really hard for you to cope with the fact that someone who is half your age has everything you've ever dreamed of because you couldn't get it because of the fact
And
that
what
you're
do
such a
you have
stuck-up
that I-
bitch and need to pull the stick out of your ass.
And what do I have? What do you have that I don't? I
Literally everything. A
Intelligence.
husband, children's, intelligence, a car, a home, sobriety.
You feel you need a man? Oh, really?
Who said
Wait,
I needed a
doesn't the
man?
Bible
I
say
have
that?
a man.
Doesn't
There's
the
a
Bible
difference.
say that?
feel
Doesn't the
holes?
Bible say that women need men? Doesn't it say
Excuse me. Do you
Doesn't
feel-
the Bible
so
say
you
that?
feel you
1
need to
Timothy
have a man
2:12?
to feel whole?
that? Crazy.
Just because I have a man doesn't say I need a man.
And why did you go through the pain of childbirth if you don't believe in it?
Who said that, Faye? Sounds like you're projecting now.
So you're a hypocrite. You're a hypocrite.
When did I ever say
Make
anything like
shit
that?
up. She was crashing out in the comments earlier.
Yeah, you
The
are.
host said, you and the host both said that
I
people
didn't say shit.
go through pain during childbirth. So why would you go through the pain of
Why
childbirth?
are you putting host's words into my mouth?
No, that's what he said.
That's
said
what
the
a
woman
host
had to
said.
go through pain.
That's what host
Why,
said.
the
You agree
question
with
was, the question was,
And you agree with
why?
him.
I don't know why I'm being overtalked right now. So the question was, why am I still being overtalked? So the question was, why does somebody who is not Eve deserve to be punished for Eve's actions? Right? And that's a question I still haven't gotten an answer to.
You lay, you pay.
Maze, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. For Nanners, Feifei, what do you have that I have? Teeth, probably.
Why do you need money?
W, I have great teeth, and I actually brush them. Faye, can you say the same?
Why do you need money, Carbon? Why are you getting paid?
Why
by
do
these
I
people,
why do I want
Carbon?
money? Why do I want money? Well, listen, they
'Cause I
don't
like
have
to
to
buy
send it to me.
things.
But I love like listen. The more you complain about my money, the more I'm gonna get. Now because you're complaining about the money that I'm getting, I'm about to get a flurry of like Cash Apps and Venmos. Right? You know that, right? You know that's what's gonna happen.
Thanks for helping us get paid, Faye. I really
appreciate
appreciate it. Your hate is just stinking off you to the point where people want to pay to just spite you.
Chicken shit cowards.
Yeah, listen, you're the one that couldn't object to the reasoning, right? I told you that your God is unjust,
Beggars. You're
right?
nothing but beggars. You're fraud beggars.
Oh,
And
I
yet
thought
you
I
have
thought
your
she I thought she said
PayPal in your bio. What the hell are you
said
talking
you're
about?
nothing
You're
but
the
a what?
fucking liar hypocrite.
Y'all heard that
my
too, right?
gifty.
Why don't you go get laid by your husband and get the?
Oh.
Why don't you get laid by your? Why are you with Carbon here?
She can't.
Why?
She
Because
can't.
Carbon's one of my
she
best
can't- she
friends.
can't- So notice how what's happening here,
You're
right?
somebody?
Notice what's happening here is that Feifei is now running from the debate, right? Because she realized that she can't justify her
No,
position.
I'm not running for
Right?
debate.
Okay, so then
I'll
answer
just
the
say one
question. So
thing.
answer the question.
already answered the question. You just don't
Why
like
stop talking over me. So answer the question, why is God just? Go ahead.
Because he doesn't have to deal with people like you.
Okay. Maze, thank
He
you for the
doesn't have to deal with
$5.
atheists.
Tell her a stripper paid to irritate her, Maze.
I hate to say it, but God would not be begging people for money like you are.
Yeah, I don't know why an all-powerful God would need
You're
money.
a
you fucking
panhandler
idiot.
on TikTok.
Your job as a Christian, Feifei, is to give the less
Dragon, thank you for the
fortunate money.
$1. Ask Feifei, red or white?
Don't forget, y'all, she's been attacking me for the past 20 minutes. I deserve some tippy tips
Natasha,
for that
thank
too.
you for the $5 on
Thank you,
Venmo.
Bayou.
Yeah, you need a
Thank you, Bayou, for the
Nata-
$15. I appreciate you so much, Bayou.
Natasha with the $5 on Venmo.
Aw,
Shut up,
Feifei.
Feifei. Drink some fucking water.
I'm being a whore. Oh.
You're gonna go fuck Carbon
Yeah,
later.
wait, so just to be clear, like when you go to church, you don't like
Maybe her
give the
husband
tithes
needs
or
to know
anything,
that
right?
she's fucking Carbon.
Oh, no,
yeah,
no, Mr.
we're all in a,
Nanners
we're
is
all in a
fucking-
throuple, honestly. Honestly, Feifei, we're all in a throuple. You know,
Yeah,
Mr.
Mr. Nanners and
Mr.
Carbon gets
Nanners,
together.
he's getting some tonight, okay? Right?
Oh, and I'm watching from the chair.
Okay.
And I bet you.
Yeah. Oh, you don't like that, do you,
Nothing but a
Feifei?
slut.
I'm gonna make sure. I'm gonna
Are
make
you
sure.
jealous?
I'm gonna make sure.
Are you
I'm gonna make sure. I'm
jealous?
gonna make sure Mr. Nanners arches his back, and I'm gonna make sure it happens. Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
you need that real beautiful teacher.
Right.
Yeah,
It
talk it up, girl. You're smoking too much.
Cigarettes, buddy. There's a difference.
But a crackhead.
Ah, Maze, thank you for the $10 from one slut to another. Hell yeah.
And FYI, this live's been reported for false information. Oh
I
God.
bet you did do that.
I
huh?
bet you are, sweetheart. Crash out some more.
You're crashing out, not me.
I like you,
Sensitive
man. You're fun.
snowflake.
You're really
Oh,
fun.
no, they
man.
hurt my fifis.
You're the one muting me when you don't like what I'm saying, bitch.
Yeah. Anyway.
Aww.
Do
You're
you
the one
support?
muting when you don't
Do you
like what I'm
support?
saying.
Do you support God ordering in 1 Samuel 15:3? Do you support Him
You're the one
ordering the
muting
unaliving of children? Yes or
me
no?
when you don't like what I'm saying, bitch.
Was that a yes
You
or was
afraid
that
of
a
what
no?
I'm saying, bitch?
Was that a yes or was that a no?
Bitch. You
Was
afraid
that
of
a
what I'm
yes or
saying,
no?
bitch?
Bitch.
Why don't-
Bitch.
if you
Bitch.
don't have a soul, why are you wearing glasses?
Bitch.
Why are you wearing glasses, dude?
Are we in
Bitch.
third grade, Feifei? Ha ha ha.
So I wear glasses so I can see myself fucking your mother. That's why I wear my glasses. I gotta be able to see it. Okay?
Yeah,
You
once
walk
he's
in.
done
Listen,
with Mr.
Feifei.
Nanners.
Listen. This is what happens, Feifei. You walk into your house and all you hear and you know you have clap on lights and so you see the lights going on and off. Right? They just keep going. You're like, what the fuck is going on? You walk in the room, you say carbon sweaty back, and that's all the fuck you see, Feifei. All so I can see it. Okay, I can give you some. I can give you some glasses too, and you can see it if you want. I don't mind. But listen, you will have to pay if you want to watch it. Okay.
Also, thank you, NC, for the $5. Appreciate you. Feifei, drink some water.
All right, she's pretty much done for the night. All right.
Why are you sending coins to Feifei? She's been calling me a slut and a bitch for the last 20 minutes.
Oh my god. That was fun.
Also, I have to read Bayou's memo, but I gotta read it again. Hold on.
All right. Benjamin, can I get your age, please?
Yeah, 23.
All right, you a Christian?
No, but check it out. I want you to pull on my pigtails and make me look like a true crime
Bro,
documentary.
that's fucking crazy. What?
Get in line.
True crime. That's crazy, bro. She said you're a demon. Should we upload that? I think we should put that. Oh my god, bro. Kane, somebody did pay to kick you, so sorry, buddy. All right, y'all. Clip it and tag me. Alright, if you are a Christian, go ahead and hop on the guest requests. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. I'll take like 1 or 2 more debates and then we'll call it a night. Oh my
Man,
God.
Logic and Void missed out on some fun. I just gotta say, W Carbon Nanners, Mr. Nanners thruple. W. The best thruple around. The W thruple.
You should clip when I said that and send it to Mr. Nanners.
You know what? I just might.
The meth was strong in her. Yeah, I could tell she was crazy based off of like the comments. She was just spamming the comments. That shit was funny. Dodo, thank you for the boxing goes.
Wild work. Oh.
She started screaming. Yeah, I'm gonna probably put that shit on YouTube. That is funny. That was just. It wasn't even a debate. It was just entertainment at that point. Jesus.
When she called me a slut.
Wait, what's the time?
That shit's so funny.
That was
Please.
5 hours. Yeah, 5 hours into the stream. Let's call it like 4:45. 12:17 stream. There we go.
Get some good clips from her. She called me a slut. I'm sorry, I don't take that as an insult. I just find it fucking funny. Ugh.
Dodo wants to have a real debate.
Man, I was wanting to get called a slut again.
That was very entertaining. If I may say, you guys nailed it. If I may say. But in real life, having an adult conversation.
All right, let's do it. Are you a
To
Christian?
tackle. And I want to make sure I'm clear when I answer the question. I cannot say that I'm a practicing Christian because there are expectations that are placed upon you.
It's just about a belief, like whether you believe it.
Oh, well, then, yes. So I was raised believing Christianity. So, yes, I would deem myself a Christian. Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. So, what do you? Do you have like arguments for it, or?
Well, y'all were talking about something very specific. We can kind of pick up where y'all were talking about a young girl being raped and having to go through the pain of childbearing.
Yeah.
How that related to Eve. So if we go all the way back to Adam and Eve, one thing that y'all said, and I heard you guys mention a lot, was why would God make childbearing painful for women, etc., etc. So one thing that I think we would have to agree on, and if we don't, I would love to hear your reason why. But it's perspective, right? Because the way that you're saying God caused the pain, I could easily make the same point that God took the protection away from her or women that prevented them from having the pain.
Yeah, I mean that sounds like, well, I mean, in the Bible he explicitly says, "I will make the pains in childbearing very severe." Right. So
Correct.
regardless
And-
of which way he's doing, he's adding it into the equation, or he's taking something out to allow that. He's very clearly doing it intentionally. So other people are
Correct.
going to. So it wouldn't turn on. It wouldn't make any
Okay,
difference for
cool.
the argument for me.
Cool. All right. So with that being, give me a second, my earbuds drop. So with that being said, if I give you a gift
Natural octave.
and you violate whatever rules or you're disrespectful and I take my gift back, is that just? Am I out of line for doing so?
If that view, so in the specific analogy, if you taking away that gift, if you could take away that gift from me, but keep it for other people who didn't do anything, then you would be unjust. Yes, but if you're just saying all things considered, it depends on how you're applying the justness, right? So, for example, if you're saying, okay, I am, yeah, so like if God, obviously he has the power to, yeah, actually here's a good analogy with what you're saying. I'm giving you a gift. I'm a government, I'm the government, I'm the state. I'm giving you a gift. you know, a free housing or something like that, right? And then you have kids in that house, right? And you're raising the kids and things like that. And then I say, you get to have this as long as you don't commit any crimes, right? Now, okay, you commit a crime. Now, that seems to justify removing you from that, or at least making you get your own housing. But like, if I can give those kids housing, right, I don't understand why I wouldn't just give those kids. Why would I'm intentionally putting those kids onto the street? It's just a very bad policy. It's an unjust policy. Like, you're very clearly intentionally putting those kids out into the street especially when you have overwhelming amount of power to be able to provide for those children.
Okay, so two things, and that is very ironic that you mentioned that. That is a system that is currently in place as we speak on a day-to-day basis.
I find those
right?
unjust, yeah.
Removing God from the equation in low-income housing, part of the stipulation is that you can't have a felony conviction. So if you have a felony conviction in low-income housing and you're removed from that house, and your family is removed from that house, and they're now homeless, is the child impacted?
The
Yes,
child will be impacted, but
but
guess what? The government would take that child and put them into housing and not allow them to be homeless with their parent, correct? Because that would be just.
I don't know. I don't know of any situations where it happens like
CPS.
I've known many of people, unfortunately, that have failed to meet the expectation of public housing. And what they end up doing in most cases is either living with a different family member or living out of their car. It's very rare that the system provides enough services where it prevents the child from being home.
Do you think?
And I don't want
do
to
you
stray.
think
I
that
don't,
if
I don't
the-
want to go too far down
I understand,
that
but do
street.
you
We
think
can
that
keep
if
going.
the state had the ability, so like let's say somebody becomes homeless, somebody with children becomes homeless as a result of government policy or because they violated government policy, sorry. Do you think the state has an obligation to use CPS to protect that child? Do you think that would be more just than just saying, oh, well, we know the child is homeless with them, we're not going to do anything about it?
Okay, so I understand the analogy,
Mm-hmm.
but ask the question again.
Sure. So, ask the question with respect to God, or sticking with the
No,
analogy?
I mean, just for the time that we are riding this analogy out.
Okay.
The question about the analogy.
Yeah. So the analogy would be, you know, like this person, let's say they violated some government policy,
Mhm.
so they no longer qualify for this benefit that the government is offering them, but they also have
Mhm.
kids. So now
Mhm.
that benefit has been pulled away from them, it's likewise been pulled away from their kids. Now, if
Mhm.
that puts a kid in a destitute situation, right, where they
Mhm.
experience this amount of suffering, they obviously don't deserve that. My question to you is, do you think that the government is obligated to provide at least for that child, maybe through child protective services?
So obligation is a heavy word because obligation means responsibility.
Do you think
And
it would be
well,
more
hold on,
just?
hold on.
Sorry.
I
I want
can't
to
use
rephrase my
base
question.
version.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
So
right.
do you think it would be
I
more
digress.
just? Yeah.
I digress. Okay, so more just. So that would then lead into first, whose responsibility is it to take care of the child? It's not the government's responsibility. So when we're talking about what's just and unjust, we can't shield people from accountability. Accountability is being held accountable for things that you're responsible for. Now, again, I think we start to get more into what people may deem fair and unfair. But if we're already talking about a situation where I put you in a housing situation with my assistance, you had, for lack of better words, baggage with you. These expectations were set for you, and you violate those expectations. To then say back to me that it becomes my responsibility or that I'm unjust because I'm not making this baggage that you created and that you're responsible for an easier load for you to carry. No, I don't feel like that's unjust. I feel
That
like
wasn't
it's
the question.
uncomfortable. Well, so okay, let me be more specific.
I'm asking,
No,
like, do
I
you
don't
think
feel
that
like
they
it's
should?
unjust that the government does not step in and make specific arrangements for that person's children in that analogy, because
Okay.
that's that person's responsibility.
Okay,
And
so do
with
you disagree with
respons-
CPS, Child Protective Services?
Absolutely not. No, sir.
Wait, why do you think CPS is a good thing?
So I think CPS is a good thing for the acronym itself, Child Protective Services.
Yes.
That alone.
Like, so, like,
And-
one
and
of the
they
ways
would-
that they will come in is, like, for example, if you're not capable
we're-
of feeding your child, right?
But we're
you're
talking about-
destitute. Hold on, real quick. So, like, if you're not capable of feeding your child adequately, right? Do you think that that's a job for CPS? If the community's not feeding this child, the child's not being taken care of, do you think CPS, that would be something that CPS should do?
So I feel like that is a courtesy. That is a system that has been put into
not.
place. That is a system that has been put into place to aid. That is not something that is required to anyone. Because it's a government funded program or something that's provided by taxpayers, the way it exists today, it cannot exist tomorrow. So the fact that we have access
CPS
to
is not
something,
the same as welfare. I need you to know this.
Well,
These are two divided things. They're
no,
not
ma'am.
the same thing.
I'm not talking about from a aspect of like someone being eligible for. I'm talking about the service, literally CPS.
Yeah. What
They
CPS
can-
does is not welfare. DHS and
and-
CPS are two different things. So, like
I'm not
housing, low-income
saying at all they're
housing,
the
and
same
welfare and food stamps is not the same thing as CPS. CPS is the people that come in and take kids from unsafe, unfit situations.
And I'm not at all saying that they're the same thing or trying to make the connection. What I'm trying to say is that is a system and a program which can exist and cannot exist. So if that program did not exist in the exact same scenario, when we talk about right, justice is something that, and again, maybe
Yeah, that's what I was gonna
perspective,
get to early, and I was like,
something
what if-
that is deserved,
Yeah.
something that is unfair if you do not retain or get.
Okay, so
And
you
when we're
think
talking, go ahead.
So you think that if the government had adequate resources to, like, let's say we're in a system where we don't have CPS, and you think that the government had adequate resources to provide for children who are being, who are not being adequately taken care of, the government should not do that. You don't think
So,
that that would be a just thing?
I think CPS is severely underfunded right now.
No, I'm asking
So
if
we
they
don't
were
even have to
sufficient.
talk about. We're not even talking about. We don't have to talk about if. Right? We don't have to
like,
talk
we're
about
trying to
if
make
they,
it
if
analogous.
they were perfectly.
We're trying to make it analogous, right? Because God is perfect and God is all
Okay.
powerful.
All right, and that's
right?
why I say I didn't want to go too far down that street.
Yeah, we're not.
Because,
Because
I mean,
obviously,
in
if you're
theory,
constrained on who you can help, like you only have $5 and somebody's asking for $12, you can't do anything. But if you have
But
$1
then-
trillion and somebody's asking for $5 and it's like nothing to you, right? And like they're obviously like starving, you know, right? But then
I
on
mean,
top
but
of
if you
that,
have $1 trillion to send to another country for many different reasons,
but just real
whether it
quick,
be
if the government
weapons,
is
etc.
overwhelmingly sufficiently capable of providing this resource at very little cost to themselves, and they see children that are like not being taken care of because of failures on the parents' part, do you think that the government should do that?
So I feel that right now, the government is well funded enough to be able to ensure that any child that has any type of situation that meets CPS's expectation, that they could solve it. I feel like those funds, they decide to allocate in different ways and different means that result in CPS being underfunded.
So
if we're talking about something that's unjust, then that would be unjust, right? But on the flip side, I like how you we kind of getting back to the God piece.
Yeah.
So bringing it back over to God, and we're talking about Adam and Eve.
Mm-hmm.
So when Eve sinned, Eve lost perfection, right? So when Eve lost perfection, she also lost the benefits of perfection. You are, I am, all of us are spawns of what created us. So to say that someone is being punished because they didn't have the benefit that someone else was given as a courtesy, no, I don't feel that that is unjust, because I gave you this gift. I gave your mom this gift. You benefited from this gift that
You
I
have
gave
to show
your
us how
mom.
that's our fault, though.
Yeah, but he's
That's the
intentionally
thing.
the
All right,
problem.
so
The
let's.
problem with this argument is that he's intentionally causing this on these children as a form of punishment. He's not saying, "Oh, this is just some passive consequence that I'm just merely not going to get myself." No, he's intentionally doing this as a form of punishment. It says it explicitly in Genesis 3, right? So what you're saying is not what God, you're not talking about the Bible anymore. You're saying like some other concept that's not in the Bible. The
No,
Bible
sir.
says he tells Eve, right? This is what I'm going to do as a result of your actions, right? And this is those people are going to have to suffer that. And he also says that they're going to have to suffer like men ruling over them or something like that. Right?
And what you're doing is highlighting a specific passage about what he was telling them that they would lose with losing the benefit of perfection. So that wasn't the only thing that he highlighted to say, I'm doing this as a result in this only. In that encounter, he's talking about them being banned from this beautiful place that met all of their needs.
TD, you're not getting our point, though. We need you to show us why that's our fault, why I'm suffering the consequences of the actions of someone that may or may not have existed.
So, and again, you are
again nothing. You have not shown me once.
So I'm gonna have to use my carbon voice now. Why are we talking at the same time? I'm just joking with you, but
don't be disrespectful. I'm a co-host. I get to overspeak you. But you keep going in circles and circles and circles, and it's avoiding the point of what Carbon has been asking for 25 minutes. How are we responsible for the actions of someone that may or may not have existed 6,000 years ago?
Okay, I guess I gotta unmute myself. All right. I didn't realize that. But
yeah, don't be misogynistic.
Don't be misogynistic. I'm gonna dodge that one too, because I really want to address this. So let me make sure I'm very pointed in this answer to you, because I don't want you to think I'm dancing in circles.
Okay, just get to it, please.
When Eve lost perfection, you lost the ability.
Why do I have to pay for that? I don't want to hear about Eve. I want to know why
Being the loudest doesn't make, you know what I'm saying? Just let me,
I'm being loud because I'm frustrated, TD. We've been waiting 25 minutes and you keep going in circles.
I'm asking you to let me make the point.
Make it already.
Allow me to make the point. I would be highly grateful. And a part of that point is, again, because we are descendants of Adam and Eve. And being descendants of Adam and Eve, the reason that you have the pains of childbearing, the reason that I'm an imperfect human being is based upon the decision that they made and us being descendants of them.
All right,
that perfection.
Write down this logic here. Hold on, give me a second.
And all right, cool. And what you'll see if you read the Bible and follow the Bible is that lack of perfection did not degrade immediately. This is something that has taken place over thousands of years. In the Bible, there are many people that live to be 800 and 900 years of age regularly. Well, just like when you make a copy of an original diamond, you make a copy of that copy, it continues.
You're like going way too long. Okay, so I got an argument here. If tell me if you think this is true or not. If an agent is morally perfect, then they can do morally wrong actions. Go ahead.
She keep muting me whenever
I was just going too far.
Say it again.
If an agent is morally perfect, then they can do morally wrong actions. Is that a true or false statement?
That would be a double negative. You can't be morally perfect and be doing morally imperfect acts. That would be
It's a
flawed
false
question.
statement, right? So if an agent is morally perfect, then they can do morally wrong actions. Okay. I'm gonna write this next one down. Prior to eating the apple, Eve was morally perfect.
Yes.
Prior to choosing to eat the apple,
Yes,
Eve was morally perfect, right?
Correct.
Okay. You understand the problem now?
No.
Okay. So if an agent is morally perfect, they cannot do morally wrong actions. That's what you affirm.
Correct.
Eve was morally perfect, therefore she cannot do a morally wrong action.
So incorrect. And the reason that would be the reason that would be incorrect is because the moment that she did that act, she became no longer morally
Wait,
perfect.
how did she do the act if she's morally perfect?
Again, she was morally perfect until she did that.
Okay.
So she was at that level of perfection. And so are you a killer until you kill someone?
Let's go back to the first statement. If an agent is morally perfect, then they cannot do morally wrong actions. Is that true or false?
So, okay, I guess maybe I'm understanding that question better then. So the answer would be yes. And that goes back to Faye, who y'all laughed at because
that wasn't a yes or no question. I asked, is that true or false?
So that would be false.
If an agent is morally perfect, then they cannot do morally wrong actions. You think that
correct? That would be false.
Okay.
Yes.
So can God do morally wrong actions?
Yes, because God has free will. Yes.
Okay, so God
he gave us all that.
Okay, so God could like grape someone or something like that, right?
So it was ironic that you mentioned that because God did not himself, but angels came to the earth and would grape and have intercourse.
I'm asking.
Well, so the answer would be yes.
So God could come down as Jesus and grape someone.
The answer would be he can do whatever he wants. Okay. And again, I'll try to give you a specific example of someone with that level of that entity actually doing that act, and it's documented.
Okay.
Where angels came down.
It's complete. I promise you, it is completely irrelevant. Okay, so the first proposition.
Okay.
Originally, you said you affirmed it. Now you're saying you deny it. So now the proposition.
Well, I didn't understand the question. So, like you did, I wanted to take a step back. So, with clarification, I re-answer.
I got you. So, if an agent is morally perfect, then they can do morally wrong actions. Correct?
Yes, they can. Okay. They can do a morally wrong act. Yes.
Okay, so you just understand morally perfect to be someone who has not previously done morally wrong actions.
By definition of perfection, yes.
Okay. So
because perfect is perfect. So as soon as they err, they're no longer perfect.
Okay, cool. Now, if an agent is morally perfect, they can do morally wrong actions, right? Eve was morally perfect. Therefore, she can do a morally wrong action. She did a morally wrong action. Therefore, she became imperfect. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, we got that out the way. Okay. Now, you're saying that this new proposition, because you said that we're descendants. So, Dodo and Carbon and Nanners are descendants of Eve. Adam and Eve, but we'll just say Eve for now. Dodo, Carbon, and Nanners are descendants of Eve, right? And then it seems like you made another inference, right? And that is, therefore, we deserve punishment?
Shorty keep muting me, bro.
You had an echo, yeah.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, hopefully it's gone. So, right. I guess I wouldn't use the word punishment. So I would say, I guess I would have to say just no to that. To answer your question, to try to be as black and white as possible. No, we don't deserve punishment.
So it's not punishment to us if God knows that we're going to go through this suffering and we don't deserve it, but he's intentionally putting it upon us? That's not punishment?
So, no, that would be, again, being imperfect. And because we are born of someone that is imperfect, just like we get the benefits of the people that created us, where someone might have green eyes like their mom or long red hair like their mom. This is a genetic, how do I want to word it? So
Okay, but here's the problem here. And this is why I wanted to ask that original question about what morally perfect means. So there's two senses of what a lot of people mean when they say morally perfect. One sense, I think, is most Christians means, is that you can't do anything wrong, right? It's just not possible. Now, you reject that. What you understand morally perfect to mean is that you have never done anything wrong, right?
Okay, yeah, I guess. Okay, all right, cool.
Now, when a baby is born, have they ever done anything wrong?
No.
So they're morally perfect, correct?
Yeah.
So how are they born imperfect? How are they born morally imperfect? I don't understand.
So they're born. Have you ever seen a baby that's born with asthma?
We're talking about morals. We're not talking about we're talking about morals, right?
Okay, so okay, now all right, so now cascading the conversation to specifically morals.
Yeah, because that's what justifies punishment. We're not. Yeah.
A baby is not morally wrong in any way, shape, or form. But
so
God didn't take just that. Correct. But God didn't take moral perfection from Adam and Eve. He took literal perfection from Adam and Eve. So when we're talking about the physical act of childbirth and the physical pain of childbirth, we can't talk about the moral pain that is allowed. Well, I guess we can, but we have to acknowledge the physical portion of perfection.
So let's say I had a law and the law says, okay, you can't speed or something like that, right? No speeding past 25 miles an hour, right? And then you as a person, you speed past 25 miles an hour, okay? And then so what I do is I inject you as a government state agent, inject you with gene therapy that's going to make any kids that you have like, you know, a debilitating bone cancer, right? Would that be a just policy?
Absolutely not.
Right. Okay, now let's switch it the other way. Let's say I'm a government agent and I have the ability to I'm giving everybody at birth, they have this free vaccine that makes them like really like basically like super soldiers. They never get sick, they never have like any sort of illnesses and things like that, right? Okay, you speed, in this case you go past 25 miles an hour, right? And then what I do is I said, okay, now I'm going to take that from you, and I'm not going to give your kids this super soldier serum. Would that be a just policy for those kids?
So, all right, to answer, and I want to say it again as clear as I can. In the way that you're presenting the proposition, no. But that's not. I don't think that is a fair analogy.
Okay, well, tell me whether it's just, and then tell me how it's disanalogous. Just answer the question, and then tell me how it's disanalogous.
I would say that no. Sure, I would say that no, that is not just. The difference in the analogy here, or the situation where we're discussing Adam and Eve, is that God was not handing out perfection at a person-to-person level at any point prior to Adam and Eve, because when he put Adam and Eve in the garden, well, they had a job. Their job was to populate the earth, and their job was to populate the earth with perfect people. So when they became no longer perfect, again, they lost the benefit of being perfect. So now these people that they made also don't have this benefit of being perfect, or the benefits that come with being perfect.
Okay, so God gave perfection to Adam and Eve, correct?
100%.
Did God have the power for their kids to be okay, so God gave Adam and Eve this property of being perfect, right? That's point number one. Does God
Correct.
have the power to give that same property to their children?
Yeah, does he have? Yes, he has the ability to. He does. Yes.
So God has the ability for Adam and Eve's, who's that? Cain and Abel. God had the ability to give Cain and Abel perfection, not only in moral sense, but in every sense, just full perfection. He chose
Correct.
not to give them that perfection that he gave to Adam and Eve. Why?
Correct. So to answer your question, because y'all are very specific, so let me answer your question first. Correct. Yes, he chose not to give them perfection. He chose to give them something different. He chose to give them free will and free will only. And the difference in giving them free will only without perfection is what, and I don't want to, I guess, I mean, the way y'all kind of reference some of her points, that I don't think she elaborated very well, or the other fella online, but because the relationship with God started to become based upon faith and acts. Adam and Eve never had to earn perfection. When they got here, they were perfect. It was something that they came here with. So God, after the interaction of watching Eve push perfection to the wayside as if it was something that was nothing, the concept then became, okay, I'm not going to just give you perfection. You will earn perfection. So what I'm going to do is give you free will to meet these standards and expectations, serving God, so that you can then get perfection. And then, hold on, let me just add this last little piece. And then what God did, and one of the most just acts that have ever been done, to balance the scales so that you can have the chance at perfection, he sacrificed his son, his only begotten son, so that someone who was here, who actually lived a perfect life to their death, which is called the ransom sacrifice, gave you and I and the women here the ability to have children in the future without.
Sounds like you're preaching now, man. Okay, I got you. Okay, so is it better? Is it better?
Okay, go ahead.
So what I'm hearing is that it's better to earn perfection rather than to have it merely bestowed upon you, or just have it be a necessary property of you.
I would say that was a determination based on the Bible that God decided. Yes,
Did God earn his
decided
perfection?
after. God is God. So
Did he
that
earn
would,
his perfection?
I would have to say, I don't think God earns anything.
It was just
God,
merely bestowed upon him. It's just a property that he has, right?
well, and again, so I would disagree, right? Because when we're talking about perfection, we're talking about someone who could not be perfect. God didn't have the ability to not be perfect.
Yeah.
Because God has been here the entire time. God created what the definition of perfect is, because we're created in his image and his likeness. So no, he could not be perfect, because what we know to be perfect is an image of God.
Yeah. Okay. Well, like
So it wasn't bestowed upon him. He was here, and what he is.
Yeah, but
we
like
said,
now we got ourselves
that
in
is
a
perfect.
conundrum. This is another conundrum, right? Like you're saying that it's better, that God perceives it to be better, right? That a person earns their perfection rather than that merely be bestowed upon them. But one, perfection is merely bestowed upon him, and then two, he merely bestowed it upon Adam and Eve, right? Now he knew prior to creating Adam and Eve that it's a better thing to have somebody earn their perfection rather than to bestow it on them. And then instead, he decided to bestow it on Adam and Eve. That's just going to be a straightforward, irrational policy on God's part.
So, and I'm gonna let somebody else go, because I think this is what the other young nanas was saying about dancing in circles, and why I led with a lot of this comes to perspective. When God created Adam and Eve and gave them perfection, he gave them that free will piece, because he wanted them to have options and the ability to handle perfection how they wanted. So he did not
know that it was better? Did he know that it was better? So God didn't know this?
No, God did not know how they would respond, what they would do.
So he's not
or
all
how they
knowing?
would act.
He's not all knowing. He does not know the plan A to Z, like it says in the Bible.
So when we talk,
we're stipulating that God knows the future, because in the Bible, God knows the future. He knows what people are going to do in the future. But if you're just rejecting Christianity, then I don't know what to say, when the reference of God being all knowing or knowing the future is made or is brought up, is from an aspect of capability. So
no,
God,
it's very clear. It's very clear, Tito. It's very clear that he knows all events that are going to happen, that could happen, that will happen, because it is all planned out by his will, everything A to Z. It's very specific.
No, ma'am.
Yes,
Did
ma'am.
Jesus
Yes,
not
ma'am.
know that Judas was going to defy him 3 specific times?
Yeah, so yes, that's in the Bible.
How does he know
Yeah,
what a
yeah.
person's actions are going to be in the future? And specifically 3 times.
Because of obviously his level of perfection, right? And his the spiritual entity and capabilities that he had. But where we are getting disconnected in this conversation or this topic specifically is when God gave Adam and Eve perfection.
Coherent, bro.
Did God have the ability to say, I want to look and see how they're going to respond, and is the devil going to appear as a serpent with an apple?
He planned it that way.
And
It's
and
all
again,
according to his plan, Tito. He says
and
this many
again-
times throughout Scripture.
And with that
I'm
being
sorry
said,
you don't know your Bible, but this is very clearly
So-
laid out in the Bible.
but he also,
I would really
he
highly
also
recommend you
speaks
going
to
and
free
reading it.
will. He also speaks to free will.
Free will's
very
also not in the
clearly.
Bible, dude. Go read your
What?
book. Go read your book.
Which Bible are you? So, I'm
first of all,
assuming you
The Holy
use King
Christian
James
Bible.
Version.
When you mean free will, you're just talking about the possibility to do otherwise. That's a philosophical concept. That's not in the Bible. However, if you want to say that God does preserve free will, no, he violates people's free will all the time in the Bible. What was his
Let me
name?
give you the
Pharaoh,
word.
Jonas.
Pharaoh had his heart hardened. Job,
Contradictory
Jonas,
left and right, bro.
Adam and Eve didn't have free will. Mary,
So
Esther.
Huh?
None of these people had free will.
So okay, can you tell me how Adam and Eve did that? Educate me.
Because they did not have the understanding to understand what right and wrong was. They did not have informed consent
This will be the last one.
to understand. They did not have all the information. You don't have free will if you don't know your choices fully and you understand them fully.
Yeah.
So if I tell you you can do anything but eat this apple,
They
you
didn't
can do
understand
anything.
the difference between good and evil because they did not have that knowledge yet. So they did not understand. To them, all they heard was blah, 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 blah.
Oh,
They did
no,
not
ma'am.
understand.
No,
That is
ma'am.
very clear.
No,
They did
ma'am.
not have the
No,
knowledge
ma'am.
of good and evil until they ate from the tree. And that is when they gained the knowledge of good and evil, was after they ate the fruit from the tree. Okay? I need you Christians, when you come up here to debate these topics and talk on these topics, to at least have read your Bible one time through. And actually read it, not just glaze through it or listen to what Pastor Bob says. I need you to actually read it.
You can't say right from wrong and good and evil are the same thing, because they, as you mentioned, you're
Right.
totally right. You are totally right.
I said right and wrong first. I meant to say the knowledge of good and evil. They did not have the knowledge of good and evil to understand that the tree containing said knowledge was a wrong thing to do. They did not understand that it was not a right action because they did not have that knowledge yet, because they were essentially toddlers.
And they may have been, to your point, they may not have been informed of the impacts of
And
their
that's
actions.
called coercion, my guy.
Hold on. They might not have been informed of the impact of their actions fully. Okay, let's say I agree with you there. But they were made very clear that this was the expectation.
But
not
they
to
didn't
do
understand the consequences. They did not understand what good and evil meant.
We're
So
gonna,
if I tell you
listen
not
to
to eat
Beto,
rat poison, and you eat rat poison,
yeah, if you don't know that it's rat poison, then no, you didn't do anything. Because it's very clearly says that Eve was deceived. So, I'm getting bored. New guys, can I get your age, please?
Yeah, I'm 20.
Are you a Christian?
I'm very Christian, yeah.
All right, you want to give us your best argument for why Christianity is true?
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of points in the Bible that intersect with each other from lots of different times by different people.
I'm sorry, how's that an argument?
I mean, dude, it also just teaches you really good stuff. And
Like slavery.
Wait, can you
It
just
doesn't
tell me
teach you-
why it's? Can you just tell me why it's true? Why should we believe the claims in the Bible? Go ahead.
Because you should have faith in it, and it's good teachings.
Well, faith is unjustified belief. Do we agree?
I mean, not really, no.
Wait, oh, so it's justified. So you think you're justified in believing that Christianity is true?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what are the facts that justify Christianity being true?
There's a lot of people, when Jesus returned from the dead, a lot of eyewitnesses and people that made testaments that say that he did.
Yeah. Why would we believe that a resurrection took place?
Because he's the Son of God. He is the way.
Well, that's the claim, right?
Have you ever heard? I mean, yeah, there's a lot of witnesses that back it up and a lot of evidence.
Look,
and
the
claims.
witnesses. So what they witnesses saw. Let's see what they saw. Right? They perceived Jesus, presumably dying on the cross, and then they saw him, just based on the story, getting sent to the tomb, and then they saw him a few days later. Correct? That's what they saw, and then they reported that. Right? Okay. Why think that a resurrection took place?
Didn't they see it happen?
Yeah, listen, like you see your, I don't know, you see a friend or something get have a heart attack, or they get stabbed or something like that, and then the EMTs or something like that, the paramedics say, yeah, he's dead, he flatlined. You see them taken away in an ambulance, and then a week later you see your friend, right? Do you think he was resurrected from the dead after a week?
They didn't have medical technology like that back then.
Okay, so how did they know he died then? If they didn't have the medical technology to confirm that he was dead?
Because they saw it happen.
They saw him. Yeah, I agree that they saw. Let's grant that he was crucified on the cross, right? And then let's grant that the spear, I forgot where they put the spear. I think it was in his side, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's grant those. Why not believe that it was a botched execution? They happen all the time. In fact, Pontius Pilate explicitly said this, right? He said he had, I'm sorry, not Pontius Pilate, Josephus. He said that he had 3 acquaintances, and they were all also crucified by the Romans. And one of them survived the crucifixion and was taken down.
Uh-huh.
So why, and then we have a long history of hangings, execution by axe, even more, electrocution. We have, lethal injection, all types of even death by firing squad sometimes fails. So why wouldn't we say they just failed to kill Jesus, and then he's walking around 3 days, and then now everybody thinks he was resurrected? Why wouldn't that be a better explanation than he was dead for 3 days and then resurrected? Answer that.
I don't know, dude. I wasn't alive back then. I don't know.
What does your reason tell you? What's more likely?
I have faith, dude.
Okay, what is more likely? Just answer reasonably and honestly. What is more likely? Somebody failed to be killed, or somebody resurrected after 3 days?
In this circumstance, it's being resurrected.
Okay, why is that more likely in that circumstance?
Dude, I just have faith that it happened. It's
okay, but you agreed that faith means you're justified in it, right? Which
Yeah.
means you have reasoning, which means you're setting up a sequence of inferences that leads you to the conclusion. So what reasoning gives you the faith that Jesus was resurrected rather than just botched execution? And I have a few other hypotheses too, but I'm just giving you one for the sake of argument, a botched execution hypothesis.
dude, I want to change the subject.
We're debating why. The fuck is that? We're debating why we should be Christian. What do you mean?
Yeah, there's more reasons to just that. There's more reasons.
Okay, give me another reason.
So are you runner?
Because sorry, you can talk. What?
Go ahead. You're good.
No, go ahead.
The teachings it teaches you are good to practice in real life.
Like what?
treating others how you want to be treated, love thy neighbor.
These are things you can find outside of the Bible that
Listen, I have
predate
a-
the Bible. This is not
They don't
strictly a
predate
Christian
the Bible.
concept.
I have a book
Yes,
right
they
here.
do.
It's called What We Owe to Each Other. It teaches you all those things too. It's a philosophy book from the 90s.
These are
It
not
teaches you
things that
The Bible's a lot earlier than the 90s.
Well, it doesn't, like, why would I need the Bible? I have a book on moral contractualism right here. Like, why would I need the Bible? In fact, like, it actually says things in here that the Bible disagrees with, and it has more reasons, and it actually explains the reasoning for why things are good, rather than the Bible, which
But-
just says things that are good. Right?
The Bible has a lot of reasonings too.
Well, okay, what's the reasoning? Yeah, I mean, we could just say, what's the reasoning for, like, I don't know, like, just like think of something.
Lying to your mother and father. What does it?
Don't
Does
lie.
Okay, but what? Why?
What? What? Say it again. I'm confused.
That was one. That's one of the honor your mother and father. It's one of the.
I do
Ten
honor my mother and
Commandments.
father.
Okay, but why?
Because the Bible tells you not to lie. Dude,
Yeah,
it's one
see,
of the
you're
commandments.
saying that, right? Like, you're just saying,
But
like,
why?
we agree that the Bible says these things, but it doesn't give, like, this book does. The book goes through, has entire chapters explaining the logical reasoning for why you should do certain things and not do other things. But the Bible just says, don't lie. Why would I listen
Dude,
to that?
are you an atheist?
I'm an atheist, yeah, but I don't need to be like a Christian to believe. Like,
I'm
listen,
not.
like this book says the reason why you shouldn't, like, you know, like, punch somebody randomly in the face is because that person, because doing so is a principle, is in accordance with the principle that person could reasonably reject. They have a reasonable objection against your action, right? And why do they have that a reasonable objection? Because there's things that they care about, like there's impairments and things. It goes through all these different types of reasons. It explains what a reason is, why something is or is not a reason. It goes through all these. The Bible does none of that. The Bible just
It
says
just
no,
tells
it's
you.
wrong because it's wrong.
If God is all knowing and that's his teachings, that's what he wants us to
Okay,
do.
Why
in
can't he
practice.
explain it to us? We're supposed to be his children. He should be educating us on how to properly live, right?
Yeah,
That's what a good
you-
parent does.
He is.
And you say
doesn't,
that
though.
God is all knowing, right? That's adding, because you said you wanted to move away from the supernatural argument. So now I'm not granting you God anymore, right? So now you're just saying it has rules that are good to live by. Okay, right? But now you're positing, well, the reason why it's good to live by them is because of God. Well, that's a new claim that you're going to have to justify.
Dude, I can justify it. I'm a good
then
debater.
now we're back to it. Now we're back
Where
to it.
is the
Tell
good
me.
debater with us in the room?
What do you want me to tell you?
Justify the Christian God's existence. You say you didn't want to talk about the resurrection anymore. So what's your next argument for the Christian God existing?
I justify the Christian God existing because it's an all-knowing good force that's telling us good principles to live by.
How do you know that these are not principles just written by some 2,000-year-old goat herders who merely stipulated and said that this is what God told me?
Dude,
How do you know that? Tell me, please.
again, you gotta have the faith that it's real. You have to,
I'm not going to have faith when this God also condones slavery and justifies
do that.
genocide. He does do that. You should read the book.
I've
Personally,
heard
not
my
going to get
Bible.
my morals from a book who does these things, right? And I'm going to need like further explanation on why I should be good and like follow these set of rules, while also it's telling me these are good things too. Like my morals cannot compute that.
have you actually read the Bible? Like, sat
15
down and read it?
times. 15 times, 7 different versions. I've been studying the Christian religion for 20 years.
I mean, okay, cool.
Gonna be a scholar someday and a professor. That's what I'm going to school for.
I mean, yeah, that's not good for you. That's nice, but like,
You
how are you,
asked.
so, how are you doing? How are you doing? I'm not being sarcastic, dude. How are you still an atheist? And you're
I'm
doing
not
all
an
that?
atheist.
You're a Christian?
No.
Yeah, but there's also a lot of atheist religious scholars because it's an interesting field of study. It describes
Yeah,
human
I find a lot of
behavior a
interest in
lot.
it.
Like there's a lot of rich history that you can find in religion. Like you want to know what people mean when they say certain things. It's very interesting, right? Like,
Yeah, it's
like
stemmed from.
there's also like scholars who look into the ancient Greeks, right, and what they believed and like the gods that they believed in. But none of these scholars believe that those gods exist.
Well, I mean, scholars aren't always right, dude.
I mean,
even if they
that's
didn't
who we
believe it.
trust, though, when it comes to studying these books and these scriptures, because they've literally dedicated the last 2,000 years to understanding the scripture. That's their job. They're the ones who work with the linguists, and they become linguists themselves, and they understand the archaeology and the theology and the dogma and the culture and the history, and they do the hard work. I'm going to trust theologians and scholars over people who haven't even read the book.
I've read the book, dude.
Fully? 100%
Yes,
Genesis to
all of it,
Revelation?
multiple times, yes.
I don't know if you have.
Thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, then you should
Manners,
know
you're
about
being
Leviticus.
blasphemous, dude.
Then you
That's
should
not what
know
blasphemy
about,
means.
You should know about Leviticus 25:44 then, when God explicitly says that the Israelites were allowed to own non-Israelites as slaves and property for life.
Or the multiple
You're
instances
taking
of
that out of
genocide.
context,
How am I
dude.
taking
There
it out
is
of
no
context?
taking out of the context. That's just ways your guys' fucking cop out.
How am I taking it out of context?
Go read the passage.
Okay,
I've
I'll
read
read
it
it out
many
right
times.
now. Okay, I'll read it right now. Hold on, let me pull it up.
Okay.
Give me a second.
Tito, we trust the ones that are closest to the original texts that we have from the original scripts, right? This is why we have theologians and scholars, because they study these original scriptures. So NRSV, NASB, these are going to be the closest bets.
All right. Okay, so Leviticus 25:44 through 46. Actually, I'm going to start from 39 so you can understand the distinction that they're giving between Israelites and non-Israelites.
Okay.
39. God's words, by the way. If any of your fellow Israelites become poor and sell themselves to you, do not make them work as slaves. They are to be treated as hired workers or temporary residents that are living among you. They are to work for you until the year of Jubilee. Then they and their children are to be released, and they will go back to their own clans and to the property of their ancestors. Because the Israelites are my servants, whom I brought out of Egypt, they must not be sold as slaves. Do not rule over them ruthlessly. Fear your God. However, your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents who are living among you and members of their clan born in your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property, and you can make them slaves for life. You must not, however, rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's more context to it, but from what you just read, yeah, that's bad.
Yeah, it just sounds bad, right? Like, but I mean, listen,
I know there's more context to it, man.
But listen,
There's nothing before or
I am
after.
interested in that question. I have an entire book, not that I read, but Dr. Joshua Bowen wrote an entire book to look at that context. And now I'm even more convinced after having read Did the Old Testament Endorse Slavery by a historical scholar of the ancient Near East. Yes, in fact, I'm actually more solidified in the view that they were supporting slavery as we see it.
Right. Like, again, this is why we have scholars and theologians, because they dig into these things to understand not just the scriptural context, but also the cultural and the historical context, because these things play in part. And one of the things is we can look at the historical and cultural context of this era of the Semitic region of Palestine, and they were practicing based off of these laws specifically that were found within the Torah.
I mean, dude, my head's hurting. All this, I don't get it. But it's not karma. I'm a good person, dude. It's just like I've read the Bible and you're just telling me stuff out of context. I don't know how the pastors
You're
by
telling
heart.
me that it's out of context, but you're not telling me how.
Because I don't know what Pat did off the top of my
I am a
head.
reasonable
Just
person,
because
so
you don't
whenever somebody
understand
tells
it.
me that something's
I do understand it.
if somebody tells me that I'm wrong in something, I'm going to hear them out and ask for an objection. That's why I do these debates. You're telling me that I'm wrong, but you're not telling me how. I don't know. You're just saying you're wrong because you're wrong.
But you are wrong, for
Okay,
one.
tell me how. You can't tell me how, can you?
I can't, dude. Your argument's flawed. Your logic is
No,
flawed.
tell me how the flaw. Listen, tell me how the flaw. There's a flaw in the reasoning. You can't just say stuff and then just run away from it. No, defend the claim. Why is it wrong? Why did what I say was wrong?
Dude,
It's okay that you don't understand it.
I do understand. Yes, I do.
Obviously
then
not.
tell me how. Where's the fallacious reasoning? When I said, listen, my proposition is I affirm that the God of the Old Testament, the God of the Bible, thinks that slavery is permissible for some groups of people. That's the claim.
It's out of context.
Okay, hold on.
It's
And now
not out of
you're- now-
context.
hold on, Nanners. So I'm telling you that this is what the text says. You agree that at least at first glance, that seems to be very clearly what's being said. Now you're saying it's out of context. Tell me how it's out of context.
I haven't read it.
Okay, then
I mean, I have read it, but not like in a while.
Then why? Then you don't. But you can't tell me how it's out of context. Then why do you retract your statement that it's out of context? Then?
No, I do. No,
But
I don't
you just
know,
don't
dude.
know why.
I trust that the Christian God and Jesus would not do something like that.
Then why does the book say it?
I think it's out of context.
Why? Do you have your Bible near you?
No,
Go get your Bible.
I don't know.
Oh, you don't want to. You don't want to. You don't want to find out that it's true.
I don't want to get the Bible.
I don't want to be
I think
proven
it says
wrong.
in the New Testament you should always be prepared to defend your faith.
I am defending my faith. That's why I'm up
Then
here.
go get your
No, you're
Bible
not.
and prove
You're
us
not
wrong.
even telling me an objection that you have to the proposition that's being made. You're just saying I'm wrong. Or if I could just do that too. You're wrong, Gage.
Not wrong, dude.
Yeah, you are. You're wrong. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. You don't accept that. Why would I accept it?
I don't accept it because it's not true.
Okay, I don't accept what you just said because it's not true. Now what?
We change.
Concede, and then we
You want
will.
to change the subject again?
Not conceding.
Okay, well, let me know when you have an argument against what I said. What else on Christianity you want to talk about?
Two concedes.
I want to. No, I didn't concede yet. I want to talk about. I want to talk about the Ten Commandments.
Okay, what do you want to talk about with them? Like, think.
Why you should follow them.
Okay, let me pull them up real quick. 10 Commandments.
Already starting off
Alright,
poorly with that first one.
Okay, so first one, I am the Lord your God who brought you. You shall not have any gods before me. Uh-oh. Well, I need to know that a God exists in order for me to not have any other gods before him. So what's the argument
He
that the
does
Christian God
exist.
exists?
Dude. Again, we've
Oh,
already
we're
talked
back
about
to-
this, man.
You conceded on that. You couldn't convince
I
us.
didn't concede. I schooled you.
You
I
did
schooled
concede because you
listen,
ran.
you
Oh,
affirmed,
you're right. You
said-
ran.
You said we should follow the 10 Commandments, which means we should
Yeah.
follow the First Amendment, which means we should not have any gods before the Christian God, which means that the Christian God must exist, which means you have an argument for the Christian God, which means what's your argument for the Christian God? Go ahead.
I have faith that it exists because I feel it, dude.
Feel it in your bones, right? You
Whenever
see
I
it in the
pray,
trees.
no, I just. Hey,
Look at
the human eye.
You wouldn't accept this claim from anybody else. From any other religion, you
If
wouldn't
I-
accept it. Would you accept this if a Muslim came up to you and
I'm
said,
a
"Look at the-"
Christian. I'm a
Yeah,
Christian, dude.
If a Muslim said, "Look at the human eye; it's so complex, therefore Allah exists," would you accept that?
No, hell no.
Of course not.
Joke's
right?
on you. Allah's the same God as the Christian God.
They're not the same.
Allah
I wouldn't
just
accept
means
it.
God in Arabic.
Man, listen.
You guys don't
I
know
think-
anything, dude.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so I think you should probably watch a few more like religious debates and then come back. Okay, man,
And read the Bible.
and probably read.
Dude, I've read the Bible multiple times.
Can I ask him a couple questions, Carbon?
Go ahead. I'm gonna get
Okay.
some-
Okay. I want to gauge your biblical literacy, as we will.
Okay.
Can you tell me? You say you've read the entire Bible, cover to cover, right?
Multiple times.
Cool. Great. How many Gospels are there?
I don't know, dude. Four.
Oh, good. You got that from the man above you. Can you name them?
The Book of Genesis.
Nope.
I don't know.
So you haven't read your Bible.
Yes, I have.
Nuh-uh. That's
The
what
Book
you're
of
giving me right
the
now.
Book of Matthew.
Oh, look at you listening to the guy above you again. That's one. What about stop giving him an answers, guys?
Listen,
Dude.
there are reasonable.
The Book
like,
of
there-
Paul. The Book of Paul.
No.
The book of
Paul is not a book. There is no book in the Bible called Paul.
Stop. Just please stop. Just drop from the live and then learn some stuff and then come back, okay? Because this is embarrassing.
I know stuff.
Okay. All right, man. I believe you.
I've proven it multiple times.
Where?
On this live.
No.
I've been. Yes, I have.
I don't even think this is fair, bro. This is not fair.
It's just punching down at this point.
It's not fair, bro.
Yeah, I do have, I guess, a couple questions here. So I guess you start off
Can I
with.
get your age real quick first?
Huh? Oh, I'm 28.
Right,
Or
what you got?
20. My birthday was recent, so I'm used to saying 28 now. I'm 28. Thank you. Anyway, so I did have a couple questions based on, I guess, your conversation earlier. I was listening in. I'm not really a debater.
Okay.
So you said that there's alternative views that are just as likely for Christ's resurrection, if we're going by the fact that.
Yeah, so there's several different hypotheses that explain the data, right? The data in question that he posited was that there were individuals who perceived. Yeah, you got to mute real quick because it's like echo. So the data being that there are people who genuinely believe that Jesus, that they saw Jesus after what they genuinely believed was his death, right? And that's data that needs an explanation. So there's many. I mean, you can just be creative with the explanations, right? You can do, it's resurrection, aliens, botched execution, twin brother, right? Psychosis, mass hysteria, maybe the minimum witness hypothesis. You could just keep going through. So yeah, there's many different ones. And the question is, under basic like statistics, Bayesian epistemology, which hypothesis is the best hypothesis? It's better explained. It better explains the data, better fits with our background information, doesn't violate any like certain explanatory virtues and things like that. And that's all I was giving him. Yeah.
So, like, with the botched execution hypothesis, I mean, if we go by how crucifixion works, I don't think that is. I mean, the dude would probably be horribly injured and not in any condition to walk away, especially not walk around and interact and say, walk around and interact with the people that he's interacting with as if he's totally fine, as the Gospels have depicted him, correct?
Yeah, those things are granted, right? But like the question is like, with a Roman crucifixion on its own, how likely is it for somebody to survive? Extremely low, right? Now we do have some priors that there are some, like a couple of people who have survived Roman crucifixion, but we just know it's extremely unlikely. Now the question is, does that proposition, it's unlikely that you survived a Roman crucifixion, does the probability of that go drastically up after you see somebody going through a Roman crucifixion and then sometime later you see them walking around, right? That drastically raises that probability that they survived the crucifixion, right? Regardless of whether the initial conditions in isolation itself is likely, right? In the same way I gave him the analogy, if you saw your friend or somebody that go through like something that pretty much nobody ever survives, right? It's extremely rare for somebody to survive things like jumping out of a plane or something like that, right? You saw that, and then the EMTs said, oh yeah, he's dead. And then a week later, you see them walking around, right? Well, now the probability that they didn't actually die drastically increases, right? And what justifies a resurrection over the fact that they just survived it, right? So that was the point that was being made.
So my question is, would Jesus be expected to have permanent injuries from this? I mean, permanent
from the typical crucifixion, but if you see him walking around, then the probability that he didn't have a typical crucifixion goes up.
Yeah. So my point is, I don't think it's likely, or I mean, it would be just as miraculous for after 3 days. Would you agree on this? It would be just as miraculous for after 3 days if he did survive crucifixion, for him to walk around just fine?
As a resurrection, I don't see why that. I don't see why I would make that inference.
Or after 3 days, he got. Let's say after 3 days, he survived crucifixion, right? And he's just walking around just fine. Would you find that miraculous?
Did they say he was walking around just fine? I don't think that's in the Bible. They just said that they saw him.
Hey, look, I can. He was outside the tomb, right? Eating, drinking, with his apostles, correct?
But it doesn't mean that he was walking around just fine, because nobody said that he was walking around just fine. Just that they saw him alive.
Mm-hmm. I think there is an indication saying, hey, Mary, I am bad at recalling right now.
But like, listen, I can just grant that. Like, let's just grant that for the sake of argument and say, okay, he was walking around just fine. Well, now we have a more modified hypothesis, and that is Jesus, and it lowers his probability, but the question is not whether the probability itself is low. The question is it more likely than a resurrection, right? And the question is, okay, so now the Romans attempted to crucify Jesus in such a way that it didn't cause these long-term injuries that would occur generally if somebody had survived a Roman execution, right? So they just botched the execution, broadly, right? It's just pretty bad. They stabbed him in the wrong place, and all he really had was injuries with respect to his hands and his feet, right? And okay, so yeah, I mean, okay, so that's the hypothesis. Now the question is that hypothesis more or less or equally as likely than a resurrection? And I don't know how anybody would come to the view that a resurrection would be more likely than those affairs, even if they're both unlikely.
I think they're equally as likely if you're talking in the realm of miraculousness. But when Mary first saw Jesus, right? She didn't. Dang, I'm tired. I was going through a lot today. Yeah. So she didn't take him as a guy beaten to a pulp, right? As would typically happen in a crucifixion. She took him as the gardener, right?
What do you mean?
Let me look up. I think it's in Matthew, if I'm not mistaken. Matthew. Hold on. Let me just refresh my memory. Right after a crucifixion narrative. There we go. At the tomb. Let's see. I think
then
it's
Jesus,
Matthew.
the Garden of I don't know how to pronounce that. Or Gethsemane.
Gethsemane.
Gethsemane, is that how you pronounce Gethsemane? Okay. Jesus came to them to a place called that, and told his disciples, "Sit here while I go over there and pray." He took Peter and two sons of Zebedee and him, and began to be grieved and distressed. Then he said to him, "My soul is deeply grieved to the point of death. Remain here and keep watch with me." I'm not sure if this is the one you're talking about. It's just
Gardener. Let's see. I think it's Matthew 20, if I'm not mistaken. Okay.
That was Matthew 26 that I was reading.
Okay, Matthew 26. Yeah, I'm unable to call it. I'm unable to call it verses off the top of my head. I'm just, I'm calling up where Mary first saw Jesus after his crucifixion. Plot against Jesus. It is hard to recall things off memory.
I understand. Well, okay, so just the point is, when we look at priors, things that fit well within our background information about things that we understand about the world and things like that, right? a botched execution where, you know, they just like they really did not do their job well with this person. Right? That's always that like we don't have any cases of a resurrection, especially given our understanding of what the human body does very quickly after death, right? Within 40 minutes, your brain, most of like the material in your brain just is completely deteriorated. Hours later, right? Like you things in wildlife start knowing that you're dead, right? And things just start getting worse from there on very, very quickly. It's just like a very quick drop off. You start decaying. So we know these things, and it's extreme. Like the more time that passes by, minute by minute, right, the likelihood of you ever like standing back up and walking around just tanks off. Like we understand that about resurrections now, about death, right? Versus we know botched executions happen all the time, even in very weird scenarios. I actually have an example up here if you're interested in it. It has its own Wikipedia page because of how interesting it is. But there's also a long list of botched executions all the way. Like there's even botched guillotines. Like people failed to get people's heads cut off and things like that. Botched firing squads, lethal injection. Like it fits well within our background information that we just say, okay, yeah, I mean, these were people with these ancient tools. They were exceedingly efficient at killing people, but sometimes they messed up. And we also have one case from Josephus who said that there was a botched execution by the Romans as well, and he was taken down and walked away from it, right? This was one of the acquaintance of Josephus, right? So that's one example, by the way. I forgot to bring that up. So it's always going to be drastically more likely than a resurrection. And for people who are curious, this woman's name, her name is Anne Green, Anne Green with the E at the end. It was in the 1600s. She was a domestic servant, but basically she was accused of committing infanticide by the English government. The law was that if you have a child that's miscarried when you're pregnant and you try to hide it, right, then you just assume that you did it intentionally. It was like yeah. So anyway, so she gets hung. She gets 30 minutes, you know, being hung, no pulse. People are beating her too and stuff like that. And she's taken off by these physicians that are then going to take her to the University of Oxford for dissection, right? So right when they're about to dissect her, and this is very widely reported on, they discovered, quote, that she had a faint pulse and she was weakly breathing. The two physicians sought to help from their University of Oxford colleagues, and so they tried all these different things like massages and you know, pouring hot cordial down her throat and stuff like that. But ultimately, after like some time, she recovered. She had a little bit of amnesia, and then the authorities granted her reprieve from execution while she recovered, and ultimately pardoned her, believing that the hand of God had saved her, demonstrating her innocence. Now, very clearly to me, she just never died, right? It was just a botched execution. But these people seem to have the same belief a lot of Christians have, that it was God that resurrected her, right? But I don't see why I would believe that, right? These are ancient people who didn't have the ability to detect death in the same way that we do, at the accuracy that we do, and they just, like, sometimes people are resilient, sometimes you botch execution, and yeah, that's all.
All right, so I do have the verse called up. Here it is. John 20. Okay. So now Matthew stood outside the tomb, crying. As she wept, she bent over to look into the tomb, and she saw two angels in white seated where Jesus had been, and one at the head and the other at the foot. They said to her, "Woman, why are you crying?" They said, "They have taken my Lord away." She said, I don't know where they have put him." At this, she turned and saw Jesus standing there, but did not realize it was Jesus. So she thought it was somebody else, right? He asked her, "Woman, why are you crying? Who is it you're looking for?" Thinking he was the gardener, she said, "Sir, if you have carried him away, tell me where you have put him. I will go get him." Jesus said to her, "Mary." She turned towards him and cried out in Aramaic, "Rabboni," which means teacher, right? So it looks
did she
like...
recognize her own son? Why didn't she recognize her own son?
This is Mary Magdalene.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Has she seen him before? Or?
Well, Mary Magdalene was one of the people that Jesus hung out with, correct?
Okay, so she does recognize him, but she didn't recognize him here.
Yeah, she did not recognize him here because she thought he was unalived, right?
But like, if you see his face,
yeah,
like, why wouldn't you recognize him?
Well, I think she was thinking, hey, he is unalive. This must be somebody else here, right?
Interesting.
Somebody that might look like him, but he was unalive. So why would I expect somebody that was unalive to be walking around, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So
what is this verse? Because we're trying to figure out is like, why think that the resurrection was the best explanation.
So, according to the narrative here, right, Jesus was beaten to an unrecognizable bloody pulp, right?
Yeah.
Where you can barely tell he was human, according to the narrative.
Okay.
So, but according to this, right, this is very interesting, that she sees what looks to be like a normal human being, right? So how did this man that was previously beaten to a bloody pulp suddenly change to look like a person who hasn't looked like a bloody pulp?
So, okay, so now that's new data that we're looking to. Okay, so remember when I gave you the hypothesis, right? The hypothesis, the data that was needed to be explained was the fact that people perceive Jesus as truly dying by a crucifixion, and the fact that those people truly believe that they saw him, days later, right? That's the fact that needs to be explained. Now we're adding new data that the fact that they saw this person, right? And he doesn't look like what he looked like days ago after being beaten to a pulp, right? So, so what explains that? So, I gave you many different hypotheses. One was obviously the botched execution, right? So that obviously explains the data in the first one. What explains the second one would be other stuff like a twin brother hypothesis and stuff like that, right? Again, always just going to have more priors than a resurrection, but yeah.
I mean, you're talking, let's say, about the Muslim swoon theory or the substitution theory, correct? The twin brother hypothesis would be substitution theory, which is, it made to Surah 4, Ayah 157 says it was made to appear to the Jewish people that they have crucified him. And that's with the substitution theory. The problem I think with that is everyone was so certain that it was Jesus who was crucified. I don't think.
Yeah, that's consistent with the twin brother hypothesis. Huh? That wouldn't refute, citing data that's consistent with the hypothesis doesn't refute the hypothesis. But it explains the data equally between that and the resurrection hypothesis, right? Because you'd expect both of those, right? Under the twin brother hypothesis, the hidden twin brother hypothesis, you would expect people to believe that this was actually Jesus, right, who's resurrected, right? I can also give you cases, right, and that also fits well within our priors. There was this article I read where this guy, he had, I think it was a guy who wrote the article. He had a father and his uncle. They were identical twins, right? His father dies, his uncle comes to the funeral, and a lot of people didn't know that he had a twin brother, so they were freaking out. They were like, what the fuck? He's like, I'm not him, I'm the twin brother. Which is also, by the way, it's also a scene in Eagle Eye, which was a good movie. But there was actual, we have priors of that happening all the time, people misidentifying twins. So yeah, so all I'm saying is that explains the data, right? And I agree it's unlikely, but how is it less likely than a resurrection? That's all I'm asking.
I think that there's no documented proof that there is such a twin brother. If we take the Catholic's position, Mary was a perpetual virgin, right? Then there's no way that Jesus could have had an actual twin brother. If we take
Wait, what?
who we
How did she
know-
have Jesus then?
Well, she had Jesus by a miraculous virgin birth, and Jesus is the only son she's ever had. Knowingly, right?
Wait, hold on. So, sorry. So when we ask about whether she had, I mean, she could have just had 2 kids and then hid one, right? But like, or she could have just had, she could have just had a twins, and that wasn't reported. Like, listen, again, the hidden twin brother hypothesis, that's going to be consistent with this hypothesis that, oh, there's no documented evidence of her having another child, right? Of course, because it's a hidden twin brother. Right, that's the whole point of calling it the hidden twin brother hypothesis, because it better fits in with the data, right? If it was a known brother hypothesis, it's not going to explain the data, right? That's why it's not called the known brother hypothesis. It's called the hidden brother. So the hidden brother hypothesis says that there was intentional cover-up of, by just 1 or 2 people maybe, of Jesus' twin brother, right, who looked exactly like him, and he said, "Oh, the idea was if either one of us dies, the other is going to take the place and say that we're going to be resurrected, so people will follow us." Right now, it's insane. Again, unlikely, and it's probably happened, with modern day cults. But again, I agree, it's unlikely. However, we understand things about human psychology. We understand things about a lot of different religions that are brought about by like miraculous claims that turn out to not be true. Right, and that just fits better with our background information, and so we have more reason to accept that light years ahead of any actual resurrection.
Yeah, I mean, it is an interesting hypothesis. I can't get behind that because there's no documentation to say whether or not, and you would have to assign 2 virgin births then, right?
I don't grant the good virgin birth,
or that Mary eventually did consummate the marriage with Joseph.
Yeah. So like you're saying, like you're just saying, I mean, that's explained by the that's just consistent with the hypothesis. All I'm asking is why accept that hypothesis is less likely than a physical resurrection after 3 days. That's all I'm asking.
I would say I go by the documentation, which there's no documentation of there ever being a twin brother. But again, I mean, I could get behind it for a hypothetical reason. For a hypothetical, I think it's like
okay, listen, like if somebody comes up to you with a perpetual motion machine, right, and they say, well, listen, a lot of people, like, they claim that there's perpetual, mine's real, right? It actually violates the laws of thermodynamics. It's supernatural, right? And yeah, I mean, like, you're just going to posit some sort of explanation that is probably more likely than that this is actually, and there's reasons for that. That's not arbitrary. There's reasons under like standard, like how we assess which hypothesis better explains which data, right? So you're coming to me with like this thing, which is a resurrection. You're saying, here's what appears to be a resurrection, and yeah, that's true, right? It appeared to be a resurrection to them too, and this also, just in the same way that this appears to be a perpetual motion machine, right? But why accept that it is in fact a perpetual motion machine when I already have other hypotheses that explain what I'm seeing that require much less assumptions, and things like that?
Well, I guess we're coming at this from 2, different points of view. You're an atheist, so you would want to provide a naturalistic explanation. You would probably be bound to.
There are atheists who believe in supernatural claims. So it wouldn't follow just because I'm an atheist. You're talking about like methodological naturalism or something like that, which I'm sure Plasm knows about. He's going to say something.
That's false.
That's why you're muted. Huh? Wait, go ahead.
Yeah, we assume that every via method of doing science that everything that occurs is somehow natural.
Well, you just don't. I don't know if it's necessarily affirming that. It's just saying like, that's our best practices given the history of claims of things that we don't know about, and then there's like a large predictive success of things that we tend to think were supernatural, and then we find natural explanations for them.
Yeah, it'd be a categorical error to like kind of request a scientific explanation for unnatural things.
I mean, Carbon, I do put God into the equation, and because I put God into the equation, if you don't put God into the equation, I would agree that there's no naturalistic way for this to happen.
Well,
but since I do,
well, why would you believe that?
Well,
like, let's say I granted you the resurrection. Why wouldn't I just say, "Oh, wow, humans can resurrect"? I didn't know that. That's worthy of scientific inquiry. Why would I think it's supernatural?
Because there's no way for I would say there's no way
by the way,
for somebody that's been beaten to a bloody pulp, that gets beaten to a bloody pulp, suddenly regenerate within 3 days enough to look like a normal human being, indistinguishable from a normal gardener.
Yeah, but why?
I think there would be like, wouldn't there just be a nomological frustration? So I think that does lend credence to his position to say if some natural law about the universe is frustrated, that
Yeah, like
requires something.
it's like listen, like we had Newton, who had his Newtonian mechanics, right? And then out of those we get like this surprising data, like the precession of Mercury, right? Now we could just call that supernatural. I'm not sure if anybody called it supernatural, but we could just posit that as supernatural because it's outside of our what we understand to be nomonologically possible, right? And then the argument is that there's predictive success. With Einstein comes in, he says, okay, actually I have this new theory of gravity, and it actually accounts for this precession of Mercury that Newtonian physics doesn't, right? And we see this over and over through, you could say it leads credence, I agree, but like we say, like, due to the historical success of that, brilliant, thank you for the $2. Aliens did it, less priors than supernatural. Yeah, I think so, but we'll get to that. But yeah, like the argument is about the predictive success and the long history of things that we say it seems to be supernatural. It seems to not be nomonologically possible. Oh, now we have this new broader theory that actually explains it, and it actually makes predictions like Einstein's. I think that would be the best analogy there.
I would tend to agree. I mean, if you look for it, I guess, if you said, okay, let's say Jesus, you were convinced, okay, this man did resurrect.
Yeah.
You would find a naturalistic explanation for why he did resurrect, then assigning a supernatural being to it. Just as I think Richard Dawkins said a while back, even if my name were written in the sky, Dawkins, I am God, believe in me, right? He would assign this to a very smart agent.
I would make it. I would say it's an agent that probably did it, but it was probably a guy in a plane. Yeah.
So,
Richard
this
Dawkins,
comes
not
to
Darth Dawkins.
that if you're finding if you're trying to find naturalistic explanations for everything in existence, then nothing really could convince you that God exists, right? There's no evidence.
Oh, well, I mean, arguments could convince me that God exists, right? My problem is the inference from the supernatural to God. Unless you define supernatural in a way that's conceptually required of God. But if you just mean what you mean by supernatural is, like, generally speaking, just violations of the law of nature, right? I don't think that entails God, right? That's some sort of inference that you have to make that I don't have any reason to accept that. There are atheists who believe that there are supernatural things, right? They're like, atheists who believe in like ghosts and stuff, right? And I don't see any logical problem with that, but like, it's just, there's an inference that needs to be made. So yeah, I do agree that it's probably difficult through natural events that happen that seem to be supernatural, that would be reason to believe that God exists. I mean, it might be a couple of cases that I'm not thinking of, but generally I'm more like when I look for arguments for God, I'm thinking of like arguments, right? I'm thinking of like arguments because God is a hypothesis that like actually Plasma said, it's like a category error that you probably can't like test through the natural sciences, right? And you know, the God psychology could be any range, probably an infinite range of things, right? He could just desire a world where there's only one atom, right? So any world that you look at, it's just going to seem like it's just underdetermined. So that's why I don't use evidence. Like, if there is evidence, it's like extremely weak, right? Because it's just predicted under any God hypothesis.
There's no empiric evidence.
Yeah,
I would say that'd be.
That's why most people go towards like arguments for God, like logical arguments or, yeah, stuff like that.
I mean, I couldn't. I really don't like the word proof because I guess it's very hard to really prove anything at all, unless you're talking in math.
Stronger. Proof is like deductively, like I proved X is true. Right? Yeah, proof is a lot stronger than evidence. Yeah.
Yeah. The reason why I don't like, I guess the reason why I don't like proof is you can find alternative explanations for any class of evidence that I can give you for anything at all. So let's say that I told you, hey, let's say you want to prove to me that you exist, right?
Yeah.
Try proving to me that you exist, right? So how do you know? You're going to have to answer me all the how do I know that I'm not dreaming this conversation, right?
Descartes' demon, yeah.
Yeah, or how do I know that an omnipotent demon's not deceiving me into thinking that I'm having this conversation with you? So there's a lot of I don't know, right? In proof. So when someone says, prove to me that God exists, prove it to me right now, I honestly, right, can say, no, I can't prove that God exists because there's the alternative explanations, right? I could say.
I think there is like a difference here, right? Like I agree, like there are the kinds of claims that you're more justified in believing given the available evidence, right? And those aren't proofs, right? Like the proof that, I don't know, I'm holding an Apple Pencil. Like I'm just very, very extremely strongly justified in believing that I'm holding this thing right now, right? But I can't prove it because there's always these Cartesian scenarios and things like that. Those are going to be distinct claims from like, things that are just follow from axioms of logic, right? I think those are the kinds of things that can be proofs.
Yeah, I mean, I could present arguments that have convinced that I think is convincing for God's existence, but again, for somebody,
throw it at me, man. I'm listening. Yeah, I'm here.
I want to debate God's existence with him too.
Anything that begins to exist has a cause. The universe has a cause. Therefore, the universe must have a cause, right? Theological argument, which is the fine-tuning argument. I forget what the premises of those are. If you can.
Yeah, I mean the teleological argument. You need to provide an argument for telos. Right.
Or more so the fine-tuning argument.
It's basically saying, listen, there's a wide range of the values the physical constants could have been, but they happen to be in such a way that were quote unquote fine-tuned for life. And there's many different explanations, and they say intelligent design is the best explanation.
Which unironically, I think fine-tuning is a good argument.
I think it's a bad argument.
Yeah.
Mainly the reason why I think it's a bad argument is, so there's the bare theism hypothesis, which is just that there is somebody who's capable of doing this design, right? But the question is that's not anymore. Like when you do bare naturalism versus bare like theism, like they don't actually make any predictions, right? Like just the fact that there's a powerful enough God out there doesn't make any prediction that there are going to be any constants, much less creation, but there's not going to be any constants that are fine-tuned towards life. So in order to do that, you have to kind of like bake into your hypothesis some sort of desire, maybe disposition, but like the naturalists can do that too. They could just say, well, listen, I just believe that naturalism plus the disposition towards the values that fine tune for life, right? Well, now you got equal probability here, right? Like, and so I think it's just underdetermined based off of what kind of hypothesis you're doing. So what you have to do is you have to lower your probability of your hypothesis by baking in this specific desire. And there's a lot of different like objections to that too. Is like, okay, well, what's the probability that his desire is that desire rather than like some other desire, right? The infinite range of desires. Well, by the same parity of reasoning, that's going to need a designer, an intelligent designer. So now you got two intelligent designers. Why is his design, infinite regress of some, designers and things like that. So I think it's bad because it just like, it's a just so story basically.
I think it's a strong abductive case. I think in all else equals explanation of, kind of like the constants or whatever. I think we tend to lean towards like intelligent design, especially like, I don't know if you run it in the way of like the constants, but you kind of said the telos there. That's how I would run it, right? Kind of like the natures having, huge normative implications and stuff like that.
So wait, so you got like internal purpose within life or something like that? You run as fine tuning for life?
Yeah.
Fine tuning
Something
for
like-
telos, something like that.
Yeah. So, well, I think that's not my argument. No.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that's gonna have the same problem that I'd raise. It's like, why expect? Yeah, I would say like, why expect that this designer? Because I mean, that's not gonna be protected under bare theism, is it?
Well, yeah, I mean, it would be expected under theological like
A God with a
dispositions to
specific-
love.
Yeah. Yeah, that just drastically reduces the hypothesis, and a naturalist can just do the same thing. That's all I'm saying.
Because of the metaphysical commitments such as actus or like pure act and stuff like that.
What do you mean?
Like act and potency, like the theoretics on change and stuff like that kind of baked into those frameworks, which I think is true. And I think act and potency is a good
Is
argument.
that what you were saying in the comment section?
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, these things I would say would make me reasonably justified in believing that God exists. Like I said, it's not a proof per se, because you could posit alternative explanations for all these facts, right? But I think it as a cumulative case, right, would make it pretty powerful.
Yeah. Yeah. So I would say, like, I mean, there's also like all these different arguments that it could be thrown against the other way. There's like logical problems of evil, and then like okay, so
Oh no,
don't go there with me, okay?
it's been debunked.
Really? Logical
You've
problem
heard
of evil? has been
you've
debunked?
heard
The
the rebuttals too.
the logical problem of evil. Yeah.
Yeah, so you got the free will hypothesis, which honestly I think is kind of weak as it stands. You got the what does Craig hold to? Possible worlds argument.
There's like
Yeah,
this trans
okay.
world depravity, planting. Yeah, I think all these fail in virtue of the. I mean, listen, like if you grant these properties of God, right? Like the omni properties of God, I think what you're just gonna get out of that is a perfectly efficacious will, right? Like if you just, I mean, if you get a perfectly efficacious will, I mean, I don't. Then if God desires trans world depraved individuals, then we're just equivocating on what it means to be evil.
I think there was a philosopher a while back, I forget who he was, that posited that we cannot prove beyond a shadow of a doubt, that gratuitous evil exists. Like, how do you prove a universal? There is absolutely no reason for such and such.
Like gratuitous, like some arguments. I don't run this against the high tiers, but maybe like the mid tiers. Like you say, like, okay, listen, you have gratuitous child torture, right? Do those exist, right? Does gratuitous child torture exist? that's a hard thing, like for some Christians to like answer, because if you say that yes, right, then you're just stipulating that there's no reason that God would have for permitting it, right? So then, like that's a pretty hard bullet to bite. That's a bad horn. So if you take the other horn, right, which is no, there are no gratuitous child torture, I mean, then the problem of evil just kind of get kicked in there, and you're saying, well, listen, like like if it's non-gratuitous and God is permitting it for like some greater good or some purpose that he's looking to serve, yeah, I mean, that's just what we understand good to be, not evil, right? And you're just equivocating on evil.
I don't think evil exists.
Are you using that in the semantic, like ontological way, or are you just saying like there are no acts that can be described as evil?
No, yeah, I don't think evil holds an ontic, or like is ontically intelligible.
Yeah. Are there actions that can be described as evil?
Yeah, I think people use or like describe actions as evil, but what they're really just saying is it's a deprivation of good.
Yeah, I mean, then it just becomes the logical problem of the deprivation of good, right? Like, I don't think that's an interesting. I don't know if you're using that as an objection, but some people do.
No, it's a good objection.
Would you prove a universal? This is gratuitous versus. I mean, logically, without going into emotion, right? How would you prove that this is a universal? There is no reason for this at all. You could say there is no reason that I can think of for such and such to happen.
Yeah, well, okay, so there's a couple, like if you're saying there's no reason that I can think of, but nonetheless there's a reason given God's properties, that's just going to commit you to skeptical theism, which commits you to global skepticism. That's the reductio there. But the problem here is actually if you say that there is a reason for why God permits acts, right? Let's just say in this case child torture or something like that. The question is, like he thinks like he could choose to prevent it, right? But he chooses not to. He says he sees better reason not to prevent it than to prevent it, which means he perceives this thing as all things considered ought not be prevented, right? And that's just, I mean, that's just what we understand a non-gratuitous child torture event, a token to be, right? In which case, like if you turn on the news and you find out like, some child was tortured for 15 years by their parent or something like that, right? Then we know that these were cases that all things considered should not have been prevented. You just know that in virtue of the fact that it happened. If God with these omni properties exist.
So, I mean, so I would have scripture, I guess, to back up, like, I mean, this is sort of my, thought process on this. I do have scripture to back this up. If you look at, I guess, Genesis 50, Joseph was responding to his brothers who sold him in slavery in Egypt, and he said, this is the context, and you look at verse 20, right? What you meant for evil, God meant for good, to save this day many men alive. So it seems to be that that Joseph's brother sells Joseph in slavery in Egypt. There's no reason that I can think of for his brothers to do that, and for God to let his brothers to do that, right? So, but Joseph comes away with the understanding, okay, whatever reason that this happened, right? This happened to me, that I got sold in slavery.
Yeah.
God must have his own reason, even though
reason.
I don't understand it. I as a limited human cannot understand it, right? This is why I think the gratuitous evil argument would be, I think, a better argument than I think layering, let's say, free will argument, for instance, saying all humans have free will and God just
saying God. You're not affirming that God permits gratuitous evils.
God does not. I don't think gratuitous
it's all
evil.
Gratuitous. It's all non-gratuitous. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's just what I understand. If you say like when you say it's non-gratuitous, right? There's like a strong sense and like a soft sense of gratuitous, but generally, like we mean there's justifying reasons for it, right? And if there's justifying reasons for it, that's just what we understand good to be, right? If you have justified reasons for X, it's not evil, right? And in fact, like or it's not a deprivation of good if you have justifying reasons for it. That's just what I understand the semantics to be.
I see the little semantic correction there, Carmen.
Shut up. All right.
I mean, you just have to like justify your account of evil is even true, right?
Well, it's an internal critique, so it wouldn't be my account. Like if I'm just saying it's coextensive with things that ought not occur, or things that an agent ought not do, which I take every Christian holds that to be an account of evil, that it's coextensive with those properties.
Yeah, but then there like becomes modal issues.
What do you mean?
Yeah, I mean like people who usually believe in like or hold to like some sort of Christian dogma, their modal like schemas are strictly closed, right? Like some actions had to have taken place.
Yeah.
Just due to our own commitments about our worldview. So it would be like a problem saying like.
You mean like a Calvinist?
Well, No, I'm not a Calvinist. That's heresy.
No, I'm saying like you mean like a Calvinist, and Calvinists believe.
Oh yeah, well Calvinism, like they just bite the bullet on modal collapse. But it's just like.
But we're understanding like if you're saying something has to happen, right? Then you're not saying that it ought not occur.
Well, that would be confused.
Yeah.
Right. That would be confused to say something ought not occur if it's necessary.
Right. So all I'm saying is like if you are committed to that view, like if you're a Christian that's committed to that view, that some things ought to happen, right? And I'm not going to sneak in whether like the general population views that thing as evil, but like you can't hold the view. Yeah, it would just be confused to say that thing ought not occur. Right. So I understand when people say like necessary evils, like I know what they mean. But if you actually like look out like what the terms pick out, it's actually like a contradiction to say something's a necessary evil. Right. So that's just consistent. Like if they believe that all things are like that, like this restricted modal sense that you're saying, right? All events, all token events within the actions of morally sufficient, like, agents and things like that. Right. Then you're just committed to the view that there are no things that exist, or there are no tokens of actions that can be described as actions that ought not have been taken place. Which,
Yeah.
that's just the logical problem of evil tries to force you into that position. But if you already committed to that position, then the logical problem of evil is not for you. It's only for people who believe that God has no omni properties, and there are such token events.
Well, that's not contradictory to God's omni properties.
Well, yeah, like for example, if he has a perfectly efficacious will, right? Like that's where
Yeah.
you derive the contradiction, right? Like the fact that
No, that's expected. The modal closure is expected because of his omni properties.
well, it's expected that there's things that ought not occur.
No.
Yeah, well, okay, you're talking about something else. I'm saying that the
That these
logical
things
problem,
must occur. Yeah.
must occur, right? But it's not the case that those things ought not occur, right?
Exa-
The
that-
fact
yeah,
that there
that'd be
ought not occur,
categorically
that's not
diffused.
expected under that.
Yeah, that'd be categorically diffused by that.
Right.
Modal schema.
So.
Are you familiar with Gödel?
I would say would be convincing to me. I guess against the logical problem of evil is you have A theory and B theory, right? I think
time.
The two theories of time, right? So
Hold on real quick. Boyd, thank you for the $2. I'm reading the comment now. I came to wake up, not fall asleep.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you had the A theory of time and B theory of time. I think A theory, if I recall, says that the one says that the future is among the things that are knowable, and the other theory is among the things that are unknowable, right? That the future does not exist, right? One theory says that the future does exist and it's knowable, right? And the other theory says that the future does not exist and it's not knowable. So
No,
Huh?
That's wrong. A theory admits the future exists, it just doesn't exist alongside with the present and the past. B theory commits to like the block of time. I think what you're talking about is a C theory of time, saying that the future doesn't exist. All that exists is the present.
Yeah. Yeah. So I would say, right, according to this, right, according to this answer, being omniscient does not require knowledge of the future, right? So if you take certain theories of time seriously, right? If omniscience does not require, right?
But like, how would this tie into the problem of evil?
Right. So I think the problem of evil would assume that this God would have knowledge of the future, right? Because this God would know an evil thing's about to happen. Therefore, this God is morally obligated to stop this.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, I even then, like, I can just grant that and say, well, there are things that humans are more than justified in believing are things that are about to occur, just given what we understand people's dispositions and how things happen. I mean, we know if there's a hurricane on our way, it's going to make landfall somewhere. Like, if we look at its trajectory, right? If we know those things, then we can be, assured that God knows those things. We can't prevent them. God can. God chooses not to prevent them. Therefore, he thinks, there's further argumentation, but the conclusion for that would be, therefore, he thinks that all things they considered, they should occur, right? So, like, just like I can just apply it to all I need is one case in which I can, we can know that God does know something's going to happen, right? And those are very clearly going to be the cases of which we know something's going to happen, right? Or at least we're strongly justified in believing that they're going to happen, right? And that's if one of those cases exists, then the problem of evil goes through.
I'm saying that with human nature, right, we can reasonably predict the actions of an individual, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah,
like,
I mean,
let me give you an example. Okay, we have a school pew-pewing, right? That just happened, right? Like, let's say, and just they always happen here. Let's say, like, if somebody goes into a school with an AR, you don't know that they're going to do anything, but you're very justified in doing it. Okay, now they raise their weapon, right, towards a child. You don't know that they're going to do it, but now you're way more justified in believing that they're about to do something. You see the safety is off. You don't know, but now you're way more justified in believing. And then they pull the trigger. You don't know that the gun's not going to jam, but you're extremely justified that they probably. Okay, so now once the bullet is out of the chamber, right, and you're looking at that, you know what's happening. Right. At that point in time, let's say like you were able to freeze time, you see the bullet is out of the chamber. The question is, do you deflect the bullet? Do you protect the child? Do you do something about this to stop this from stop this action from occurring? Right. Now we're gonna say yes. God's gonna say no. Right. And that, like, what the logical problem of evil is, like, even an evidential problem of evil is looking to explain what's going on there.
I mean, I would just go back to, I guess, my to the prior answer is prove that's good. Can you prove beyond a shadow of doubt without using emotionalism, right?
No, the argument's not baking in my views, right? Of course, I think I'm a contractualist. Of course, I think you should deflect the bullet, right? But like the argument is conditional. If it's a good thing to deflect the bullet, and God only does good things, God deflects the bullet. Or more specifically, because people are like, oh, God is good as an independent of God. You could say, if God perceives that if God perceives that he has more reason to deflect the bullet, right? Or he assesses or deliberates or whatever language you want to use, that, or it's just the case that God has more reason that he deflects the bullet than necessarily, given his omni properties, he's going to deflect the bullet. It's not the case that God deflect the bullet, so therefore it's not the case that God had more reason to deflect the bullet than not to, right? And yeah, at least that's one conceptualization of good too, is what you have more reason to do, or something like that. But you know, who cares what the pious or the impious believe, right? But but yeah, I mean, like, it's looking to explain like why God would take certain actions versus not. And I think it's very clear, if God, it's not the case that God has deliberated and, you know, given that he's perfectly rational, right? And he says, no, it's actually better for the bullet to strike the child and then for me to stop the bullet from striking the child, right? Like, then that's what we're committed to. And you are committed to that view, that it would have been a better action, right? And then there's reductios too. It's like, you know, you have a Christian parent or a Christian member of the community or something like says, and they say, oh yeah, it would have been better that your child survived, right? That would just be a false statement, right? Because it wouldn't have been a better course of affairs, given that conceptualization.
All right, Carbon, it's time. P1 is change exists.
Oh God.
Do you agree or disagree that change exists? Something reducible to act and potency.
Uh-oh. I think I already see what this is going. If you define change and act into potency, and then in your second premise you just attribute it, then that's just going to be analytically true, correct?
No, I'm not affirming the antecedent.
Okay, cool. All right, change is, what is it again?
Act and potency.
Act impotency?
Yep.
Okay. Change exists. All right.
Potency has no causal powers and must require act.
And must require act?
Yeah.
Yeah, real quick, I see a lot of corn bots in the chat, and
that means we're on the For You page.
Don't get me started on the fucking corn bots. They piss me off so bad.
Or the opposite, to delete them. So why aren't you deleting them?
We are.
Yeah, potency has no causal powers. There exists something that is pure act. This pure act being is best explained by God. Conclusion: God exists.
Well, the conclusion is God is the best explanation. God's existence is the best explanation, right? Because it wouldn't follow that God exists. It would just follow that God's existence is the best explanation, right?
Yeah.
Okay, it's the best explanation. And then, I'm sorry, what was premise for this? Oh, this is best explained. Okay. When you say act, you mean that necessarily is referring to an agent, right?
No.
Wait, what does act mean then?
Act is the actualization of some potential. So, like, your cup of coffee is actually hot, but has the potential to be cold, freezing, etc.
Gotcha. Okay, so change exists, and what we mean by change, I'm not going to analyze the whole thing now because I'm tired, but I just want to make sure I get the Stillman and everything, the definitions. I feel like I've heard this argument a couple of times. I just never analyzed it. Act impotency, what does that mean?
Act and potency. So,
I thought you said impotency. Act and potency exist.
Yeah. So, yeah, it is almost one over here. So.
Yeah, sure. It's 1250. Okay, so change exists, and what we mean by change exists is acts exist and potency exists. Okay, so, well, I mean, if acts exist, then potency exists, because what you mean by act is the actualization of potential, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so just act exists. Okay, so what we mean by change exists is that acts exist.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, they're co-referential. They must both exist.
Okay. All right, and then potency, which is the potential, has no causal power and requires act. What? What does that mean?
Yeah, so like potency by itself wouldn't have a causal power. That means like potency can't cause anything outside of potency.
Okay. Well, you're saying potency has no causal powers and requires act. But act is the actualization of potential. Wait, I'm confused now. Hold on. Potency can't cause something, acts can. Right? So I mean, if we swap out the terms, we're just saying actualizations of potential has causal powers.
Well, actualization is the only thing with causal powers. Potency simplicator wouldn't have causal powers.
But actualization of potential has causal powers.
Well, that would just be something.
That would just be an act.
That would be an action. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Okay. So change, act, and potency exist. I'm just making sure the definite, because it seems like the co-referring thing is confusing me. So that's why. Potency has no causal powers and must require act. So your reasoning from there is that therefore there exists something that is pure act, something like that, right?
Yep.
All right. This is best explained by God. What do we define God as here?
Just the god of the philosophers for right now.
An agent that has a mind or something like that.
Yeah.
And why would we accept that?
Yeah, because the god of the philosophers or classical theism is by definition a purus actus being.
Oh, yeah, that would just be analytically true then. If you're just saying like a pure acts exists, and then what we mean by God is just like a thing or a being that has pure act, then yeah, that's just trivial.
It wouldn't be trivial.
It would be, because like you're saying, like, because a pure act would be consistent, right, with not having a mind, right?
Okay, no, the debate right now is whether or not like the change theoretic is correct. It wouldn't be trivial, right? Because that's the contention point. It just logically follows that if this is the theory that best accounts for change in reality, then there necessarily does exist a God.
Okay. When you say the philosopher's God, it's an agent with a mind. Are those properties necessary towards? Do they are any way constitutive of this pure act kind of hypothesis, or are they relevant?
I mean, the God of philosophers can exist without pure act being employed for change, right? So like in a logically possible world, the God of philosophers can't exist without change, right? Like he can exist by himself.
I'm asking why, because the way people understand God to mean, this is why I asked like what God means, because if he's an agent with a mind, right, like a naturalist can just be like, yeah, it's pure act, and right, but it just doesn't have a mind, right? Well, we're trying to get the interesting part out, which is that God has a mind and it's an agent, right? But you said act doesn't require an agent, so that's why I'm trying to understand like why.
Well,
that's the only reason I said it was trivial, is because
cool. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Okay, so act doesn't require a mind when it's indexed to like physical reality.
Like the coffee cup, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. But all reduced things of like the coffee cup would boil down to a mind.
Okay.
So like if we followed the causal chain.
And why would that be true?
Well, it would just be true of the theoretic at play. What's in contention would just be the theoretic, really, not if God exists. So the contention would just be at P1.
Well, okay. The contention is... Okay, so we were saying like... change, act, and potency exists. Why wouldn't a naturalist just come in and like agree with all of these things and say this is best explained by a pure act? and not use the term God or anything that's relevant to a mind, or like, because that's what I find interesting about the topics, right? Like I could just accept these and then just deny that this pure act has a mind or is it an agent.
I mean, okay. Well, right now we're just like God. Are you like familiar with the God of the Philosophers like schema? So like, it's just to say that there exists some entity or something out there causing these things. This is just like, I guess, step one on the theist building block. If that makes sense. So right now we're trying to drop.
Okay, so so we're just trying. It's kind of like a cosmological argument where it's not it's like, okay, we just need to know that there's a first cause. Now we need another argument for the properties of the first cause. That's what you're doing. Okay. Okay. So, all right. That's fine then. I was thinking the dialectic was okay. Anyway. All right. Change. Okay, why would somebody accept this idea of change if that's what they I understand Malpass. I understand Malpass like had like different conceptualizations of change. I don't remember them, so don't ask me. But why would anybody accept premise one though?
Okay, cool. So I think when we explore like other theoretics of change, we find ourselves in like change absurdities, like objects don't actually change, they just become new objects. Or the continuity of change can be frustrated, but we still see a change, something like that. So there's no other convincing argument that doesn't lead to absurdity.
Okay. They don't lead to absurdity. So that's going to be
the reason. Like possible.
Or they have like contradictions.
Yeah. So like Prometheus.
Oh, you cut out, bro. Wait, Boyd, are you here?
Unfortunately, I'm literally listening to this while I clean. It's just something to keep me awake.
No, it's fine.
Failing though.
You kicked out with. I mean, I got the argument. In case he doesn't come back.
Yes, you are hanging.
Oh damn! How unfortunate.
All right. Well, I got the argument, Plasma. If you're still listening, I'll think about it. But
it's a true tragedy.
Yes. I need to eat. Yes, we're hanging out with a bunch of us nerds. Okay.
I would say losers at this point. Like it's not even nerd. It's just losers. No offense, but
I mean the topic does God exist has a lot of philosophical overtones, you know. So Carbon brought the topic. So
I know. However, the philosophy part of it just bores me.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm at 7 hours, so I'm gonna think about this argument here and see if I have any objections. Appreciate you for that. All right. Okay, we're pretty much done for the night. Sounds good. Yeah.
Plasma's back. He wants to come up or DM you actually.
Huh?
I was just saying Plasma's in the comments saying like
Yeah,
he's here.
Bro, he's like on the island, just like.
Hey, this is actually.
Just go to his house. Just go to his house, dog.
This is actually a better conversation than the one that you had right before me. I was feeling sorry for the dude.
Which? Oh yeah, the guy with the Charlie Kirk profile picture.
Yeah.
What was his name? H. Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, it gets to the point where it's just intellectual bullying at this point.
Yeah, that's why I dropped him. I was like, this isn't even fair at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, see, I feel the same way about philosophy, but in like the opposite. Like I feel like y'all just want to stroke your like brain dicks. Like it just pisses me off so bad.
See, the thing is like when like Phil Bros like they purposely like a lot of them like and I don't think Plasma does this, but like a lot of them do like hide behind jargon, right? And I think there's a couple reasons. One, yeah, they want to flex, but two, it kind of gives you a degree of like shield from like objections against, you know, maybe mid to mid high tiers, right? Because they have to like evaluate what you're saying first, and then once they evaluate what you're saying, rather than it just being in simplistic language, right? There's just a lot of things that the brain has to hold on to, and it makes it harder for you to levy an objection. When, I mean, I've realized that almost every single argument and almost every like proposition, no matter how philosophically loaded, can just be like expressed in a way like a 10-year-old can understand, right? And so
See,
like,
I need somebody who will
that's a
teach me
skill.
philosophy like that.
Yeah, that's a skill. Like Jack Angstrike is extremely good at like just like getting shit down away from the philosophical jargon and just putting it like, there's a lot of like debaters too. Alex Malpass, Danny Philtalk is pretty good at it. But yeah, they're like pretty good at like shifting through all that. And then like I noticed like a lot of like Phil bros will hate when you do that. They're like, oh,
Yeah.
it's just overly simplistic. Like, yeah, I mean that's
Well, no,
that's your
I feel
view.
like if you can't explain it in like layman's terms, then you're not really good at philosophy, right? If you can't say it to a way that everybody can understand it, I just don't think you're that good at philosophy.
Bro,
Because
Danny,
what it like
Plasma, have you debated Danny?
is it the one who's
Notice he didn't say Jack
you're really nothing?
Oh yeah, you're really
Wait, is
nothing,
Dan?
aren't you?
Yeah. Dude, that shit is all right. I'm done with you. Bro is so mad.
But
help that one of my good friends is actually a doctorate in philosophy. I don't know if you know this guy, David Wood. He's mainly a guy that debates against Islam. Yeah, the guy has an excellent. Well, you should check out his conversion story on YouTube. It's pretty interesting. Yeah, how he changed violent psychopath into pretty much the nerdiest Christian ever. Yeah.
There you go.
But
I was trying to like debate Demon Parker. Wait, are you? Wait, I thought he was. I thought Plasma was on the left.
No, absolutely not.
Whatever. Could have sworn you said that
But
before.
speaking of debates, I'm looking to reschedule with Micah. He finally got back to me after 2 weeks.
When y'all
feel like
gonna
he's
do the
dodging.
abortion debate?
He said, can we reschedule it sometime in the new year? And I was like, well, what day did you have in mind? And he still hasn't got back to me.
Yeah. Just use my just use some of the reductios I gave you. Pretty sure Plasma probably gave you a couple.
Bro, I fed her with like the strongest reductios.
Wait, what was the reductio you gave?
I gave partial molar pregnancy.
Oh,
then
yeah,
I gave her.
Yeah.
I gave her.
Parental added to the hormone.
Yeah.
I gave her a really strong reductio with Superman about correspondence relations. So I just say like, well, if the conjunct isn't satisfied, but Superman has all the correspondence relations that we would find in human, then your view is obviously false. But
Yeah, to be fair, I have debated Micah before, but it was like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And I did get him, not necessarily to concede, but like he had nothing left to say after I did bring up the Superman thing. So
partial mullet.
let's see if he got any better in 2 years.
If you do get them to bite the bullet on the partial mullet, yeah, just all you got to do is say cancer lives matter, and then like it hits
Over.
It hits so hard. Also have the Planned Parenthood,
The
attack
hostage
kind of
thing,
scenario.
yeah.
And then there's the rapist. Well, if he has the grape exception, right, then you can.
I don't think he does.
Well, if he
From
doesn't, then
what
yeah,
I've
that's
seen from his
it.
debates.
That's only for people who have the grape exception.
Yeah.
Don't have the grape exception.
Right. I'm pretty sure he doesn't because
one's
I've
pretty
seen it. I've been
Hate that one that I give him.
I've been rewatching his debate with Dean because that was mostly what he talked about with Dean at like the end of the 10-minute on Jubilee, and I'm just analyzing everything he says and like taking different paths of arguments.
Him and Dean debating are like watching two Neanderthals try to fuck a doorknob. They're so low tier. Like, holy
Listen,
shit.
you're not fucking wrong. I think Micah is really bad at debating. But I'm
He was
mostly doing this
ass,
for
dude.
exposure.
Exposure
Yeah,
into
I
my
couldn't.
life.
Huh?
I watched prior to you watching you, Carbon, I was watching a lady named Born Again Atheist.
Yeah, she was just in this live.
My God, bro.
She's funny.
She, honestly,
She's not real.
She's like
He's
entertaining as fuck.
so fucking funny, bro. I think gifts will just start pouring in and songs will play. And like, what are you doing? You're not even debating. What are you doing? Why am I even here, bro? It's like for entertainment, for fucking entertainment.
I started to give her a really I had to come on my second account because usually I don't get accepted on lives for whatever reason.
I wonder why that could be. I wonder why.
Anyways, I had to come on my trusty old Feet Lover 4 account.
Oh my God.
And I started giving the most like robust normative objection. And she started fucking dancing to like happy music and stuff. Like, are we kidding?
At this point, I think she just trolls people. Like,
jumping on, but I was like, I don't know if I can keep up with the performativeness enough to have a productive
Listen, I throw it in there, like with that Faye girl who was in here, right? That was pure entertainment for everybody, but mostly it's not entertainment. Mostly it's like 90% debate, 10% entertainment. But that one, Faye, yeah, she was pure entertainment. I had to throw in my roast session and everything because she was absolutely batshit crazy. I love that shit, and I'm definitely.
Did you call her a Mongolian tube fish?
I did not call her a Mongolian tube fish, but I did. She did ask me why I wear glasses. I said so I can like see myself fucking your mother. And I went through this like entire like story of like her mom having like clap-on lights, and she comes into the house with me and her mom in there, and she sees the lights clapping on and off, and you know she sees my sweaty back and all that shit. Like it was very involved.
What the fuck is wrong with you, Carbon?
This is virtuous.
Was this tonight?
Yeah, it was like 2 hours
Oh my
ago.
fucking God! I always miss the
hilarious.
good shit. Like
Me and
every fucking time.
Nanners was like screaming at her. She was screaming at Nanners, and she didn't even want to debate. I was trying to tell her how the Christian God is unjust, and she was like, "You're unjust. Your face is unjust." Like she was just terrible.
Your face is unjust.
If knowledge, then God, scumbag.
Oh my God, Tag, let's go.
Now, actually, one of the best debates I ever had was with a pretty like well-known debater, Adrian.
She's here, right?
She was. We actually went to a coffee shop like 3 times and debated. It was a Christian coffee shop, and we were debating abortion.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that was rough. We were just getting weird stares from like evangelical Christians and their Birkenstocks.
You gotta be behind a desk and says like, you know, debate me or something like that, prove me wrong, and then people won't give you the weird stares anymore. Unless you're on a college campus.
But yeah,
I can't say that. You'll kick me.
Yeah, there were a few times where I was very much tempted to hop on. She said some things that was like, okay, this is actually my forte of actually what I've looked into a few times. Because there's a lot of, I guess, atheist Muslim objections that kind of intersect, and Islam is kind of my forte of interest to debate and discuss. The Marius 12 argument is one that very much intersects between atheism and Islam.
Yeah.
So like, so the way Muslims argue it is, you Christians are hypocrites for saying that Aisha was 9 years old when she married Muhammad because
She was actually 6, and then they consummated at 9.
9,
yeah. It's like, okay, so there's no source that says that that she was actually 12. Actually, the only source that people bring up is the Proto-Evangelion, and I actually read a little bit of the Proto-Evangelion.
So listen, I think, okay, so there's a couple of ways that I run it. Like, first of all, like, yeah, I think you're probably more justified in believing that she was like underage than not. But let's just say for like, yeah, in that case, you're just gonna have to bite the bullet that God impregnated a child. But like, let's just say that she was like 19 or something like that. We still understand that as a a power dynamic, even if she's like an adult, a power dynamic that
Mhm.
just like
Yeah.
it just doesn't
It violates
like
consent.
even like you even in your everyday life right now, you think like when it comes to like a secretary and the CEO, right, having like some sort of relation, right, and the secretary asks or the CEO asks, can I do this, and then she says yes, we understand that there's some sort of power dynamic, even if she's like an adult, that makes it wrong on the part of the CEO. So then you have to reconcile that kind of understanding. Is like, can a if that power dynamic
Can a
is
human
if it's
consent
infinite, right?
to a
If it,
celestial being?
yeah, like, can they consent to that? Truly, is that true consent? And then
Yeah,
some
so
Christians say, well, yeah, God doesn't need your consent. That's a bullet to bite, I
So
think. But yeah,
the, I guess, narrative in Luke 2, when she heard the announcement that she was going to be pregnant with Jesus, let me pull it up. She was not distraught about it. In fact, she was happy that she got such a blessing from it.
yeah, that'd be like again, like the CEO says, let's have Smex, and then like you just
Give you
hear
a
that,
raise.
yeah, you just hear that the secretary was like, okay, well, that sounds nice, right? Like you understand, you don't need to believe that she was harmed in any particular way to have that say something about the CEO. Like, why would the CEO do that to a person who's beneath him like that, right? So yeah, I mean, like there's arguments like that, but I think they're not the strongest arguments against Christianity, but they are, I think, pretty.
So the point I was like bringing up is that the only thing that is a source for, I guess, Mary's age, like I said, I mean, I haven't researched into, I guess, responses to that particular argument.
I'll catch you.
I'm not going to speak on something that I haven't really looked into. So what I can say is something I have looked into is I've looked into the only source that does say Mary's age. And the only source that does say Mary's age at the time of conception of Jesus is the Proto-Evangelion James. And the Proto-Evangelion says, and by the way, this is a non-authoritative source, so I don't even have to take it seriously anyways. But even that says she was 16 when she conceived Jesus. If you want to still hold that she was 12, then she would have held the world record for the longest gestational period.
I'm gonna be so real. I don't see a moral relevance between 12 and 16.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't see that either.
I think God saying that he's going to impregnate any human, I think that's problematic.
Yeah, it violates consent.
Yeah. Unless he like gave us a property of like perfect rationality and omnipotence, and maybe semi-omnipotence or something like that, like half omnipotence, something like that, and then like quasi-potence, right? And then gave us like all-knowing properties, then maybe, right? But like, yeah.
I mean, that is a source that I don't even take seriously anyways, right? That Proto-Evangelion, I don't know if any Christian takes the Proto-Evangelion seriously. Maybe some cult that still exists, but
yeah. All right, man. Well, listen, I do gotta call it a night. I've been streaming for quite a while, but I appreciate everybody for coming up. Great conversations. I will be on Twitch and YouTube for the next couple of minutes to finish it off, everybody. So if you guys want to go hop on there, Boyd, are you going live? Oh shit! I can't
After
hear you.
this.
Oh wait, are
What
you?
the fuck? No. Maybe later on in the day I might, but I have cleaning to do. So I'm gonna watch SVU and clean.
Cool. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much for joining the live. I appreciate you. It's another great live. And y'all have a great rest of your night. All right.
Night. Keep your buttholes tight.
Oh God. It's a night, yeah. Awesome stream. Hell yeah. We got a lot of debates in tonight. Love it. Surprisingly, we got no requests on the lesbian topic. That was interesting. So I'll be like a telltale game and I'll remember that. Okay. All right, thank you guys so much. I appreciate y'all. We killed it on the subs and the super chats between Twitch and YouTube. Thank you guys so much. You guys are awesome. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything before I go. Scroll. I think the last one I got was a Brilliant on aliens. If I'm not, yeah, aliens. Yeah, okay. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much for joining. I appreciate y'all. Y'all have a good night. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Don't do anything I would do. Yeah, y'all take it easy. And as always, of course, don't forget, you are a
bitch.